this altered state. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now, but nothing gonna take us out. We in this altered state, it's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wake, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Just stop. Aren't you tired of always waiting for the drop? 'Cause there's more to life than all the things you got. Hold you hostage 'cause you think you need a lot. You got one shot to start fresh. Working on the part that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state. It's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wait, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I
1,000 miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down? Light in a flash, the time has flown. 10 years later, now we're full grown. Still high on the mountain, the peaks are ground. Loving you still good in this mile high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down. Oh, it's never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down?
He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor. Before I know it, I'm the bullet till it's gone. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the wild where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away?
same old games. When you gonna bring it back to another level? Nobody knows why. Some things don't ever change. When you gonna bring it back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you're a girl changing your world. It's gone too fast. Nobody knows why. We play the same old games for love, for money, and a little bit of fame. This is the last time I play this give and take. When you gonna bring it back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you're a girl changing your world. It's going nowhere. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. Whoa. 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you're a girl changing your world. It's gone too fast. You're a boy stuck in your world. You're a girl changing your world. It's gone too fast. It's gone too fast. I think that it's cool that you are who you wanna be. You get all them oohs and them eyes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Nah. 'Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow. Still in that simple life, we take it slow, we take it slow. You ain't scared to take it fast, you ain't scared to crash. Got me feeling gas, looking at that. Yeah. Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I know the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, 'cause I love the way that you do. Yeah, 'cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, 'cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, 'cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, 'cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah.
Lay your worries on the floor. Leave your heartache at the door. 'Cause baby, you need it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now take a step away from the glass walls anyway. And baby, you'll like it. Oh, oh, bless you now. You're caught up in a dream. Now's the time to let it go. Stop so you can breathe. Rejoice, rejoice. It's the only way to feel like. Rejoice, rejoice. It's the better place to be at. Rejoice. Reach out, rejoice. Rejoice. Reach out, rejoice.
He's out to fight, they have no Ash. Only looking to try and run and gun. Sidesteps the Mystic Shock over the 1v1. That could be the game-winning play just like that. Bot lane is pressured.
That's exactly what just happened. All champion on now to the bottom lane's giving.
There it is! As you're going to have to stop her. John dead, John gone. Harry with the culling, but it's just not enough damage. He needs to make a play right now. Oh, they're all low. They're all joined together. That's one, that's two. A double kill for him. A triple. Empress to fight onto Johnny. Oh my god!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yet another banger day coming up very shortly. But of course, we need to look back at yesterday. We had to say goodbye to Order. And we didn't even get to see Pentanet yet, which is surely going to be coming up later on today. But look, speaking of yesterday, let's have a quick look back at all of the fun times we had in those two matches and maybe the show match as well.
Halo.
They're going to go on Halo, only forcing the Flash Cupcake over the wall as well. They've actually, I wanted to say confirmed the kill, but they haven't. There's a Zonya for Halo. Look, he's still alive. It's going horribly wrong, isn't it? Aladoric in the end does drop. How? How is Halo still alive? He's getting out of there. He's disappearing. But Direwolves, they might be winning the fight. Maybe they're not. It's 4-on-3, but the HP is so low. Gunkrab caught in the Empress Divide that was stolen by Halo, and all of a sudden, there goes the Dire Wolves.
But it's worth noting that Magnet Storm is still there for Dragu, so keep tabs on his positioning.
Here we go.
Here it is! I say it, and 3 members instantly are locked in place as a result. Cleanse burnt, doesn't matter, Venture's dead. 4 members put to sleep, Juice. But the rest of the board have already disengaged to the bot lane. Kisei actually going to die to the Dragon of all things. The worst case scenario, Chungy comes in and takes it away for himself. A one-man shockwave, it doesn't do anything, Juice. It's all things blue here, as she's convincingly 5-4.
playoffs. Day one was a huge success for a couple of teams there. Of course, Order did get knocked out. And look, we get to see Pentanet today, which is good. We're going to be bringing them back into the competition. And someone else I want to bring back in as well is Jordan the Elfish Guy Maze. And Rusty. Hi. Hey, Rusty, sorry. Almost forgot you were there for a moment. You were blending in there with the brown jacket. I thought like you were one with the background almost. Anyway, how you guys doing this beautiful Wednesday afternoon? Jordan, you first.
I'm doing good. I'm hoping we're going to get a better day than yesterday. Let's be real, Mac. We got absolutely scammed out of some matches yesterday. They were 3-0s across the board. Surely today, Peace and Pentanet is going to deliver. But if that's going to happen, I think Peace is going to have to step up and show us much the same as what they did yesterday. Because, yeah, it might be too much for Direwolves, but is it even going to be enough for Pentanet?
Rusty, I just noticed, did you get new glasses or do you just have multiple pairs? Because you've been running the red rims and now you got the thick grey ones on. What's going on?
I have 3 pairs.
Oh.
Well spotted, Mac. You're actually, in 2 years of doing online broadcast, the first person to point that out. So that's actually well done.
I just noticed
I have
because
3 pairs.
they got heaps. You just got the thickness around your eyes today because the other little wire ones, usually they're like, I'm like, is that gold? No, that's red. Oh, I like those. And these ones look similar. I like them as well. They're just grey.
Color coordinated. They're brown. It's wood.
You look like a perfect analyst, mate. Now let's bring up the bracket and have a look at what happened yesterday and what's going to be happening today. So, Direwolves and Peace happened yesterday. Peace absolutely blitzing that 3-0. None of us on the desk expected it at all. And then down in that lower bracket as well, Order did not get a game. Chiefs bringing their A game and knocking Order back home. So, no Order playoffs run this time. Looks like the Chiefs are going to be putting on those boots instead, going on to face Direwolves, who lost against Peace. And then today we get this upper bracket extravaganza, Pentanet and Peace. So, Jordan, thoughts on this matchup coming up later?
Well, I mean, it could be a grand final prelude, couldn't it? This could be exactly the two teams that we see going through to the grand final if the lower bracket goes the way that the upper bracket did. Obviously, Direwolves not really able to step up to the plate yesterday. As you said, against our expectations, it feels a little bit unfair, the fact that the show match between you and Nat was the closest match that we got yesterday. So, I mean, I think Direwolves do have a little bit left in the tank. They'll have another sort of story to write for themselves if they do end up going up against Peace again in the lower bracket. Obviously, they'll uphold their end of the bargain in that game against Chiefs. But for me, you know, I'm going to be looking to see whether or not Peace can kind of replicate that performance that we saw yesterday in a match today against Pentanet, because we haven't really been able to see them have a very competitive game against Pentanet so far. They certainly haven't been the team that's pushed Pentanet the furthest during regular season. So if they're going to be the team that could potentially beat them, then either it has to happen today or has to happen in the grand final. And you kind of want to see it happen, at least in a sense today, even if they don't win, to give you some kind of confidence that come the grand final, they might have a chance.
Yeah, and you got to remember that it's not just the OS top spot that's on the line. It's the spot to go overseas. It's the spot for MSI. And both these teams, they want it with their heart's content. Now, if you have a look here, Rusty, I'll throw this over to you because it's a lot of letters. There's a lot of letters here. What do they mean?
Yeah, there's a bunch of letters. What matters is that you look at Group A, you see LCO, you recognize the logo. That's us down the bottom there. We're up against the LCL, which I believe is the CIS region, the VCS, which is the Vietnamese Championship Series, and the LPL, which is the 2-time world champion region of China. So it isn't exactly the easiest group to be put in, but then you look at the rest of the groups, Mac, there is no easy place to be. So this is the group draw for MSI, and can I just say, it's very exciting to get to Reykjavik. We'll always respect and appreciate our underdogs. And this is the most underdog story when you look at the groups already without the teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a long, hard battle for whoever makes it, whether it's any of the 4 remaining teams. But look, at least they'll get the overseas trip and probably a world of experience that they wouldn't have had if they didn't win. So very important to get that W on the board. Now, going into today, all right, we've had a couple of key picks throughout the season so far, and let's bring them up. Let's have a look at what they are. We're going to be focusing on that bot lane. And again, I just need to ask you, Jordan, who's getting Kaiser? Is it going to be Pentanet or Peace? Because that thing it's just been a monster throughout the LCO.
It could kind of go either way. I mean, I feel like that's definitely a champion that could get tossed around a little bit. I want to actually point out when it comes to these bot lane picks that it really hasn't changed up a whole lot at all since we started doing these. You know, we've always had the 4. And the only change-up really is that we've seen Tristana sort of start to creep into play a little bit, obviously being helped by all the Tristana games towards the later end of the season. But Kai'Sa Xayah seem to be the top 2. Tristana Jinx, you know, if you can't get the Kai'Sa Xayah, maybe you give a crack over to Tristana and Jinx. So there hasn't been a lot of change when it's come to the ADC role so far this season. And I mean, obviously the fact that now we're going to be playing the rest of this out on 11.6, I wouldn't expect it to change too much. 29 games of Kai'Sa, by the way, so far this season. So that's definitely a lot in comparison, even to Xayah, who's only hit 19. The most picked champion of the season, Mac, is in the ADC role. So, you know, there's something special for Kai'Sa at the moment.
That's weird.
And fun fact, actually, about the Kai'Sa is 14 and 15 in terms of win rate, but Praedyth has 9 of those 14 wins. So he has a 100% win rate on the champion. It's something that, you know, we could ask, will we see it today? Well, he's got a 100% win rate. So, yeah, we'll see it in some capacity. But the negative win rate of Kai'Sa isn't directly influenced by the players on it. It's the teams that are losing have often just picked it at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, true. Well, let's, you know, we've got a question from Phil quickly as well. We saw 2 Ez picks yesterday, and both times Ezreal won. So do you think we're going to see a bit more today? You know, considering this is the best of 5, things can change up.
No.
Yeah.
No, if I'm going to be honest, the thing with Ezreal is very specific players play Ezreal.
Okay.
I've said this for like 4 years now. Only Ezreal players play Ezreal, and not everyone's allowed to play it because you have to be really, really proficient on the champion, and you have to be a very good player to make it work. And Boma has 3 of the 6 games in the regular season. He's also the 2 games from the playoffs yesterday. So the fact that he's not playing today means that the answer is just no, because he's basically the Ezreal player of the league.
Well, there you go. So, you know, Phil, there you go. Your question has been answered. I hope you enjoy that. Now, we do have from the fans again, of course. I think some people have sent in some crazy submissions at LCO if you do have some good content. And I think they've managed to find one. This is from my Twitter. What's this, Jordan?
Wow, how did they find this, Mac? I don't even know where this one's come from, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here. It looks like this MacMate guy might actually be pretty good at League of Legends.
Oh.
He's got some Qs, he's got some Es, he's got some
moves.
Fantastic stuff. And is that even a quadra kill so far? Mac, I don't even know if this is you or if it's someone else called MacMate, but they might be on for the Penta in this clip, and I'm bloody excited to see it happen. Look at this damage. That's insane. How fed was this guy?
I don't know, mate. I think the CS difference was probably about 100 up against that Nocturne. Not sure why I know that, but it was really an interesting thing. No, all things considered, this is my first ever pentakill, so I was very excited with it. And, you know, even just there with, like, the W lineup, it was like everything just sort of worked out. It's real.
Mechanically clean, Mac. I got to give you credit for that one. You actually did it very well. You stayed in the ultimate for long enough to reset your cooldowns.
Just need to mention, you know, when I have my settings correct, it sort of makes the game a little bit easier to play as well. So, you know, for all you nerds out there, please, you know, keep Quickcast on. And if Riot as well, you know, in the clients, just had it on as a default setting, it'd help everyone out. Honestly, everyone loves it, except for maybe noobs. So I'm not a noob.
Can we play that guessing game, by the way? You know, after seeing that, what elo do you reckon that was, Rusty, if you had to take a guess?
Is it? That was, okay, I know what elo Mac is. That was at least silver.
Ooh, you're doing well, Mac.
Well, that game in particular, I found out afterwards because I got 6 LP. I had 2 irons on my team, and the other team was all bronze. So, very fun. If I knew that my team was iron, I probably would have dodged. Not
you know
gonna
what
lie.
that means, Mac?
Yes.
It means that you are definitively better than iron.
Why?
There is no way you ever go back down because you were outplaying them easily. You got fed, you got a pentakill. What more could you want?
Very good. Nothing more, really. I just like pentakills. Anyway, if you guys have any sick clips or good memes or great pictures or, I don't know, tell us how your day's been. At LCO, we'll bring it up and we'll have a yarn with you, with your Twitters and your Facebooks and, I don't know, wherever else your kids send these things these days. Anyway, you know, that's enough from me, that's enough from us, and that's enough from you guys at home, who was technically me that time, but you can send more memes in. Let's go towards the game. And I just need to ask you guys, I really want to know, you know, I have a lot of least favorite champions, you know, that you have to play against. Mine in particular is probably, I'm thinking Shaco. I think more Zac, because every time I come up against a Zac player that knows what he's doing, my team just dies to him because he's just constantly ganking. What about you guys? What about you, Jordan?
Yeah, Zac can be pretty annoying, obviously flying across the wall from absolutely nowhere. No one knows where he's coming from. I'd probably say Yasuo or anyone with a wind wall. So Samira as well kind of irks me. I really just hate that ability. The fact that you can stop multiple ultimates with one cooldown, it just seems unfair to me. Obviously, that's coming from someone that doesn't play those champions, so maybe there's something more to that. But anyone with a wind wall, I hate versing. Like, I can deal with the Teemo, I can deal with the Shaco, I can deal with Evelyn. Invis champions, they're not that annoying, I don't think. But bring up a wind wall, and I'm just seeing red. So, yeah, that's my choice.
Beautiful. What about you, Rusty?
Do you want a list? I could
list.
put out the top 5 most hated,
yes,
maybe?
top 5. Hit us up.
Yumi's number 1. Rengar is number 2. Darius, Fizz, and Shaco are the top 5.
Oh, that was pretty
Hate them
quick.
all.
You had
Yumi is disgusting. Oh, no, it's been years in the making. I'm traumatized by Yumi's existence, so I just started making a list. Terrible champion, needs to be gone.
Oh, well, beautiful. And I have Nat in my ear too. Nat, what's your most least favorite champion?
Oh,
Oh,
they
bring her
pulled
in.
me in. Oh gosh, I would say I actually don't hate the Yuumi anywhere near as much as Rusty, but the Rengar's probably the most annoyed. Or the Vayne, actually. Vayne lately in my games has been like, these people have been going like 18-2 and stuff against my team, so I'd say those two are probably the worst for me.
Well, there you go. And we've asked a couple of the players as well, so let's have a look at the video and see what their choices were for least favorite champion to play against.
My least favorite champion to play against. I mean, Zoe is just the most infuriating person to play against. She hits you from across the map with a projectile that flies at the speed of, I don't know, a space shuttle, and CCs you for 2.5 seconds, and you take like 100% more bonus damage. Oh yeah, man, I love getting one hit from the Nexus. It's just great.
Fizz, definitely. Fizz is like the most broken champion. Like, he's just like ridiculous. Like, he would come in one-shot you with like no items, level 6 on the tower.
Ooh, I'd say at the moment it's probably Camille, because I think she's the most broken champion in solo queue.
Yeah, I think my least favorite champion is probably Olaf, because I feel like he kind of just breaks the rules of the game, and he kind of just says like, like, you're one item, but I still beat you anyways.
Most annoying champion is Lulu. That champion needs to be set on fire and it just shouldn't exist.
My least favorite and my most favorite at the same time. It would be Yuumi.
Okay, Yuumi. Definitely Yuumi. Champion is toxic. It's practically AFK champion. It sits on other people. You want to kill it, but you can't because it's sitting on another person. Yuumi.
My least favorite champ to play against is Yuumi. She takes no skill. So whoever plays her, yeah, you don't have skill.
God, I'd have to say like Elise, if we're talking specifically jungle champions.
Sonar, because there is a one-trick Sonar in O solo queue that he pretty much just does nothing, and he ints his ass off, but for some reason he always gets to scale and he just carries as Sonar.
Kassadin or Katarina, because when I play Oceanic solo queue, they tend to get a lot of kills early game and they just perma roam bot, and I can't really play the game 2v2.
Shaco.
Probably Nocturne. Everyone's going to pick that against us now, but it's just a dumb champ. Like, playing against Nocturne mid lane is just dumb. Yeah. It just pushes brainlessly and then roams on my team. So any champ like that is just stupid to me. So yeah, Nocturne.
It's almost always Vayne, because that champion's just so obnoxious. She just kind of doesn't die. And it's like every time I'm playing against Order, I'm like, I do not want to draft it to Vayne. Do not give them a spot to pick Vayne.
I'd have to say Yone.
Nivea, my least favorite champ. I answered it so quickly. I permaban this champion. Every game of solo queue, there's not a single game where Nivea gets through in my games because I permaban it.
Riven. I think the champion's just unfair from a kid. Just so many abilities.
It's probably Blitzcrank. It used to be something like Teemo, but ever since that last game I played against Legacy, I don't want to verse Blitzcrank again.
There you go. So looks like Rusty had a few friends there that also didn't like Yuumi too much. So any thoughts on that video?
There should have been more people that said Yuumi first of all, but I knew I liked only for a reason. It's not just a handsome face and a nice voice, is it? It's a smart man. He knows Yuumi should be in the bin.
What about you, Jordan? Any reactions to that one?
I can't remember who said Lulu, but I do agree with Lulu as well. I hate laning against Lulu for some reason. She feels like she does insane amounts of damage. One auto attack is enough to outtrade all 5 of my spells, or 4 of my spells. Yeah, Lived. Shout out to Lived. And then you try to kill their carry, and it's like shield, ultimate, shield, polymorph, shield, 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 shield. You can't kill the guy, and he's just living on 1 HP, and it's trash. I hate that champion as well. And I can't play Lulu either, so don't ask me how, because she seems really easy, but I'm always inting on that. Anyway, let's get rid of Lulu.
Yeah, what's the item? Serpent's Fang? Is that the one that breaks the shield, hits through
Yeah, but I
shield
can't buy that. I'm playing like Thresh or something. You know, what am I supposed to do?
Ask your ADC in a very lovely manner. Hey, I think it's a good idea if we can counter Lulu easily. If you just put a Serpent's Fang in there, it's
Shut
super
up,
easy.
noob.
You just-
Support FF.
Exactly. You know, F/FF, get it out of the way. Now, something else we need to get out of the way is talking about the teams before we get into the action. So let's talk Pentanet first. You know, they did come in as top seed #1 on the leaderboard. Let's see if they can stay there. And Rusty, do you want to give us a breakdown of all these handsome gentlemen?
I mean, they're a great team. They were almost undefeated until they decided to give me an extra defeat in there, but they joined me in that, so I can't hate them too much for it. What to say about PGG? They've been dominant, you know, since the first minute. They've been adapting in their dominance as well. They have got a single recipe in terms of how they play League of Legends, yes, but that's because it always works, and that's because their opponents always give it to them to let them play those styles. So we haven't really had to see any adaptation in a big sense from them at all. And that just leaves questions. You know, you now go against them in a best of 5. Just think about the adaptations that are possible that you've never even seen. And that's one of the scary things about PGG, because so far they've got a wheel, it's working well, they're not going to reinvent it, and no one has beaten them with it yet.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it is generally the case, especially in a region like ours. Now, Jordan, you know, who's the standout player that we should be looking at today? Is it going to be Chaz? Is it going to be Praedyth? Is it going to be bloody Parbu? Who do you think is going to pop off?
I mean, all of them is probably a good answer here, Matt. I think at the moment, actually, based on the form that what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, I'd say Chaz has been really sort of doing a lot of work in that mid lane role. Earlier on in the season, it felt like Praedyth sort of through the mid stages, and then right at the start, I felt like Parbu was definitely the one that was sort of getting a lot of the work done. So, I mean, across the board, it's kind of hard to pick one player out of the Pentanet roster, but probably have to go Chaz just for the form leading into playoffs. But quite frankly, it could be any one of them, and I think that would suffice quite fine for Pentanet today.
And look, before we talk peace, we managed to have a quick catch up with them, and let's hear from them first.
I'd say we play pretty aggressive, and it can tend to be too reckless sometimes, which can lead to early game deficits because of how much we want to focus too much on individual wins, but more so on how much we can improve our split.
I think the unique playstyle we bring to the league is aggression in the early game. But I think the main thing we are is very aggressive. We're not afraid, even on stage, we're not afraid to punish people. I feel like on stage everyone plays way slower, but I don't think we're a team like that at all. I think we have very aggressive players that are willing to pull the trigger at any moment. Violet is by far the best AD carry. I mean, I don't care what anyone else says on that. His mechanics are the best. He's just got a clutch factor that no other AD has. He will clutch a team fight very easily. I have high expectations of Violet. I think he'll make it into Academy next year and Smurf as well. So he's a very good player. I'm very happy to play with him.
To be honest, I never did really good on any of my teams. I played pretty bad before, so now I have a pretty good teammates, and I just want to get highest rank as we can. Everyone in our team PIS is just individually really good. I don't think any of us gonna lose lane or something like that, but all we need to do is just take time, have better synergy, and play more like a team, so we will just beat PG in the future, 100%.
I'd say the most fun member of my team is probably Violet. I mean, kid's an absolute waffler. He just waffles, and he's really fun to be around. He's a big memer, and he's good. So he backs off everything he says.
I would say it's Violet because he was very shy last year, but when we're getting closer, he makes a lot of jokes and it's very cute.
Oh, the most fun member in the team is definitely not me. It's definitely Halo. In my opinion, he's just a fun person. Doesn't matter if he's happy or he's not happy, but everything he says is can make me happier.
Who feeds the most? I want to say me.
Peace Halo tends to die the most in game and in scrims.
It's also Violet. We give him all the resources, but he also threw the lead.
Who feeds American team? Probably Halo as well.
I'm gonna say Appy because he dies to ganks. That's all. Appy, listen, if you're watching this, you're a good laner and everything. You're good mechanics, but you die to a lot of ganks, buddy. We gotta mop that up. I'm gonna tell you right now, we gotta mop that up. So, the one thing I want to achieve that's sort of off the beaten track in the LCO is win a game with a 1 carry comp where like we all play supports and Violet plays like Cogmore. Playing supportive champs is really fun to me. So if we won a game where Violet was just a big beefy Cogmore and just running at them, because he's always like in team fight stuff, he's like buff me. So I'd really like to like play 4 shielding champs with Violet's Cogmore and win that way.
I just want to be the best player in the LCL, but I want to be so good at my role that I have the highest impact in every single game and that I'm the best player in Oceania by far.
Well, you know what they say. You got to beat the best to be the best. And Violet certainly has the passion, but can he back it up? Look, certainly all season he's been doing a pretty damn good job of it. I think in terms of CS, he's probably still leading. The amount of times I've seen this man just, you know, do the old flame horizon, it's just completely ridiculous, Rusty.
Yeah, Violet's been an insane player all split long. He was very good at moments last year as well and did play with Appy and Lisa in that split, or in that entire year rather. So, you know, they come in fully aware of how good Violet is, the potential that he has as a player, and they're able to actually make that shine quite effectively through this whole first split. You know, it's only been 5 weeks. We're in our first week of playoffs, so the 6th week of the season, but he was crazy from day one, and he seems to have only improved as it has progressed. You know, the only losses they really suffered were against Pentanet, but it feels like that has only motivated him further. This rivalry that he has with Praedip is something that has been, you know, constantly budding, and they've been improving each other as a result, which is nice to see.
There's so much going on in this man's head. You know, he's just mechanically gifted. He's just doing everything right. You can see there's so many times where he's fully the target of the fights, you know, as the ADC usually is. But he'll survive on 2 HP, just turn the fight completely. And Peace is one of these teams, when they are on their A game, they can just turn fights like there's nothing else, just off the back of their mechanical genius. But going up against Pentanet today, it is going to be so damn hard because mechanics is something they're known for as well. So it truly is going to be a battle of the Titans, Jordan.
It is. It's been a rough one, I guess, for Peace up against Pentanet for the last couple of times that they played. We did only see that, you know, twice in the regular season, but obviously both times they went to Pentanet, both times it seemed like it was fairly confident as far as the victories are concerned. I mean, I guess for me, I'm kind of wanting to see what Peace can do in the early game because, again, I'm sort of looking at Pentanet as the team that comes back in the late game, has good macro decision-making, and even if they are behind, can be a real big threat. So if Peace doesn't get ahead early in any of these matches, then I think we're probably going to be looking at a fairly straightforward one for Pentanet, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see, man.
I guess we will see. And someone else we will see is Nat, who managed to slide ahead in earlier, but we didn't really get to have a chat. So, Nat, how you doing today? You're wearing the bloody denim jacket. Double denim, you got jeans on too?
I don't actually have jeans on. I feel they're a
bold.
little bit uncomfortable, so I'm not double. Words are hard. I'm not double denim today. I'm only the denim jacket. But I'm feeling good. I'm excited for today's series. I'm hoping it doesn't go the same as yesterday with a 3-0, but, you know, only time will tell.
Yeah, I hope we get at least, you know, 4, hopefully 5 games. I really want this to be, you know, all the way and keep us here so we get overtime, maybe. I don't know. Who do you have down on the sidelines anyway, Nat?
I've roped back in Appy to join me, but along with him is going to be BioPanther. Thank you both so much for joining me. BioPanther, I want to just ask you straight up. You guys had your first loss last Friday. I want to know how the team was feeling after that one and how you guys have prepped yourself to come in today's best of 5.
Like for us, like we played the Mumu for sure, but it wasn't the problem at all. And we had like just draft issues. We didn't play around like the 5P Vayne, and that was just our mistake. So, and then Vayne was able just to coast in that game and just run cleanse, and then there was like no way to win that game, like legit none. So like that was just our mistake on our end, and we're very like critical about that game. And now we're like looking at this game with full prep and ready to like take on Peace for sure.
I'm excited to see what you guys have been working on then. Appy, you guys have a little bit of a different story. You absolutely wiped the floor with Direwolves yesterday. How's the momentum for the team and the energy levels after going 3-0 in that series?
Everyone's like very happy about the result, and
still very exciting to play against PGG this time, because you can tell by like the games, like the game we play against PGG, the first game, obviously we play pretty bad and draft's not good, and the second game is pretty close. So that's what I want to say is like we've been improving and like we've been changing a lot. So hopefully we can just take down PGG on the best of 5.
And what about for yourself? I think someone did the stats earlier for us, and you actually didn't die at all yesterday over the 3 games. So are you hoping to be just as good today or better?
Yeah, I think I'll still, like, I'm basically just trying my best every game. So if I get a chance to still have a perfect KDA and still like play really good, looks really good, then yeah, I'm trying my hardest to do it.
BioPanther, are you a little bit nervous or intimidated seeing Appy do so well yesterday in a best of 5? And not just Appy, all of Peace, I guess.
I'm also like happy for them, like, how they really stomped Direwolves, and like for us, we just have to just show what we have and what we prepped, and like all that matters. Like, to me, like, know that we're the better, it's just all about showing up on the day, and I think this is just really easy for us. So I'm just excited to play Matters.
I'll ask one last very quick question. Match predictions for this game. How many games do you think it's going to be, and what's going to be the scoreline at the end of it? BioPanther, you can go first.
I'll give the people a 3-1, but 3-0, like, no matter what, so I don't know.
Happy, what about you?
Yeah, I kind of agree with BioPanther, so we'll just take the 3, I guess.
Alrighty, well, thank you both so much. I'm looking forward to see who's going to be right in their predictions, and good luck with the game.
Thank you.
Look, head-to-head, I think webcam quality goes to Appy, but let's have a look at how they play in that top lane head-to-head as well. Quickly, we do have the graphic up here, as Rusty was certainly happy there for now. BioPanther, look, we've got a couple of numbers here. You know, Jordan, you're a big fan of numbers. You want to break this down for me?
Yeah, I can count to 5. I'm pretty happy to do that, Mac.
Thank you.
Actually, looking at things fairly similar in terms of their playstyles, right? When you talk about their most picked champions, they're normally those kinds of tankier, top-oriented champions, those initiators and that kind of thing. So it's really not too much of a surprise to be seeing across the board almost like the exact same kind of stats, right? You got 20% gold share on both sides. You got 55 plus or 50+% kill participation. The only real difference is that it seems like Appy's putting in a little bit more work when it does come to those objectives. Bio's putting a bit more work in when it comes to the wards. But just across the board, it definitely seems like they're sort of fulfilling the exact same role, and they're almost matching each other in terms of doing so. So it should be a good matchup in the top lane, although I expect that we're probably going to get some wet noodle fights more than anything else up there. Unless someone pulls out, you know, a curveball or something like that.
Yeah,
that's
I guess
the thing, though. Sorry to cut it there,
No,
Mac.
continue.
We should be seeing wet noodle fights in top lane, but we didn't get to see enough of it yesterday, and Appy went off, right? Like, the stability that was lacking yesterday is something that's required if you want to be able to take down Peace, and that is where BioPanther excels. So if we see anything other than a wet noodle fight, to me, that's a surprise.
Look, and if there's anything that I know about wet noodles is they're way better than dry noodles. You know, dry noodles, they're usually, the taste, the flavor, it's just not usually there. So wet noodles give a whole lot more in terms of the fights, maybe not so much. But look, it'll all come down as well to what the junglers play, how much ganking we're going to be having in that top lane, you know, TP difference as well. We'll see how that goes once we do get into the match. And now, speaking of, was there anything from the interview that hinted towards the draft? You know, anything curious or crazy that we might be seeing, Jordan?
Not that I picked up on. I don't think that we're going to see anything too crazy, at least out of the first game. And for Pentanet, ideally, we're not going to see anything too crazy in any of the games. You know, they're not, I don't think, the kind of team that wants to throw any of these curveballs in. You know, if I'm just throwing my mind back, I would have to have a look, but I don't think we've seen anything like, you know, no Seraphine bot, or maybe a Lucian mid might come out, something like that, which we've seen sort of rear its head up a little bit during the playoffs here. But they're not the kind of team that really wants to go off standard. They really just want to get their tanky top laner. They want to get their jungler that's able to set things up. They want to have that carry in the mid lane and the bot lane, and then basically enable those two to do all the work. And if that's exactly what they get and it goes to plan, I don't see any reason why they're going to change that unless Peace forces their hand for some reason.
And that's something that They really could do, you know, at some point. Now, let's have a quick look at the mid lane matchup as well, because this is going to be a hot point of contention. Both these mid laners are extremely strong as well. And now, I feel like the numbers here are quite similar again. You know, almost all across the board. You know, you got Halo with slightly more wards placed on average, but then you got Chaz with slightly higher kills, less deaths as well. You know, Halo, he was getting picked on a lot throughout the first part of the split, but then it all seemed to change towards the end. So, look, Nat, I know you're a fan of numbers as well. You were telling me you're very good at maths. What's your favorite number here in this mid lane matchup?
This is just purely an assumption here, but I'm going to say that PC's stats also have included their games yesterday. So I think it's actually an advantage how good PC's stats look having more games than Pentanet, right? Because you would think more games, there's more chance that you're KDA or like you're going to die more, all that sort of stuff. So I just think that it's a real true testament at how good they played yesterday to have all of their stats and numbers still contest like Pentanet's numbers.
Oh, speaking of stats and numbers, Nat, we did have StatsNat chime in yesterday. Are we going to get StatsNat back again today?
Definitely. I am hoping we do go more than 3 games, but I'm very interested to see at the end of game 3 if one side can break more than 15 kills. Because we had 14 and then in the 50s on the other side. So I'm hoping maybe either Peace or Pentanet can both break more than 15 kills over 3 games.
Now, that brings us one step closer towards the game. Let's see our predictions as well. We'll bring those up in just a moment. And it looks like everyone's going for Pentanet except for me. I want to know why that is. Does anyone want to take a stab?
I just think you have a lot
wrong.
of faith in Peace's performance yesterday. You're like, they're going to step up.
That could be a good answer, but the real answer is I'm so far behind. I said to production, hey, do you just want to pick for me? And they said, all right, we'll go for the underdogs too. So full faith from Mac in Peace today in this matchup. And look, they're probably just doing it to maybe create more banter between myself, Pabu, Pentanet, Mr. Pentanet owner. You know, you got Chaz there as well, who already... I think he likes me now. So this is only going to put me further away from his good books. So production's really done me dirty there. Now, you know, we have to get into the game, but Esports Assessment Labs is a good way to get yourself into the game as well. Figure out how you're doing, figure out how you're assessing yourself. And look, checking yourself before you wreck yourself. All that good stuff. Now, Champ Select is ready, I've just been told. So let's not waste any further time. Let's get into the game. Rusty, Jordan, take us away.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one, isn't it, Mac? This is the potential Grand Final prelude. We have yet to see whether or not both these two teams will make it through, but at least one team will. That's what's on the line today, and a win here gets you into the Grand Final of Split 1 of LCO, and it certainly seems like it should be Pentanets on paper. You know, from the season that we've seen from them, they really don't seem to be defeatable at all, unless your name starts with a G. But look, that aside, we'll see what Peace can do today. Now, interesting to touch on some of the bans here. Obviously, we've got the Nocturne ban straight out there from Pentanet, which is funny to see. But Hecarim, Thresh, Seraphine coming through from the red side. No surprises there at all from Peace. They kind of were forced into that, obviously, by the fact that they are on that red side and they don't want to be letting those power picks go over to Pentanet. One thing other that I sort of picked up on when I was doing a little bit of research here was that in the matchups between Pentanet and Peace in the regular season, it was always a Lilia versus Udyr jungle matchup. Pabu had Udyr once, had Lilia once, Lisa the same. They just swapped. This time, we've got Lilia banned away, so neither team going to be grabbing that one, and we'll see a little bit of a change-up in the jungle match.
We are seeing some odd similarities here, you could say, as well. Obviously, 2 Direwolves versus Peace yesterday in terms of draft. The Tristana being locked in first after 3 target bans away from Peace. And at the same time, Peace being on that red side have opted for the Hecarim, the Thresh, and the Seraphine, so the necessities, you could say, instead of going target bans on the red side. So the Tristana gets locked in first, akin to what we saw of Gunkrab. This is where the adaptations start to come across in the blue side 2-3 picks. You've got your Trist Ali, that's a staple. You'll usually see the Alistar with the Trist, but the Volibear straight away locked in here for Pabu. He has been high on this pick, has been playing a lot of it so far in solo queue. He's been talking about it on social media. He loves the Volibear, and we get to see it straight out of the gates.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because we were theorizing around this, just chatting pre-show, and we were sort of thinking, okay, maybe we get something pretty standard from Pabu to start off, and if it goes haywire, if it goes south, maybe we see the Volibear pulled out for game number 2. But it seems like Pabu's got full confidence in this new pick and should be able to make it work. I've got no doubt that he's been smashing that one in the solo queue games and should have a pretty good understanding of what he's going to be able to bring through here. Lisa, though, does manage to get Udyr, so it's another matchup for Peace where they've managed to get Udyr against Pentanet. It didn't go so well for them last time. That was against Lilia, though, so I wonder if this one from Lisa against Pabu's Volibear is going to be a little bit of a difference.
I'm most looking forward to the fourth pick here from Peace because they haven't shown their mid laner. They have gone for the Leona. Leona's not a champion that you would expect to see banned away by PGG either, so they just prioritize picking their entire bottom lane so they can focus their attentions elsewhere. Kai'Sa Leona, 2v2 matchup can be super aggressive, especially if you're on the strong side of the map, and they're going to ban away 2 mid lane options from Chaz. To me, I saw the Victor ban and thought Lucian's a possibility, but then the Zoe ban came in afterwards from Chaz to get rid of a bit of early priority. It could be a case of we just see like an Orianna now for Halo in mid lane. Works nicely with the rest of the crowd control that his composition has. And then Appy also has the options of things like Gnar still present and available to work with his team, and they can have a really good 5v5 team fighting comp.
Well, funnily enough that you mentioned Orianna, it's actually the champion that Halo did play in both the matches that Peace went up against Pentanet in during regular season. So this will be the first time he doesn't play Orianna against them. But Syndra, you know, still another one of those control mages, still someone that can have a lot of impact in all stages of the game and brings a little bit of CC to the mix as well.
Yeah. Chaz is the type of person to see that and consider the Echo. It's just something we'll have to look at here for their 4-5. You know, Echo can actually get quite nicely past Syndra's combos and still be sticking onto her and do damage. And with the Syndra mana nerfs, it's a little bit harder to play that lane. In saying that, Chaz has got a wealth of mid lane options. You know, the Ahri, if he wants to play more for pick around his team, be an engage tool, something that will set up so the Volibear can cover the distance and actually get the ganks off. Wouldn't go astray here for Chaz.
It's kind of hard to say what the pick will be from Peace when we're looking at the top lane as well, given that Appy's been quite happy to just throw a bunch around in the playoffs so far. It's going to end up being Ahri for Chaz, so maybe not something that we had expected. Definitely not a champion we see from him a whole lot, although he has picked it up here and there during regular season. Top lane Darius, I'm going to be a little surprised if we do get to see that one coming through, but Gnar definitely looks like it couldn't be a bad choice. Set also probably pretty good here, considering you got Volibear, Alistar, Sion there for Pentanet, so seems like the ultimate set game right now for Appy.
Yeah, Darius was also not a bad choice really as well. We've actually seen a decent amount of Darius internationally. We've only seen the one game here locally, and that was a pretty bad defeat to the hands of Lived on his Sion yesterday. But overall, set, similar idea in terms of how it plays out. You can be hyper aggressive early. You can play a lot more around just winning your lane early, and then you start to taper off. Get level 6, suddenly it's back on. Sion's whole purpose is to just be this intermittent, just unmovable object in top lane, but there is that ramp up time. So it's a good choice here. I like that Appy's gone towards it. Also adds a little bit more again to their ability to team fight, which is what you want to see from Peace.
Yeah, lots to think about when we do get into this game. I'm quite excited to actually see Appy coming out on that set, to be honest, because I could see it working out really, really nicely. Down in the bot lane, though, I mean, you sort of mentioned Kai'Sa and Leona can look to play pretty aggressively, and I think maybe that's something that we can touch on while we have a little bit of time here. It seems like a difficult bot lane to punish, if I'm being honest, looking at Tristana Alistar. You know, if I'm a Leona, I'm hitting that Zenith Blade, I'm diving in. Either there's going to be an Alistar that's able to headbutt me out, or Tristana's already queued her rocket jump and is probably going to be on the way to tower by the time I even get to her. So what's your thoughts actually on this bottom lane matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you state a lot of facts on the way that they can disengage, but at the same time, there is a lot of, I would say, handshaking of engagement from both of them, right? So let's say like Leona hits the Zenith Blade, goes in. Alistar's responsibility is not really to headbutt Leona away. It'd be then to engage on Kai'Sa so they can match the trade. Of course, you can headbutt Leona away. Harder to do from level 6 onwards. Yep. Where Praedyth and Decoy, if they engage, you know, Praedyth will be jumping straight on top, probably needs to run the cleanse to make sure that his DPS is higher. So you're very much committed if you use that jump forwards in any capacity. And then Aladoric and Violet, I would say the damage output pretty similar, level 1, level 2. For me, the volatility in that bottom lane will bring about the junglers pretty quickly. And that bot lane scuttle crab fight that you'll see at 3 minutes and 30 seconds is something that I'm very curious about. As level 1s could just influence if it's vertical jungling or not, or we could actually see some priority movements basically to that camp.
Udyr Volibear, an interesting matchup, isn't it? Given that Volibear's a little bit of a newer option, obviously coming in through the 11.6 buffs. We did actually see that yesterday between Direwolves and Peace. It was Lisa on the Udyr and only on the Volibear. And one thing to note, I think, about that matchup importantly is that Volibear has a much, much slower clear than Udyr. So it'll be interesting to see what Lisa can get done early on in the piece here. Does it impact many of the lanes and how that sort of plays out? I think top lane, you're probably not going to be seeing too much going on there. But down in mid, I suspect a fair bit of early game shenanigans going on there for sure.
One big thing for junglers as well, though, is like yesterday we saw a Volibear from only, right? But I believe it was a leashed start where their opponents weren't. And, you know, that sacrifices a bit of bot lane priority to try and keep that speed up with your opponents. These types of things, yeah, it's definitely going to be something you look at. If it's just a hard level 4 clear that you see from a lot of junglers, all these chem tank users want to just try and farm as fast as possible, then Pabu may fall a camp or two behind. So you start to look at the cost of that trade-off and exactly what that means. Can Lisa run away with it with camp leads? Does he start invading? Is vertical jungling actually ideal at all for the side of PGG if Lisa just gets to handshake clear camps? I would say less likely. You would want Pabu maybe to try and get a couple of ganks off with that flash early.
One thing I do want to sort of touch on here, I think, is the fact that Pentanet, it does feel like they've got a very Pentanet draft, if that makes sense, you know? So it feels to me as though giving Pentanet the kinds of roles and the kinds of champions that they want to be playing here could be a recipe for disaster for Peace. That said, I'm not sure really how you deny it away from them. You know, there's so many options these days when it comes to League of Legends with however many champions there are in the game at this point, that they almost always are going to get at least some semblance of what they want. My question would be then, though, if Pentanet aren't actually able to get the ball rolling, let's say they go down 0-1, maybe even 0-2, as unlikely as I think that is there adaptation available for Pentanet? What do they do? What can they look to if this kind of setup doesn't work? You know, they've got the tanky top laner, they've got the control mage in mid, they've got the hyper carry bot lane. If that's not working, where do they go from there? Is it going to be a carry jungler? Is it going to be a carry top laner? Is that in the wheelhouse for Pentanet?
I mean, it's a good question because we haven't seen the need for it, right? Like you highlight, but I think it's definitely possible. My question is it prepared? Is it practice? You know, is it something that they're readily doing because they do just win with the single style of League of Legends at the moment? It may well be that, you know, because they are basically undefeated, scrims could also be going a similar way. So they may just be practicing other stuff constantly just in case. I wouldn't be surprised. I would say primarily there is a lot of adaptation that could take place in top lane. BioPanther actually has a surprisingly deep champion pool. His tanks are, you know, by far the best so far, but he has mages. He's a Swain player. He can play the Karma top lane. He played Janna top lane last year as well. Like you name it, BioPanther can do it. And then that enables the carries for someone like Pabu. So that is immediately, you know, an adaptation that is possible for the side of PGG, is knowing the player's tendencies, even though we haven't seen it yet.
On the other side of the coin, it certainly feels like something that, you know, the guys on Peace would be quite keen to sort of throw in the mix, right? If they have to bring out something like, I don't know, a Lucian mid instead of one of these control mages. I know that seems to be what Halo leans towards more often than not, is the likes of the Syndra and the Orianna, etc. But we've seen him pulling out things like Lucian and sort of throwing a spanner in the works, so to speak. So definitely something that we could see if worst comes to worst. For Peace, they'll be happy to sort of flex around and see what kind of champions they can bring out here. I want to dive back in, though, onto the jungle matchup here, Rusty. We've got some stats available to sort of take a look at between the two junglers, and we'll have to see how they sort of match up head-to-head and what that kind of looks like here. As far as the two junglers are concerned, do they have different motives, objectives, or are they sort of the similar kind of role on both sides of the coin?
I think they're very similar in terms of how they want to play around their team. Neither of these players are the carry on their roster at all. It's not, you know, the Chiefs style roster that we saw through the early stages of the season. There has been moments, though, I will say, for Lisa in particular, where he just goes absolutely insane. Pabu has done similar things, and I attribute a lot of that to the champion Hecarim. And I'm just, constantly seeing that one banned now. So it's less likely that we'll see things like that start to happen. In terms of styles, both junglers like their fast clearing champions. They like their ganking champions. They can play with tempo. They can play for their team. And if either of them get a lead, it does feel like that lead is significant enough to carry them through the rest of the game. So, highlighting the fact that they may not be the carriers of their team is true, but you give them enough resources, they'll still be able to carry the game. Pabu, formerly a top laner. Lisa is a Lee Sin player as well. Loves the carry champions, just doesn't get to play them as much on stage. So potential definitely there. And the only major difference here in terms of stats is that extra ward plays per game by Pabu. That's nothing really crazy at all.
Look, I mean, if you go back to that show match we saw yesterday, I feel like the ward is the most important stat. At least that's what Mac would probably tell us. And I do want to chime in on the discussion. I mean, surrounding the carry talk, I mean, that's definitely something we saw from Pabu. I felt like a lot earlier in the split, I felt like a lot more resources ended up going to him. I'm not sure that was necessarily for a reason. Maybe he just got the kills in some of these fights, but it seems like when he actually does get going, especially on certain champions, he's able to sort of just keep that ball going and is able to sort of roll over his opponents when need be. So it's not necessarily just the Praetor show, it's not necessarily just the Chaz show. It's kind of what I've been talking about with Pentanet, is that it can come from anyone in the roster. Obviously, you see a little bit more from the top lane and the support role leaning towards that support-oriented gameplay or that enabling-oriented gameplay, but even if it doesn't have to be from the top lane or from the support, it can be, you know what I mean? Like, that's the benefit, I suppose, from Pentanet. If someone has to step up, they can step up. Do you get the same sense for Peace, though? I mean, is there enough across the board for them that if you were to say, for example, see Lisa getting 2 or 3 kills early, or Appy or Halo, is it going to be able to come from them as opposed to someone that we've talked about a lot in Violet, obviously being the primary carry for that roster? So do they have enough of a well-rounded roster that anyone can kind of step up on their day?
It's not something that we saw from them early, but it is something that we've seen more from them later. And just back towards your jungle point, I believe we do actually have a jungle expert on standby, Jordan, that may want to contribute to this just a little bit more. So let's just put you on the spot there, Back. What are your thoughts on both of these junglers?
Yeah, pretty good. Udyr, very fast. Volibear, also pretty fast. So it's pretty much just going to be a 100-meter dash to the end. Let's see where both these teams end up. But I just got to say, Volibear, Volibear, Volibear. We love a bit of Volibear here in the LCO, and I get to see Pabu play it for the first time, so I'm super excited. Been playing a lot of it myself lately. The only reason I came back is because I heard this man here, Jordan, say Mac, and I thought he was talking smack, but I think he wanted an opinion. So what was that, by the way? Hello, I'm here.
Well, look, I mean, I've heard you've actually been hitting up the Volibear a little bit in solo queue, so I was wondering what kind of builds can we actually expect from this Volibear, right? It's obviously been changed up a little bit when it comes to this jungle role. So is there a little bit of a flavor around maybe something like a Predator, or are we going back towards press the attack? What's your opinion there, Mac?
Oh, well, we didn't get to see the runes going in, so it'll be interesting to see if he does go for the Korean Predator approach. But Rusty and I did have a conversation about this earlier. He said press the attack, it's better for the long game. Predator's great for the first, 10 minutes, 8 minutes or so, Rusty, and then at that point it's kind of just falls off. Press the attack probably has a bit better of a use case, especially in the competitive sense. Whereas, Predator probably leans more towards just ganking and solo queue. And this is not going to be a solo queue game by any sense of the word.
No, not at all. To your point as well, the way that I would fact check which rune do I want to go as Volibear, it's can I proc press the attack? If the answer is yes, then I run press the attack. Yep. If it's impossible, then you would consider Predator as your keystone of choice, but like you mentioned, it drops off. There's no point having extra movement speed. You've already got so much of it with your abilities and your items.
Yeah, I guess we'll see once we do get in. But, we've seen Udyr succeed on the odd occasion, but we've also seen it fall short many a time. So I guess we'll see how that goes up in the Volibear matchup, because both these teams and both these players know exactly what they're doing and exactly what they're going to be doing with each, piece of the puzzle, piece of the chessboard. It's going to be a battle of wits, battle of nerve, and a battle of who can hold themselves really throughout it, because it's 5. They've got to do it at least 3 times, maybe 5, depending on how many reps we want. And another question I'd like to bring up is, Appy, how many different champs is he going to play across the series? Because we did see him, I think, double down a few times yesterday.
Appy played Gragas, Renekton, and Na yesterday.
We didn't. Okay.
So he did go for a wide variety of champions. Was he the player that went like 11 or 12 days in a row? I'm just having a quick look back at my stats, and I'm trying to see the first double up. I think he went 11 days in a row playing different champions. He played Na. Oh no, he played Na on day 2 and on day 10. So he went at least 9 days in a row without playing two of the same champion. So he does have a pretty deep champion pool. I think that's what you're trying to get at there, Mac, and certainly something to keep an eye on. We've got a set now as well, so at least so far in playoffs, at least for Appy, he hasn't doubled up on champions either. And I'm sure if push comes to shove, if Peace is in a rough spot, maybe there is going to be that weird top laner pulled out from Appy in particular. He feels like the one that can really flex the most. I mean, even a Kennen or a Lulu, like these are still champions that we've seen from him, and I would kind of love to see from him coming into this playoffs game if need be.
Yeah, just keeping it fresh, keeping it new. Kind of as fresh as that haircut of yours, Jordan. Now, something else that needs to be fresh is us, so go stay hydrated. We're actually going to go to a short break before getting into the action. See you in about, 5 minutes, and we'll be back with game 1 of the day.
Thousand miles per hour. Whoa, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and then 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash, the time has flown. 10 years later, now we're full grown, still high on the mountain, the peaks are ground. Loving you still good in this mile high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing all the way down? Crashing all the way down. Crashing all the way down. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come grab you for a minute. Take me at face value. You know I live within it. Blended so long, I'm breaking you out. Escaping this roundabout. Smash the ceiling. I need a dose of sun. Feeling loaded. About time to get things done. This velvet space is moving slowly. Open up. Check out that list and start the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylines. Check out that list and start the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new vibe. Beaming out there.
G'day and welcome back to the LCO. You're waiting right now for the second day of playoffs. We're ready almost for the game between Pentanet and Peace. We appreciate the patience. Had some resets going into game number 1, but Rusty, things are looking ready to go based on what I'm seeing. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to get underway fairly shortly. How are you feeling about this matchup? I mean, you predicted Pentanet. How confident are you in that prediction?
I was feeling sick of looking at the Gromp there, to be honest with you, Elfish Guy, but very happy to be onto the Rift. Yeah, look, as far as draft is concerned, I'm not too worried about my prediction right now. Really what I'm looking for, and it's a conversation that we definitely need to explore now that we are into the game, is momentum. The biggest blessing that Peace have right now is the fact that they're playing back-to-back, right? 2 days in a row. They have a 3-0 record right now in playoffs backing them coming into this one. And momentum is a massive thing in League, and they could be on an absolute tear. You know, you don't go back home and practice afterwards. That confidence that will just be exuding from them, and that hunger to beat PGG for the first time. I mean, you have to be terrified if you're Pentanet coming into this game. So it is so much about weathering that Game 1 storm and trying to really just play your best League of Legends and don't let them play above what you've seen from them before.
I'm not sure that Pentanet would admit to it, even if they were a little bit afraid of Peace today, but I don't necessarily disagree. It was a dominating display put on by Peace yesterday, that 3-0 against Direwolves, of course, what we are referring to. But I do wonder if that momentum just gets pulled to a halt straight away by a loss here against Pentanet. What does that mean then for Peace in the grand scheme of this series? Obviously, a best of 5, so going to need to win 3 maps, and yeah, maybe Peace can beat Pentanet for the first time, but not only do they have to do it for the first time, they're going to have to do it 3 times, and that seems like a tough ask to me.
I mean, it's a very difficult thing to do. It's definitely something that they can do, though, so we don't come into this upper bracket finals and think there's no chance anymore. PGG have shown that they can lose, even if it was to a team like Gravitas, even if it wasn't a Mumu support. They were humble in defeat and said, you know, they were genuinely trying. So Peace have the tools, they can get
Most definitely. Bit of backwards and forwards in mid so far. Nothing really too crazy to touch on. Junglers just going for their clears. Interestingly, Pabu actually started at the blue buff and is going to be working his way down. Same for Lisa, having started up at red. So we might see a little bit going on in the bot lane rather than in the top lane earlier rather than later, which is, I guess, a little non-standard here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of minutes ago now. But in the Champion Select, one of the things that I did mention is maybe fighting for this bot lane Scuttle Crab is something that we might see from both of these teams. So we just harken back to what feels like ages ago, but it wasn't too long ago. And right now you have to look at priority and what exactly that means if they look for the Scuttle Crab at all. Very clearly, first move goes to Pabu, priority being forced in mid lane by Chaz. Bot lane is gankable, but there is a ward that spots him.
Well, Lisa now has the advantage of having the level, but maybe Pabu might have the advantage of first blood. At least forces the flash away from Aladoric, the heal away from Violet. 2 very important summoner spells if this is to end up being a fight over the Scuttler. Looks like Pabu's going to give that one up, though, to Lisa. So overall, advantage gained and lost in both respects, and Lisa will just have a little look in mid, take some of Halo's CS.
Oh, okay, and oh.
Well, that's not really what you want to be seeing. Decoy had flash available as well, just wasn't able to get out. By the looks of things, I'm sure we'll get a replay to see how that one went down, but perhaps comes from a Hex Flash. Aladoric did have that one available, and perhaps it was just a little bit of a surprise and a lockdown from the Leona.
Yeah, we'll have to see a replay to know exactly how he goes down. Both summoner spells available, particularly the flash, does leave a sour taste seeing that he goes down, but hey, Peace get that first blood. They're also now actually quite far ahead overall. You look at the CS difference between these junglers, as you would expect, and Udyr can start to run away with it if he is left unstopped, or if Pabu, who wastes time, unfortunately, for a gank.
Oh, Bradith lives on absolutely no HP. Luckily, Decoy's there to save him. And Decoy does just come back into lane at the perfect time. Also, did utilize his own Ignite in that engagement, forced the flash from Violet, so overall, it's still a win for Peace in the small skirmish, but maybe not for long. Decoy's gotten on top of Violet. This is a big mistake from Violet that you can't afford to make in a game like this.
Chaos. Absolute bloodbath in bottom lane. You asked a lot earlier about this bottom lane matchup, but I said volatile. I just didn't think it would be to these lengths. Remember, the Volley Bear who ganks earlier gets the flash from Aladoric, gets the heal from Violet. We've got a teleport down here as well.
Well, Bradith is going to go down to tower. Okay, that's fair enough. He's actually not going to lose too much off of that because the wave is pushed. Pabu could be in a spot of bother, but won't be locked down any longer than necessary. And overall, Appy won't be too happy with that passage of play. He's used teleport to get down to bot for not a whole lot of gain.
I don't know if he even got the experience on the execute because he started to focus on the next target there and look for Pabu. Drake will be spotted, damage will be dealt, but no flash Pabu, so if he committed to that in any capacity, he would have probably just died afterwards. Lisa 100% getting ahead in the jungle in this game. He's going to be a monster to deal with, but you have to highlight, again, the significance of that top lane teleport play. BioPanther with a TP advantage, with a free reset as well, able to just walk back to top. Pre-6 is going to have the perfect level 6 spike to influence the map if he would like.
Yeah, I mean, Appy hasn't lost a huge amount off of it. Still actually 10 CS up, which is not normally what you would expect when you see a teleport down from one top laner but not the other. I guess BioPanther is going to catch up when he does get the opportunity to farm this wave, so maybe that CS lead isn't quite as large as described. But the teleport advantage certainly is going to be a factor, and now Pabu is caught. He's a Volley Bear, but he's not tanky yet. And a huge collapse from Peace, the bot lane even walking up as well.
Believe that was for the Scuttle Crab. I can't actually see because there's just an Udyr on the minimap exactly where it is. If it did go to him,
it did.
But nevertheless, that was a 4-man collapse into the river to make sure that if he goes for that, he gets punished. And this jungle gap that exists just from the farm is now starting to be kills as well. And as long as Pabu doesn't have that flash, isn't level 6, his escape tools are severely lacking.
And when I say it did, I should mention it did go to Lisa. It went to the Udyr, not to the Volley Bear. So another scuttler that goes towards Peace, and advantages starting to build up. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see for the context of the series. If Peace gets ahead, you sort of feel like they have a chance. If they don't, Pentanet's so good in those late game, mid-game scenarios that it's difficult to imagine Peace are going to be able to deal with that. But right now, Peace are definitely ahead. Peace are definitely winning. And if they can continue to compound the advantages, we might well get a more surprising result than expected.
You so expertly navigated that cannon being missed. It tilted me just watching it fall by BioPanther. But he's going to be able to get that wave pushed in. Note, ultimate teleport. We spoke about the advantages. This is one of those moments where he's going to probably just go for some honey fruit in the river. But the fact that he's missing makes it very scary for the rest of the map to deal with. So Herald as a priority, something that Lisa could look at. Acknowledging the jungle difference is very big right now. But there is a lot of activity available from BioPanther. Fights happen on the other side of the map.
Keep our eyes on Lisa. There's an ultimate in mid from Halo. Has he got enough? No. And lucky, because Decoy was hanging around, did channel the Hex Flash for a moment. He's still here Pabu as well, just trying to help Chaz push this wave out so that if Chaz wants to, he can go for a reset. In the end, they'll opt for a bit more of a team roam into the opposing jungle.
So far, so good for Peace here, though. Pabu is looking towards the blue buff. He wants to take this. You can see the competition. The contest is going to be there. Chaz has ultimate where Halo does not.
Pabu's feeling confident. He's flashed over the wall. Halo's dead. Chaz diving in there as well with the Spirit Rush. Surely they don't have enough to get rid of Lisa, who's now under the tower and safe. But you talk about a blue buff contest, and that's going to go the way of Pabu this time.
Violet and Praetor both not really getting into the mix here either just yet. Focusing on their lane, focusing on farming. A lot of it's been around support movements. And speaking of...
Aladoric in early. Does he get chunked down before reinforcements arrive? Violet uses Killer Instinct to back him up. And overall, it's a couple of engagements just for that blue buff. In the end, it goes over to the Udyr.
He's so fed. That Udyr is level 8, so the same as his solo laners. He has 80 CS, so the same as his solo laners. He's just tearing up the map right now. This Udyr is huge. Pabu on the other side is going to be behind in level 6. Behind in farm as you would expect. But Lisa, you want to talk about momentum coming between series. He has not slowed down at all.
He's going to have to find a way to convert that lead though. So far just the 1 assist. So impact on the map outside of the Dragon. Maybe not there just yet from Lisa. But this might be the opportunity. If Praetor sticks around too long, he'll be scared off. Where Noodle Fight up in the top lane, starting to look a little bit more than just that. Considering Appy is so low. Now, you've got to remember, he is a set. So he's got the Haymaker, which can be one of those surprising abilities. But this is not looking too great. Appy has got Flash available. I'm going to use the Showstopper to just provide some distance to get away from Biopanther. He should be safe with that Flash.
Yeah, he'll be perfectly fine. Pabu, no ultimate, no flash. Just able to disengage their Appy, but it does force the sums. It's a nice little gank. Biopanther ultimately no mana, so I don't think Appy felt like massively threatened until the wave got stuck as more of a freeze and hold as Decoy again with Leona.
Yeah, liking what I'm seeing so far from Aladoric actually on this Leona. Good presence in this game, had a lot of presence in the game he played against Direwolves yesterday as well. Seems like a good champion.
Too. I mean, they actually get the Alistar ultimate out. Boots of Lucidity are there for Decoy, so he'll have it up a little bit faster than perhaps you would expect. But with the Drake currently alive, once Udyr starts the path towards the bottom side of the map, no Alistar ulti, it means he can die. It means that he can be burst out. You know, a Syndra can one-hit you, for example. It's just worth considering. But as it stands, the only real item spike on the map is Praetor. So I don't think they want to force too hard unless the objective is free. Getting Praetor involved could be dicey.
Shouldn't be too long before we see Lisa starting to get online as well. Obviously, as you've talked about. Very, very strong, very, very fed at the moment. And the Turbo Chem Tank will be coming up a little earlier than Pentanet might expect. Or at least what you might be used to. Aladoric's looking for something else. Zenith Blade will connect, but it's onto Decoy. That might not be the target you want. Pentanet decides to turn it around, and now Lisa is headed for the hills, but Chaz comes flying in through the river. And Everfrost is enough to set up a nice return orb for Chaz, and that's the end of Lisa as well. As a dragon for Pentanet. Big, big turn of events. And a big gold swing.
I'd like to see the gold that they currently had in their inventory before that fight even took place, you know? Because I feel like it's not actually enough to finish full items, but the point I want to make is that they had full items on the side of Pentanet. So you're choosing to take this fight, and the logic is there. We gave them the logic, right? Alistar doesn't have his Unbreakable Will. You could maybe look to threaten him. Doesn't have Flash. He's a target that you could consider going on even as a Leona. But they just had so much damage that came out of Praetor. Pabu was there fast enough, and they knew Pabu was there. So it was a conscious choice to say, we just have enough damage to kill.
Breakpoints, and all of a sudden, this feels like a different game than what it did 3 or 4 minutes ago, where Peace seemed to have the advantage. Now it's most definitely resting on the shoulders of Pentanet.
I mean, this is definitely your standard Peace gameplay, you could say, right? They want to weather the early game against PGG rather. They want to get to their team fighting where they look their strongest. So we've seen some really nice skirmishes from them. We've seen them, you know, while they might fall a little bit behind here and there in their early game, they know where they're strong.
Oh, Aladoric! That's Balls of steel.
He didn't have much of a choice. He was committed to the X-Flash. He just barely scrapes that one out. So he'll be thankful. And he's going to stick around as well. But this turret actually dangerously low. And against the Tristana, one wave of agency and that turret is gone.
Well, that is the life of playing against a Tristana, isn't it? Very, very good at taking down turrets. So Violet's going to need to be a little more protective of that bot lane tower if Peace wants to keep it alive. Halo not having any problems in mid in that respect. He's got great wave clear. So despite the fact that Chaz has blue and a couple of kills in the advantage, not really going to be able to shove that wave in against the Syndra. Violet's also making sure that Praedyth can't push in bot.
Yeah, really it's about vision control right now for Chaz in mid lane. You can see 2 control wards protecting the bottom side of mid, so Halo's pushing with a bit more freedom. Pabu, while he was on the top side of the map, wasn't really looking for ganks, and they are going to start clearing that vision now. Decoy, showing his diligence as a player, was waiting for Pabu and for Chaz to have some priority in mid before he even considered clearing vision, and there was Elisa hunting and waiting for someone to try, so they respect as they have to.
Oh, a stun goes on to Chaz. Halo looking for a little bit more. There's a connection from Aladoric, and there goes Chaz. Deleted out of the server. Lisa looking for more. Now a roam down from BioPanther and a re-engage from Pabu. It's just players up in the air all over the place. But at the moment, the fight is going the way of Peace. I do wonder, though, have they got the steam in this fight without their AD carry to keep chunking through these tanks? And the answer is yes. Big damage comes through from Halo, and BioPanther goes corpse mode. In the end, Peace come away very happy, a 3-for-1 trade.
Yeah, massive team fight.
to flip things back on its head and get back into the major advantage. 35 seconds for that dragon. If they can win this dragon fight, start to progress from there, all of a sudden you go back to the point where Peace is the ones in control of the game, and again, Pentanet's sort of trying to play catch-up. And, I've said it so many times, I think Pentanet is a good team at playing catch-up, but at a certain point, eventually playing catch-up is going to catch up with you. You continue to put yourself in good positions as Peace, sooner or later you're going to be able to convert one of those. So is it going to happen today? That's the question.
Yeah, we've also seen how good they are at team fighting recently, right? So definitely worth considering that any leads they get can be snowballs now. We've also seen recently that they're not just playing around Violet having to 1v9. So overall, we're in this situation now where I would say they're just dangerous. Lisa's dangerous, Appy definitely dangerous. He was the MVP for me in their last series against Dials where they went 3-0. So Violet has an easier job, which is very good news for the side of Peace, because it means he can just focus on carrying and doing his work while the enemy team isn't just 1v9ing him.
All right, well, we're back into the game, and interestingly, a little bit going on in mid. Backwards and forwards, both teams looking to try and get control of that mid wave and shove it in. Now, it should be a little bit easier for Peace to do so, because they still have their tower. Chaz, he's gone straight in, but he cops a Leona ultimate to the face. Oh, dearie me, Peace are going to turn this fight on its head. 2 players down already for Pentanet, and the rest are scurrying away. You can't run away from an Udyr, but it looks like Peace aren't too interested. They'll turn their attention back over to the Dragon, and for the first time in this entire split, Rusty, I almost feel like Pentanet are a bit rattled.
Yeah, 100%. They are struggling to stay in this game. They've just been, I think the sheer aggression of Peace kind of caught them off a little bit early, and that has continued through this game. The picks are relentless. The look-ins are constant. And try as they might, in that particular fight, they just got smacked around by how strong Peace are at the current moment. Praedyth is going to walk towards the top side of the map. He's going to look towards taking the outer turret if he can, but you can see the reinforcements from Peace there. They're going to stop that from happening. Herald, while you could consider it, it's not a trade that they could go for because they chose the fight, and they lost the fight. So now, Peace have actually won the chance to get a free dragon and contest that Herald. So back-to-back fight opportunities for them. And Summoner Spell availability, they've still got some in some key places. Nice damage, though.
Yeah, Praedyth definitely not afraid, but maybe he should be. Scatter the Weak just falling short of Praedyth. He'll get away fine. Still, it's good to see that Praedyth knows his, his limits, I suppose. It feels like he's almost limit testing in that situation, because he's going to need to be the one to step teleport up here. Has got a lot of items already online. And you talk about that teleport, it's enough to actually secure the Rift Herald for Pentanet. So at least something goes their way. Appy not able to match.
Teleport advantage was the main reason for that still going their way. Alidoric is about to cop it.
He does have flash available. He might just be keen to turn this back around, and that's exactly what he wants to do. Dives into the back line. Has Violet there to help him out. Lisa there as well. So far, so good for Peace as they get rid of Pabu. These tanks just not online, and Halo from the back line up the river gets the Scatter the Weak through onto the Chaz. Not enough damage to kill him, but certainly enough to deal with Decoy. And now Biopanther the focus before Peace decide it's not worth it. We'll clear the mid wave. Again, another favorable skirmish for Peace.
The only loss there was the Scuttle Crab realistically. Sorry, not the Scuttle Crab. The Rift Herald realistically gets summoned in mid lane. Does get a charge off, and it starts to work on the inner turret in mid lane against Peace. But still, they're getting advantageous skirmishes. Still, you've got Halo currently going insane with his positioning, looking for flanks constantly on Syndra. Is risky business, especially when you don't have a flash, but he's been doing it successfully. And overall, the side of Peace have been putting in some serious work in these team fights, these skirmishes. Even when maybe they back away at the right moments, they know to look back in again and re-engage again when they feel confident. And there is this line drawn in the sand, Elfish Guy, and I like it a lot, where Peace is saying, you're illegal gaming, you're stepping into our jungle, we're strong, what are you doing? This is the point we fight you.
I'd really love to see the upset today, if I've got to be honest, Rusty. I know I predicted for Pentanet, but I think it would be a great storyline to see Pentanet knocked down into the lower bracket and then Peace and Pentanet meeting again in the grand final. Really would set that one up. It's obviously still early days, though. This is only game 1 of a best of 5, and it's not even remotely over just yet. 2K the gold lead for Peace. It feels like a lot more, but it really isn't a whole lot. And here comes another teleport from both sides, in fact, as BioPanther tries to put his body on the line, gets into the face of Aladoric, who's now low. And Peace have been very good at turning these fights back on their heads, but when Aladoric is that low on HP, maybe not an option.
Holding the ultimate the entire time there, BioPanther as well, doesn't actually fully commit, even with the teleport coming in for reinforcements. The fact that Appy matched that one is important, though, as it means there is no distinct advantage in teleports for top laners right now. So I think overall you'd still call that a win, right? You get a bit of vision control. You get to force Peace away from the dead center of the map because Aladoric has to reset. And you do match those teleports. This Bio's just going to take some damage.
Well, Violet does have Killer Instinct available. Not going to utilize it to close the gap, which turns out to be a good decision. Decoy hanging around in the blue side jungle.
And they got his ult. They got the Scion ultimate. That is something. It does mean that the engage is a little bit harder here for the side of Pensinet, but they're going again.
Yeah, Lisa's coming back, trying to get some stuns, and so too is Appy. Pulls them all together, and Showstopper gets him at least out of there. But how far out? That's the real question. Praetor going forward. Rocket jump right in. Oh, no. How is this happening? Violet Killer Instinct for himself. Dives into the entire team. And all of a sudden, Pentanet, they're back into the swing of things. And, well, not quite into the gold lead, but very close to it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Violet, that was the Killer Int stick. Not what he was after. Just looking to maybe help his team get Praetor off the map. There's a shutdown there as well, so it's worth considering. But he already got smashed in the 1v1. You know, at the start of that skirmish, Praetor Violet, they go head-to-head. Praetor wins that one comprehensively, and then they're just stuck in a losing situation. BioPanther, speaking of losing situations.
Yep. This is a lose-lose if Aladoric finds him, and the Zenith Blade does connect, even though BioPanther is hidden in the bush. And everyone on Peace is thinking, oh, special delivery. 300 gold. Who's that going to? Halo, which is probably a good thing. 3-1 and 4. He's starting to ramp up now on that Syndra. It's been a funny game, actually, hasn't it? Lisa, we were talking about being so far ahead. It's 0-1 and 9, so he's playing that support Udyr. And does turn his attention to Baron, as you point out.
This is going to hurt, though. They're going to take a lot of damage from this. Even though it's a 4v5, you have to consider the lack of resistances the Baron buff will provide for the side of Pensinet.
No scat of the week right now for Halo. He used it earlier on in the piece, and I think that's the go signal for Pensinet. Showstopper does get rid of Decoy, but it's not a priority target. Someone else has to fall. Pabu does get stunned up. This time, Violet gets on top of a target, but Lisa overcommits. And Chaz from the side picks up a very easy thank you very much. So, 1 for 1 in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, wow. Lisa definitely does overcommit. It's a nice pick from Chaz. Speaking of picks, they are going again.
Halo thinks he's got the surprise for Chaz, but in the end, it's going back in the other direction. Big damage from the unstoppable onslaught, and BioPanther will pick himself up a kill.
You can't afford to make mistakes like that if you're Halo, if you want to beat the best team in the league of Pensinet, right? You cannot afford to recall next to a ward if you're standing next to a bush that you haven't cleared. That's a free engage tool. It's an option that PGG look at. Look at the control they now have to the point where they're going to hit Baron. You gave over 700 gold to them because of the recall positioning. And now Baron already at half health.
Is this even contestable for Peace? Well, they've got 4 members there. Appy has to get out pretty quick. Smart does utilize Stride Breaker to provide some distance, but at least Peace have prevented the Baron.
Yeah, Flash in the Stride Breaker. Decent disengage tools. We'll see a full reset here from both teams now, and it feels like finally we're at this point where everyone can actually reset themselves. There's been a lot of chaos, especially once these objectives start to crop up, but we've got 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes until the next Dragon is available. Baron is the only place that teams are contesting, and this full reset, you can see a whole lot of control wards actually for the PGG side of the coin. They're going to be able to slow and steadily work their way around the objective of their choice. It could just be Baron control if they're worried that Peace will do it. You've got a Kai'Sa with Kraken Slayer. You've got a Liandry's there as well for Halo, so it could be done quickly.
Definitely feels like the tanks are starting to come online for Pentanet, especially BioPanther looking very, very solid right now. Not so much the same case. You don't really get the same sense for Peace that there's just like an unkillable monster on their side. Aladoric even is looking decidedly squishy for a Leona.
Yeah, the current feeling that I actually have is that no one's stopping Praetor from auto-attacking. Every time I've seen a team fight, these two may go for the 1v1.
Well, this will be a big CC chain. Solar Flare, it does catch Praetor, but he's already mid-animation, so he gets out okay. Lisa, again, looks to have overcommitted, and the push isn't going to work out in his favor. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there's going to be a kill there as well. BioPanther doing a lot of work here in mid, just zoning the rest of Peace away. But it was a 1v1 up in top, and Peace lost that as well. So Pentanet come out 2 players ahead.
Yeah, it was a 1v1 with knowledge that Pabu was collapsing, so it wasn't a true 1v1 duel by any means. Halo inevitably starts to fall there with the flash used. Baron is going to be free. No contest here on the other side with their jungler dead, with just a lack of resources available to them. So that's your Baron play. This is a great opportunity for some money to go heavily the way of PGG. We'll see what happens top lane again, because you can see Volley in the Tribush, Halo aware that something is up, and a nice charm connecting means that this is already a winning situation for Chaz. The flash forwards, the full commit from Halo, he knows there's no way out. But Ahri has so many tools to dash and cover distance that your chances of killing her if the ultimate isn't the execute, quite low.
Indeed, indeed. And we see that come to fruition again. So 2.5 minutes or so left on this Baron buff for Pentanet. It's going to be a difficult 2.5 minutes for Peace, who will most likely want to be contesting the Dragon at this stage of the game, but maybe it's a position that you really can't afford to try and make a fight happen. Look at the control right now that Pentanet has got.
I just think we're in this position where my prior point is very true, right? They haven't stopped Praetor from successfully hitting. Like, he's constantly able to auto-attack in team fights. Violet feels like he's having a very difficult time because whenever he looks to hit a target, they're threatening him. Alistar combos, Pabu trying to dash on his head with his own ultimate. BioPanther is just unstoppably large right now. Even though the Lord Dominic's Regard is online, you know, they're starting to get some armor penetration, they still feel tanky.
Does feel like Praetor has got a lot of get-out-of-jail-free cards with the Cleanse and the QSS available. Obviously not in this fight, Cleanse on cooldown, but in general, he's also got an Alistar that, you know, provides some of the best peel in the game. So Praetor is definitely having a good time right now. Level 15, and these towers are just getting absolutely chunked. Appy, he catches Praetor, but the rocket jump gets him out of there, and now it's time for Praetor to turn his attention onto Lisa. Chaz doesn't quite connect the charm, so at least Peace will survive with 4 members.
They might try and end here, though.
That's the question. Can they survive?
Praetor's going to annihilate these structures. The engage has to happen for Peace now or it's over.
I'm not sure they're going to want to go for it. Showstopper does get Appy into the mix, but realistically, that was nothing short of death for him, regardless of the situation. Violet tries to put some damage down. So does Halo. They just don't have it there at all. And Pentanet, despite being down at multiple points in this game, are going to be able to pick up the first victory in the best-of-5 series. Peace just unable to stand up to the strength that is Pentanet right now. And it's exactly as we talked about in the pre-show. Peace can get ahead early, but there is always a crouching tiger, hidden dragon waiting in the bush, and that is Pentanet, and they are able to come back from every single deficit pretty much that we've seen from them so far this split, and that is not changing in playoffs.
I mean, for me, this game was actually a statement by Praetor more than anyone else. You know, 6-1 end scoreline, insane performance on the Tristana. His damage dealt would be through the roof. And the reason that I highlight Praetor in particular is because he's up against Violet, right? Like, this is the match where there is a bit of a rivalry still between both AD carries. He comes in and he basically wins 1v1s against Violet to make sure the team fights go their way. I mean, that's a standout performance for me. I think Chaz played fine, but didn't use his summoner spells or respect the enemy enough, and Peace definitely caught them off guard. Not enough to beat them in the entire game, but enough to get a lead and give us hope for the rest of the series.
I tell you a man that's been sitting on the edge of his seat every second of the way. That'll be Mac. He chucked the Peace prediction in here, and yeah, it would have been looking pretty good for you to start things off there, Mac, but unfortunately, Pentanet just a bit too good today.
It was certainly something, wasn't it? I thought, you know, well, Peace, they're looking pretty good. They might actually get game one here. And then Pentanet did exactly as they did throughout the group stage and managed to make a comeback. Also, I want to quickly thank everyone for your patience while we did work through the issues there. You know, thank you very much for sticking around and enjoying the game. Hopefully, there'll be no more going forward, and it's just going to be easy breezy and League of Legends squeezy. And yeah, more action coming up. Now, thank you for that, but also let's talk about this game. So, Peace, very strong beginning until Pabu decided to start jumping on him as the volley bear. It seemed to be the key for a couple of the ganks, you know. He said he was very confident going for a couple of the jump-ins at points, Jordan, but that's what you got to do when you're on the volley. You know, you're pretty tanky, you got to hit that hard engage, and you got to try to look fierce.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, but I think there was a point in the game where he hadn't quite hit that quote-unquote tanky position just yet. Once he did, he became pretty unstoppable. But earlier on in the piece, up to 15, 20 minutes, it did feel like he was getting melted pretty quickly. A couple of other issues to sort of touch on. Pentanet kind of felt that they had some of these awkward team fights early on as well. I don't know. It sort of felt like they were off their game a little bit. That got rectified the further we went on. You know, we've always kind of considered them one of the better team fighting teams, if not the best team fighting team in the LCO. But it wasn't necessarily the case in the first 2, 3, 4 sort of skirmishes. And one more thing to touch on was the fact that Peace, in multiple instances in that game, actually got caught out recalling, right? There was the instance in bot where Violet got caught by Decoy, and then there was the instance in mid where Halo got caught by, I think it was Chaz a little bit later on in the game. And at that point, it's kind of inexcusable. You know, you're in a playoffs game. This is potentially what we're going to expect to see in the grand final. You know, Pentanet is almost undefeated this season, and if you want to defeat them for the first time, you can't be affording mistakes like that. And those are the kinds of things that are little things, right? One death, it doesn't sound like a big deal, but when you compound it over the course of 30 minutes, particularly in important stages of the game, and you do it multiple times a game, then we're starting to raise some concerns for Peace. So I definitely think that has to be rectified going into game 2. But overall, I'm not too disappointed by what I saw from Peace. There was moments, you know, and that's kind of what I was hoping to see at least.
Another two things as well. Let's talk champs for a second. Another Ari pick, another win. Another Udi pick, another loss. So this is a trend I keep seeing, you know, these Ari picks slipping in and then somehow being successful, even though, Rusty, you swore against the thing.
I have already at least 3 times back come back on that statement and said that with Everfrost available, Ari is good. He went Everfrost, therefore good. Also, Chaz was the original Ari, just as a note. You know, there's a couple of other players that have come in. Chaz was doing it before they were even playing League, mate. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that one in future. I liked the Ari pick. I even said it in Champ Select. Mac, that's how for it I was.
Beautiful. Well, I did see Kyo say in chat as well, saying that Chaz was the best Arios, and he certainly put his foot down for game 1, but we've got a second game to get to. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. Game number 2 between Pentanet and Peace coming up just after the break.
Go for the 1v1.
Well, this will be a big CC chain. Solar Flare, it does catch Predator, but he's already mid-animation, so he gets out okay. Lisa, again, looks to have overcommitted, and the push isn't going to work out in his favor. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there's going to be a kill there as well. But to go for it, Showstopper does get Abby into the mix, but realistically, that was nothing short of death for him, regardless of the situation. Violet tries to put some damage down, so does Halo. They just don't...
stress with Violet. It's all at stake. It's all blurry. No matter when we gone away, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. This altered state. Don't matter when we gone away. Stay with me in this altered state. side with violence. Not wanted, not wasted. The way out, you know, the way down to your heart. You're broken right from the start. For no one to tell you, they feed you the lies. No wonder they don't work. They got you right from the start. Right from the not wanted, not wasted. The way out, you know, the way down to your heart. You're broken right from the start. For no one to tell you, they feed you the lies. No wonder they don't work. They got you. Something in the way. The words they always say. There's something in the way. The words they always say. Right from the
One to 0, current scoreline. Pretty one-sided if you ask me. Now, Pentanet very much in the lead. One whole game in the bag. They need 2 more for the dub. But Peace, how well and how resilient can they be? Because at the moment, you know, they haven't been in this position 1 game down in a series. Yesterday, they just took 3 in a row. So I guess the pressure's on them this time. Let's see how they perform, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely. Pressure's on. One thing that we should point out is Peace have chosen blue side as well in this coming game. So this is maybe the first time we've seen them on the blue side at all. And that luxury that you get being on blue side, particularly at least in the LCO, of target bans is something that we'll get to see from them for the first time. Very much looking forward to that adaptation. And I also want to highlight before we get into the second game as well that this was not the best performance we've seen from Pentanet.gg at all. They came into their own 100%, right, as the game progressed. But the fact that they've shown some signs of being beatable again is a massive positive for Peace, because the signs they were beatable is when Peace are the strongest.
That's it. You know, they can really put the pressure on the points that are necessary. Now, something I want to ask is, what do you think is going to happen in this champ select? You know, the draft, is it going to look any different? Who's going to be making the changes? Will the Kaiser be swapping positions? Because we really loved what we saw from Praedyth there on the Tristana.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of different actually changes coming through. Obviously, the fact that the team swap side is instantly going to mean that the bans are going to be changed. You're going to be seeing Pentanet having to ban away the likes of maybe Hecarim, Thresh, Seraphine, if those are the ones that are going to continue to get banned on red side, which sort of opens up a little bit more for Peace. Also, the fact that they get first pick, what are they going to prioritize? Again, as Rusty said, we didn't get to see that at all yesterday. So far, it's been Tristana that's been the first pick, I think, in almost every game that I've watched that Peace has played in, right? And it's always been against them. So is that something that they're going to want to pick up and perhaps take away from Pentanet? If they do, potentially that leaves Kaiser open for Praedyth. So I'm not so sure that that's necessarily the case. But yeah, definitely something's going to change in this champ select. It's not going to be the same as what we saw yesterday, where Direwolves is going to get to go for pretty much the exact same thing on blue side again.
Well, All these questions about to be answered. Champ Select is ready. Game 2 coming up right now. Boys, enjoy it.
Going to enjoy it for sure, Mac. This is looking like it should be a good series. I'm certainly hoping Peace is going to at least be able to sneak 1 or 2 through. But either way, let's get stuck into Champ Select because we are already pretty deep. Now, things to note. Volibear taken away by Peace. Pabu's not going to get that this game. Thresh and Tristana, interestingly, taken away by Pentanet. So they're not too keen to allow that flex pick potential on the Peace side of things. But what all that does mean is the Peace gets Hecarim. Noteworthy though, Lilia also available, so maybe something that we can see Pentanet lean towards if they were to be interested in that. And Rel, the choice for the bot lane.
That's because Thresh and Alistar are gone. So, yeah, this is not too crazy to me, but it does open up a pretty free Rel pick. The Hecarim being given, I think this is one of the first Hecarims we've actually seen. This third pick from PGG would make sense. The thing that I like for the side of Peace that we haven't seen a lot from them at all actually in playoffs is the Xayah Rakan. I believe yesterday we saw 3 Rakan bans away from Aladoric, which realistically is banning the Xayah Rakan duo. It's not just a Rakan ban. They prioritized Aladoric's pick, yes. But Violet's been an insane Xayah player. And I think now we've got what I would say is more normal for both of these teams in terms of their champions of preference, right? Your Kai'Sa Rel bot lane, your Xayah Rakan bot lane as a matchup. Both players maybe on their individual best picks as well. So this is a super exciting bottom lane 2v2 now to watch.
What's interesting to me here is that we get another Aatrox ban from Pentanet. Now, I'm not sure if you saw, but they did ban it last game as well, away from Appy, which is surprising to me because I don't feel that the Aatrox is going to be one of those picks that you're going to be very likely to see. Now, granted, Appy has played it this season before, but does it warrant the ban away by Pentanet 2 games in a row? Are they that afraid of the Aatrox?
I mean, they must be if they're going to be playing tanks in top lane. One of the most common matchups we'll see, you know, tanks v bruisers in top lane right now. Aatrox is one of those bruisers that can run away with the game if you give them any agency. And if Appy is just this freak Aatrox, you know, we didn't see it yesterday at all. It could just be something that BioPanther's not comfortable versing with his champions of choice, however. So, you know, Sion banned away this time. Curious to see what else gets taken away from him. You know, things like Ornn exist for BioPanther regardless. And looking at his champion pool, Ornn's his most played. He's got the Urgot as well, which goes nicely with the rest of the composition already having the Rel engage.
Orianna taken away from Halo as well. So he'll have to lean maybe back towards Syndra again. Saw that last game. Or is there something else in the wheelhouse for Halo? Did play Silas and Zilean a little bit in the final week of competition. So maybe that gets pulled out. A Lucian also in the playoffs yesterday. We get the Ornn from Peace, which is not a huge surprise to be seeing that one come through. Appy very happy on that champion.
You need an Orianna or something now, I think, for mid lane, though, to round out your composition.
Well, it's not going to be Orianna.
Yeah, like Syndra does start, you have to start to go down the list again and look for champions. We've seen this from Peace before. It was ultimately a loss, but you've got a Zilean with a Hecarim. So it's one of the more nasty combos. And something worth pointing out, your other options to go with the Hecarim, like a Karma or a Lulu maybe, if your goal is to speed him up, right, to augment his ability. I think Zilean probably does the most damage of those 3 in terms of, like, you can build full AP while still being supportive, right? The Karma wants to go for the Moonstone build. So I don't hate it at all. The only problem is it's a blind pick, so you can pick whatever you want if you're Chaz into that one.
And what he wants is Akali, so recently buffed, coming through on the 11.6 patch. Already starting to see it creep into the gameplay a little. Saw it yesterday in the top lane from Direwolves. Didn't have a great time there, but perhaps here against Halo, you know, Zilean's not exactly the biggest of presences in mid. Maybe Chaz can start to Chaz it up, so to speak.
Yeah, he definitely could. The thing with this mid lane matchup is Akali pretty weak early, right? Does have a bit of threat, especially in top lane or like melee matchups, but Zilean's not someone that's going to kill you at level 1, even though it's ranged versus melee, right? He's not going to kill you at level 2 because you can just shroud and navigate the lane fine. And Zilean as a champion needs to hit QWQ to be able to stun you. And that's so much time for Chaz on Akali to just naturally react to that ability combo and just disengage. The threat is the Hecarim. The threat might be the 2v2, but the Akali to me has a pretty free lane and can start to do some work. You know, hit level 6 almost for free, get team fighting, get some kills roaming around the map, and have a big influence.
I saw our resident rap god tweeting or saying maybe in the chat a little earlier that he thinks Lisa is underrated. Maybe this is a game where we need to see Lisa sort of stepping up. As you say, the tools are there for him on the Hecarim. I like to see Violet, though, on the Xayah as well. I think that's going to be a very powerful bot lane. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes, I think, more on the bot lane than anything else right now for Peace. If they can get that Xayah Rakan, which seems to be something that most teams have been afraid of, it makes you wonder, how confident does Pentanet feel in that bot lane? And to be fair, why wouldn't they be confident, especially after last game?
And if we want to bring up momentum just quickly here as well, right, it has been halted. There is no 4-0 start here for Peace going in back-to-back series. And PGG are about to find their comfort zone coming into the best of 5. They were slow to start in game 1, but they found themselves a little bit more. This is that really important moment for Peace to stop the momentum swinging the other way, to give themselves that full reset of their own accord, not get upset, not get tilted, just stay and play basic League of Legends their way. They've drafted for that. The question is, can they do it in play?
Indeed, indeed. It's going to be a big one today for Peace if they can manage to get the 1-1 scoreline. And to go hand in hand with that, it's time for us to have a chat with Midlord, who is the coach of Peace. And it's always good to get some insight from him. So I want to talk to you, Midlord, about yesterday before we start talking about today. Do you think that was the best Peace that we've seen so far this season? And is that a level that you can consistently hit as a team?
I think we can do better as a team. not really good at this moment, but we can become better.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Can you tell me a little bit about the preparation coming into today? You know, walk me through what happened yesterday night after your game. Did you go over that match? Did you have a watch of it earlier on in the day today? And how did you sort of spend the day today with the team in the lead up to this match?
Because we win easily last night, right? So we just give our teammates a good decision for today's fan pick, and they told me they want to show me their ability in this game.
Okay.
I hope.
And what about? Oh, you finished your sentence.
Oh yeah, I finished it.
Okay. What about the discussion between Game 1 and Game 2 for today? Obviously, things looked pretty good last game, and then you started to fall behind, Pentanet showing some good stuff in the mid-game and the late game. So what are you focusing on coming into this game right now?
Yeah, because last game, the double carry can escape from our engage. And the 3 tank is really tank, like Oliver and Alistar and the Sun is really tank, and I can't kill them fast. So that's why we lose the first game.
All right, we'll be looking forward to seeing if Peace can come back here in Game 2. Midlord, thank you very much for the interview. Always great to get your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll talk to you later on as well, hopefully. But Rusty, anything to update me on in the first few minutes?
So far, pretty standard stuff all around, really. Probably with a bit more tempo in jungle, farming a bit faster. I think he had a soft leash, though I wasn't paying too much attention to the leash itself. But he is definitely a few seconds ahead in this jungle matchup. Both just doing level 4 jungle clears, however. The reason that you can tell he's ahead is because Scuttle Crab timings. Lisa has only just caught up to that now and gets a ward over at the Gromp as it goes to respawn. So good vision secured by him. Otherwise, mid lane going exactly as we kind of said it would. There's nothing doing from a Zillion early, and it's very hard to gank a Chaz on Akali.
Yep, he's just going to scoot out of there, although stun does land, he's going to be fine.
It really doesn't matter, though. Like, in the scope of things, Halo's already had to teleport for a tier purchase because he's running out of mana just trying to keep the wave pushed to try and keep Chaz busy. Chaz hasn't based it all yet, still has that teleport ready. And even after that gank is healthy enough that he doesn't even need to use the potion with that Doran shield that accompanies it at level 1 to stay in the lane at all.
was going to say Peace is recalling on a ward again, but Aladoric decides that he wants to stop Decoy from freezing the wave. It's actually very important in the grand scheme of things that Peace don't allow that to happen, otherwise they get stuck in the worst possible place they could be. And then you start opening up avenues for Pabu to start walking down bot, looking for ganks. So pretty heads-up play there from Peace.
Yeah, if you full reset with a freeze going against you, you just fall really far behind. As it stands, though, they're pretty far ahead. Praetor's being forced to recall level 3, as you just saw. You know, double longsword, no potions in his build. Means that they've been laning very well at the moment. And that, you know, Praetor will be able to catch up a little bit here, but that lack of potion does actually start to add up. And the difference in their item purchases on that reset is significant. The full Berserker Greave to the double longsword. So kill threat definitely exists down in the bottom lane in favor of Peace. That's something that they would very specifically want to have for themselves as players, let alone matchup.
Speaking of the matchup, the Xayah into the Kai'Sa matchup has been one of the better ones against Kai'Sa. I think it's something like a 43% win rate for the Xayah in that matchup in the LCO so far. So we'll see if that's going to continue. I should say 43% for the Kai'Sa in that matchup. It's the 57% for the Xayah,
yeah,
if I remember correctly. So a little bit more favorable for the Xayah than perhaps for the Kai'Sa. But again, how much can you really dive into that when there's a whole lot more context in that regard? But I think Violet's going to be very, very comfortable on Xayah. It's definitely a champion that he's been playing a lot so far this season. And the same for Aladoric, obviously, on Rakan, a champion that he would have been quite eager to pick up yesterday and wasn't given the opportunity to do so. So maybe it is a good chance to pull out the big guns in the bot lane for Peace, because it kind of feels like they need it right now against Pentanet.
Yeah, good prio in bottom lane, basically forced here, even though there was a Swell Seed chucked down there by Pabu, and it did actually find Violet. This will also reveal, as you can see there, it hits before the Dragon. They know it's being done an early teleport from PGG. They just assume it's being completed, I think, at this point. Chaz teleporting for prio in Dragon Pit, not mid lane. So they are going to contest this one for sure. I don't know if Peace do.
No, well, Lisa's in the top side river now, so he's definitely not interested in contesting at all. He'll make do with a Scuttle Crab. So a little advantage goes to Pentanet.
Oh, kind of, yeah. I mean, Pabu has to really earn this Dragon. And you have to think about the stats it provides, a pretty small amount of percentage buff this early. Pabu's not behind in experience, so there's no catch-up mechanic on that Dragon either, and he had to use one of his smites super early to secure it when Lisa already was level 6 to 5, was able to steal a camper and a little bit of change away from Pabu. It's good for PGG overall, right? It's an early Dragon, means that they can start threatening an early Dragon Soul as a win condition, but right now, it's still nice for Lisa to catch up just that little bit that he was behind before. And put himself into a comfortable position. And has a pretty big experience and health lead on the map right now.
Yeah, Pabu's having a reset just to get some HP back as well after doing the blue buff. He has hit level 6 though, so that's an important power spike for Lilia. Top lane, a little bit more in line with what we expected. Nothing really going on there, just a farm fest. Small advantage maybe for Biopanther, but really nothing to speak to. Halo and Chaz are doing much the same in mid.
Really, the only advantage is bot lane. You know, you talk about top and mid, nothing doing, very true. Jungle's just caught up to each other from that Dragon play. The reason that they catch up from the Dragon play, right, is because Praetor and Decoy do not stay to hit it. They are behind in bot lane and they choose to prioritize themselves, so they stay in the lane. So, you know, 10 odd CS lead, another free reset there by the side of Peace in bottom lane for some extra items. Sitting pretty overall.
Ooh, that doesn't feel too good if you're Halo. And it's going to be followed up with a bunch more damage as well. He did still have 2 stacks of the Corrupting Potion going. In fact, I think he actually has all 3 running right now, if I'm looking at things correctly. Yeah, he did. So he'll be fine to get back up to full HP pretty quick smart here. Overall, not the end of the world. Just trying to zone Pabu.
Started? I don't think it's been committed to by any means. Akali in a very good spot here overall in this 1v1 in mid now.
Yeah.
Zillion's never going to realistically die unless he makes a massive mistake. But it doesn't mean that he's going to be able to control that lane. It's all just about pushing and leaving now, and Akali loves those roams to help side lane.
Well, this could be dangerous, but Chaz dodges Aladoric's W and decides to go right back in. Violet putting down as much damage as possible. Appy has arrived, courtesy of teleport. Now here comes Call on the forward guard, but it's a field goal through Pentanet. Not that it matters. Look at the damage from Violet and Aladoric. The bot lane really ripping through Pentanet. And Appy scores himself one on the exit as well.
They just smashed through them. Peace, comprehensive victory in that team fight. Never even in doubt, really, at all. Herald going to be secured here on top of the 3 kills. Summoner spells used everywhere from the 2 that survived on the side of Pentanet. That's exactly the fight that they're looking for. Violet with the early lead. Violet getting there early with Aladoric as well. And while it didn't immediately find an Akali, it forced the Shroud out. And suddenly Chaz wasn't able to do anything if that fight continued. You see the results of that now. 3-0 score difference.
One of those kills goes to Violet. One to Aladoric and one to Appy. Here's the replay.
Yeah, Chaz just caught to the side there. No Shroud. Has to use his ultimate to try and cover some distance. Violet's able to get in there with his ultimate nicely. Urgot ultimate going a little bit wide there as well from Biopanther. Has to flash the wall, but how quick that fight was over.
Well, Featherstorm contributing quite significantly to that fact, I'd say. And Violet will just clear the bot wave here. So, like I said, I'm keeping my eyes on the bot lane going into this game. And I'm certainly keeping my eyes on that now, especially after seeing that last fight. Violet and Aladoric really starting to come online. Praedyth will match them solo for now, but Decoy's starting to walk his way back down. So Aladoric needs to be careful that he's not baited into anything yet. There's a control ward and a Hex Splash. Aladoric, a slippery snake right now on that Rakan. Always difficult to engage on, and the grand entrance is too much for Decoy. He's dead. Another kill for Violet. It starts to snowball.
A really odd little set of ganks there from PGG. Pabu left the bush before the Hex Flash had completed from Decoy. Kind of reveals the whole strategy, and you mentioned it's so hard to actually find a Rakan at all. Summoner spells were available. I believe the flash was there, so if you don't find it immediately with the Rel engage, you can get punished. And here we're going to try.
Oh, this might not go too well. Aladoric again dives in on top of Pabu. This time it's just for Peel. Violet might have stayed a little too long, but luckily Pabu used the lilting lullaby earlier. Praedyth! Oh. Hold your horses for a second, please.
All right, big fella, you want to have a crack? That was a bit bold. I'm not too surprised because it is Praedyth doing that, so he's definitely one of the AD carries that will push his limits at all times.
Chaz is doing the same thing. Diving on top of Halo, now he's inside of his Shroud, so he's going to be okay. Actually, he forces an Ignite there, did he, from someone? Must have been Halo.
Spellbook, I believe, Ignite to get cycled through. But still, that's one of those trades where, like, you could look at it and say, Chaz could kill Halo there, yes. But he leaves him low health so that there's really no value for Zilean to stick around to ult someone else. He has to ult himself. So that is actually still a win for PGG by winning a trade. Dragon, very low.
Oh, here comes Lee Star, has the Ghost as well. Pabu nearly one-shot dodges the unstoppable force. And for now, we'll go down. I mean, that's crazy from Peace.
Yeah, I mean, it's just catching PGG out, knowing that the Dragon's being done. It's not a very high damage build by Pabu. It's the Zhonya's rush for team fighting. So they are able to just pick him apart. Stopwatch seemingly not activated yet. It was a bit of a weird one, but 14 minutes, I guess. No kill involvements. That is the way that it goes.
Yeah.
And that really is a tragedy for Pabu. So Dragon secured 1 for 1. And consider that it's now 5-0 in kills. And compare that to the last game when we hit around this mid-game point.
Oh,
it is not going PGG's way.
Could be in real trouble here. Lisa, again, this time doesn't have the Ghost. Won't be able to catch up. Onslaught of Shadows also on cooldown. But it is going to result in a bot tower. Twitch predictions, 77% voting for Pentanet to go up 2-0. 77% feeling perhaps a little bit foolish right now. But that is not over yet. That's the thing. I mean, 5-0 is a good lead, but is it enough for Peace? It wasn't last game. Not that it was 5-0, but you get what I'm saying.
This is one of those games, though, right, where if somehow PGG win this one, you kind of look at it and say, put a bow on the series 3-0. just because they are head in the right places. Their comp works around Violet. It is literally just 5-0 with a 5,000 gold lead 14 minutes in. And any win condition that exists from Pentanet.gg has kind of just been quelled for the moment. So from this position, right, a team that is so good at snowballing leads out to being a win should just win. There's no way PGG should come back into this one. But they're a good enough team that they can, and Peace have proven to not be the perfect team in closing out. So the mistakes can happen. We saw it last game as well. And that's really what you're counting on now if you're Pentanet, right? See if the shutdown soldiers over there give you a bit of extra money.
0-2 for both Pabu and Decoy. The primary engage tools for Pentanet, not what you're going to be wanting to see. They'll be feeling a bit apprehensive about diving into the backlines, although I suppose for Pabu it's much of a muchness once he gets the Zhonya online, which it is now. He's always going to be a squishy champion, regardless of if he's got 2 kills or 2 deaths. So the idea is pretty much the same. Be interesting to see if he's going to go for the Moonstone again. He did say last time we saw him playing Lilia that when he got behind, he thought, maybe I'll just play supportive roles and take the Moonstone here. Might not be the go this game.
I mean, it's not a horrible choice given that he already has a magic damage dealer in mid lane and it's a proto belt, but so the fact that it is a proto belt for Chaz means that you can afford a Leandru, so they're not stacking mid.
Yeah, there is an engage. It's granted entrance from Aladoric. Violet trying to put the damage down onto Praedyth, who was forced to flash and heal to get out. Decoy will just do the Rel Waddle. Here comes Lisa. Not afraid at all. The one shot is in. Onslaught of Shadows to finish things off, and Decoy can't quite catch up to him fast enough. Teleport through from Biopanther. Appy as well. They're all arriving in mid. It's a party in the mid lane. But the party has been called off.
I mean, it's a party that Peace start. It's one that they win straight out of the gates. They're going to force Pentanet back to base. Teleport in hand. Licking their wounds. A desperate situation starts to go for them. Violet finds himself 40 CS ahead, 2-0-3 on his Xayah. This game definitely continuing to stretch their way. That mid-outer turret falling means that the map is much more open for Peace as well. Rift Herald number 2 is available and is theirs for the taking for the minute 30 until the next Ocean Dragon spawns if they would like. Definitely a tough spot to be in if you were Peace. If you were Pentanet. At least they're so strong with the Zillion, like we mentioned in draft, that I mean, you're seeing how much of an impact he's having already.
I was going to bring it up that Lisa's now 2-0-4, and seems like every moment we see him on the screen, he's blowing someone up. Have to imagine that if Pentanet get through to that game 3, and they're still on red side, they're going to be banning the heck of him away. I mean, regardless of side, maybe they're not too keen to let Lisa get that champion back. It just seems like it's been having too much impact to allow to go through.
I just feel like Hecarim is probably, this is definitely an opinion and it is a subjective thing, but it 100% feels to me like Hecarim is the strongest of all of the meta junglers right now. He's just too snowbally with those leads overall, and it just makes the game so easy to play if this tank building champion is literally one-hitting you and can cover such extreme distances with the chem tank. So
yeah,
I would like to see that banned in future regardless of win or loss in this one.
If there's no flash for Praedyth, he's a dead man. And right now, there is no flash for him. There's really no way to actually get out of the fight. And here we go, another dive through from Aladoric. Call of the Forge God is decent in just keeping Pentanet at bay as the teleport through from Chaz does keep it alive. Appy using his heal there and just transferring that back to teleport.
Lisa.
But Lisa is on the flank. Onslaught of Shadows catches Decoy. Violet using the Feather Storm to survive the damage from Chaz. Chaz hiding inside of his Shroud, but he's in the middle of 5 players. And it's 9-0 now, Rusty. The game continues. Never mind. Oh, never mind, never mind. He's getting resurrected by Halo. Still alive right now is Violet, but for how long? Killer Instinct from Praedyth, and this might be the turn that Pentanet was looking for. Peace tanking the tower. Appy can't survive. Aladoric also low, and Halo surely down to Pabu. It's all happening at the moment, and Peace have fumbled a little bit.
They try to save the President, but he's so far under the turret from an Urgot max range ultimate that they have to go really out of their way to try and help him at all, and that's just giving a bit too much space, a bit too much time, and a lot of opportunity for PGG to take some kills back. They are very successful in doing so, but at the same time, you know, you're seeing the fights initially go Peace's way pretty easily. Funny interaction as well, isn't it, between the Zilean ultimate with an Urgot, but you have to remember that he pulls you like 3,000 units towards his turrets, so it's not as simple as keeping someone alive in that case, and maybe it was just better off leaving the Violet and the Xayah to die. But still, it was a clutch exhaust from Halo earlier.
In hindsight, I think it was definitely better to leave him to die because he did end up going down anyway, so could have just been the one player lost instead of 3.
It's not a mindset shift though for them, isn't it? Like it's so easy for us to say, but will they ever do that as Peace?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's obviously not the end of the world for Peace. They're still in the lead, but these are the kinds of things that we don't want to be seeing because it allows Pentanet the opportunity back into the game where it otherwise probably shouldn't have been given to them. Now, importantly, the kills go on to Biopanther and Pabu. So they're going to be the ones that we'll be looking to in this next fight to sort of step up. You know, you'd probably want those kills maybe on someone like Praedyth. Imagine the shutdown if he gets it and it goes on to the Kai'Sa. You know you're going to get value out of that, but it's actually Biopanther that gets the 300 gold shutdown onto Violet. And Urgot's definitely the kind of champion that can use the gold to quite a degree of efficiency.
Yeah.
If he can get into the fight, though.
Yeah, absolutely. He does a lot of damage in team fights. The one thing I'd point out is your standard Urgot build, which is what he is building, you know, the Titanic Hydra from the looks of it after the Stride Breaker, isn't a tank-busting build. So Appy will be okay in side lane, so there is no real side lane threat. Has to be team fights.
Well, Decoy wants to go into a team fight, but he's forced away. And the teleport through from both of the top laners coming from the bot lane. But perhaps too little too late for Biopanther because Violet's already found one kill. Lisa, Onslaught of Shadows was good. But over the wall is Chaz and starting to cause some problems in the back line. Pabu doesn't have the Lilting Lullaby available, but the slow might well be enough. It gets rid of Violet. And Peace are running with their tail between their legs. Pentanet have won another fight in a row. Starting to get flashbacks from game 1.
Yeah, that was even with Decoy going way too early and just way too aggressively. Praedyth.
Speaking of aggressively, Praedyth, killer instinct, but everyone walks out okay.
He has to use it aggressively every single time. I mean, the one takeaway for me in that fight was that they did try to focus Biopanther. He is the Fed member of the team, right? And that was effectively a 4v5 when you look at it. Violet did use his E at the start of the fight to make sure the rel went down. You know, it didn't go, it wasn't a free kill under Decoy. They did have to spend some resources here and there, but I mean, just plain and simple, Chaz kept them so busy for so long. The Zilean ultimate didn't see it have any effect. Didn't actually see enough of it, but...
Yeah, so winds of change are in effect. We've gone from 9-0 to 10-5. And the gold lead is shifting from 5k or so to now about 3k.
Money bush.
Gotta love the support battle over the control wards.
That's the wave clear there from Halo as well, using the Everfrost to make sure he has enough damage on the wave. It was actually 3,000 gold difference, I think, before that fight even started. So the fact that they do seem to come out at least even, PGG, in this situation where Decoy was massively out of position trying to engage in the first place, it's still a blessing, I think, for Peace overall. They've still got a monster Hecarim on their side with a Zilean who can speed him up. And it's basically impossible now to kill Violet. You can QSS an Urgot ult.
Reset time for the bot lane of Peace. Pentanet not too interested in doing a whole lot just yet. 25 seconds on Dragon, so this is the eye of the storm. Waiting for the lanes to be pushed in. Halo's going to be doing a pretty damn good job of that on Zilean.
Yep.
Gets early prio, and so Peace are able to clear out all the vision that they could want and set up some of their own.
Yeah, so now's the time to actually maybe talk about scaling unless a fight does break out. They're posturing, so I may hold that.
Aladoric's looking for a big grand entrance, but he's going to use it onto a Zhonya. Here comes the Ornhorn. R2 looks good, catches Praedyth. But it's already over. The fight's done. 2 players down for Pentanet, and that's how they want it to go. Onslaught of Shadows. Lisa wants to start again. Aladoric follows up. Now Violet and Chaz in a one-on-one. And Violet decides he wants to chase him down. He won't stop. He just keeps going forward. And finally gets caught by BioPanther, but has Chrono Shift on, has the faith in his teammates to follow up, and that is going to be the end of BioPanther's killing spree. 3-1-1 piece. And they get more than just the 2.
Yeah, they get much more than that. You'd like to see them push for the inhibitor, but they just don't have the minion wave, so Baron is going to be on the cards. There's also a Drake being done at the same time by Lisa, taken very early. Thankfully for him, because he'll be able to run back over here with Smite in hand to ensure this Baron is secured. Pabu was the first person to die on the side of PGG, so he's actually here with Flash ready. If they were to steal it, Pabu has to be a hero.
He's also a level down, so it's not going to be easy. Aladoric also trying to be a pesky mosquito in the back lines. The sleep goes through onto Appy. The steal is in. Pabu's got it, and that could be the turning point. So many kills coming through. A few of them for Pentanet. Chaz in a problematic situation here. Won't be able to get out, I say, as he does die. But the Baron steal prevents disaster for Pentanet.
Yeah, they choose to flip the burger here, Peace. They say that we will just take the Smite battle. We will try and take the Smite on our terms. Chaz actually starts to become a really big menace on the side of the fight there, and he's constantly causing just chaos, it seems like, in the communication of the Peace squad. But at the end of the day, it was a Smite battle in the pit. It felt like a pretty much 50-50 situation. Pabu is the one who comes out on top. It's the chaos like that. It's those moments where Peace aren't fighting entirely on their own terms, where they're suffering to the hands of PGG. And that steal may have just kept them in the game.
It seems like the prevailing storyline for Pentanet in a few of their matchups. Stay in the game as long as possible and then wait for that defining team fight that turns things back on its head. There's that ever-present threat whenever you're going up against Pentanet that, despite the fact that you're ahead, they'll just find a way to win a team fight. And if it gets late enough, eventually that team fight is going to have enough impact that you just lose the game.
And we're talking about this game like PGG are coming back in it, right? It's not necessarily true. They are still falling behind consistently. It's just that they've been given ins, that they haven't had a clean shutout here, Peace. And those moments and those opportunities do start to add up. And once again, remember that you're playing the best team in the league here. So Peace need to try and be as clean as possible, or they could suffer greatly like they did in that first game. But still they are, 3,000 gold ahead. They're maintaining their lead. Still, they have a 9-2 Xayah, and they may have a BioPanther to catch.
I do find it amusing watching a Zillion chase down an Urgot. The turn is here, but what can BioPanther do? Knowing that Halo has Chrono Shift available, and now Lisa, well, he runs out of E, but he's still got the Zillion speed boost available. BioPanther not really taking a lot of damage right now. There's a lot of options for Pentanet on the other side of the map as BioPanther takes the scenic route down top. Eventually, he'll be collapsed upon, and he will die to Halo. But that took a long time, and it meant a bot tower goes down. Mid tower not really under too much pressure. Ampy doing a good job of defending that. So I suppose all's well that ends well for Peace, but it was quite comical.
The plan was solid. The result was expected. It just took a significant amount of time. BioPanther's able to hold his flash. Doesn't matter if you're using the ultimate this early. And the bottom lane turret going down, remember that PGG have Baron, so you'd expect outers to drop. But now we've got a 4v5. Teleports coming into mid lane as well. They're looking to try and really hit home the fact that Bio is dead and get an inhib.
Appy's just forced the ghost through. I thought that it was Lisa. I was thinking, what is he looking for right now? But Appy just swapping summoner spells with that unsealed cell book. And now, inhibitor turret is on, but so is a bit of a nap time. Pabu gets a 3-man sleep. Not that Pentanet can really do anything with it because BioPanther's still respawning, so lilting Lullaby out of the picture. And it's really onto Decoy now to find and engage if Pentanet do want to fight. No reason to anymore with the inhibitor down.
Yeah, one of the other things that we were going to talk about, but they just consistently try and fight like this, is that Ornn items are currently coming through. So when you look at the scaling of both of these teams, it's a lot easier to be on the Ornn side as Praetor
Yeah, not really where you want to be caught. He doesn't have flash available, and he is going to be taken down. Onslaught of Shadows comboed with the Ornhorn, and Pabu is dead as well. Aladoric looking to follow up and get some knockups onto Chaz, but won't be able to. And Rusty, I think we might be on the precipice of Peace finally getting a map victory over Pentanet.
They've got the supers while they don't have the Baron. Biopanther can clear, but they're going to look for the end.
Happy with the knock-up. Aladoric there following up as well, and Violet just in the back line. Uncontested. Decoy did his best, but he is a 0-6 rel, and there is only so long you can survive against a Xayah with 10 kills. In the
wave
end,
cleared.
Might be enough.
Even though he dies, he does what's required. He buys time. It doesn't matter if Decoy is dead if the rest of his team comes back up and stays alive. So yes, the game will stand. And that was a bit of time spent there by Peace. You don't want to say wasted, right? Because they still get a free dragon. They still get an extra kill out of it, some extra money in their pockets. So they're still well and truly winning this game. And now they have an actual avenue to close it out in one team fight. Their PGG hold on.
They hold on by the barest of margins. Guess they've still got their 2 Nexus towers. Won't see any backdoor shenanigans. So now we look to take control of Baron. Pentanet working their way through River, through the blue side jungle. Chaz has been spotted on a ward. He's managed to get a control ward down as well. So he can start to now lurk around in that jungle, cause problems for anyone on the rotate.
It's just so hard to kill Violet at this point, right? From the moment he had QSS, the chances of executing him went down significantly. They know Chaz is here, by the way.
Yeah, Appy. Not quite able to get a knock up there. Chaz a bit too heads up.
Ooh, side lane priority not good for PGG. They're making a play for just the Baron.
Aladoric.
That bot wave can take turrets by itself. That's how big that is.
Did just use the Shurelius Revelry. Peace wants an engage. They're looking for one, and it's going to come off the back of Lisa. He's still holding on to Onslaught of Shadows. Aladoric, grand entrance followed up by a knock-up from Appy. The sleep is in from Pabu. How much of a difference does it make? Well, enough, because Appy is essentially 1v3 in the backline, and he can't survive.
Yeah, Appy tries to tank for the team, but Urgot Execute just shows exactly why it's so valuable. Praetor, with his 3 items, has got the armor penetration there, so they can just kill Appy and try and do the same thing with Lisa when these fights happen. Once again, note, they do not care about their sideways. PGG are playing ARAMs and river control for Baron only.
This is workable still for Peace. They held on to a lot. Onslaught of Shadows, everything still available. Featherstorm
Chaz.
even, and that's used by Violet to survive. Oh, never mind, I've lied, everybody. It's a complete ace by Pentanet. That could not have gone worse for Peace.
They just wiped them. Appy gone, no chance to get into the fight. Teleport is available when he's alive, but he's dead for 2 more seconds. They find a flank angle, and PGG say, we're not playing for side lanes, we're playing for Baron only. And Peace try and just take the fight. The confidence of Peace, perhaps it's just hubris in the end, gets the better of them. And they don't just sacrifice the Baron. They don't contest slowly. They walk into the river and give that opportunity to Pentanet, who punish instantly as they should.
Are we seeing it happen again? It feels like right in front of my eyes, Peace is letting this game slip away. Biopanther's getting strong. Chaz is having a lot of impact. Praetor has 300 CS. At that point, it doesn't matter how many kills he's got. He's starting to come online. 3.5 items for him. So Pentanet are hitting breakpoints. And Peace is giving them opportunities where, think about where we were 15 minutes ago. 9-0 for Peace. And ever since then, Pentanet have been going neutral or better.
They were knocking on the front door 5 minutes ago to end the game. The major thing that we're looking at right now is maybe the Ocean Soul. If this next dragon goes the way of Peace, it could just be a steal. That could still be devastating for Pentanet to deal with. An Ocean Soul on a Xayah composition, you know, tanks in side lanes just become unstoppably large. It can be a game-changing factor, but right now, I think this is the first point in the game where we can say they've definitively got the gold lead, PGG, and now they're in a position to try and use that Baron Easier said than done, admittedly, but they can try and use it to snowball a little bit of gold back their way.
Well, that's the second Baron that they've been able to get. Aladoric needs to be a little careful here. Pentanet are the ones on the front foot at the moment.
Yeah.
First time in what feels like the entire game, they're actually looking for the engage, and Peace are on the retreat.
I would still rather be the one getting engaged on, I think, if I was Pentanet. You don't want to walk into a 10-kill Xayah and let her get feathers on all of you.
Yeah.
You probably still want to make them come to you. You can see the recall actually goes out from Praedyth on this Kai'Sa. Peace have said, you can take the dragon if you want. We win the game if you're not careful. This is a dicey situation with flanks everywhere.
It's one of those awkward team fights where you never really know if you're in a good position or if you're out of position. And a lot of it comes down to the vision control, of which Pentanet look a little better. Aladoric forces Shirelia's and quickness, and he has completely caught Pabu. No lullaby available in this fight. Surely for Peace, this is what they're looking for. But Violet, so low on HP.
Dead.
Chrono Shift wasn't thrown down on him, and in the end, it is going to be Pentanet starting to turn this fight back on its head until Lisa does so much damage. Unbelievable. BioPanther 1-on-2. He won't quite be able to do it.
Oh, he has a GA though.
Has got a Guardian Angel. And so Halo really wants to hit this second bomb just to force that bit of extra damage through. And Everfrost is going to make life hell for BioPanther. He can't go anywhere. It's a Zillion. And he's got a red buff as well to boot. Not that that matters too much, but that's worked out for Peace.
But he bought like a minute of time. That was so close to the game actually just ending if BioPanther didn't have a Guardian Angel, didn't buy an extra minute basically worth of time. They had minions pushing at the mid lane inhibitor. Peace could have ended the game there. That's how close that was. But still, they'll get the Ocean Soul. They do remove the Baron buff off the side of PGG in its entirety, and they win a team fight. But Violet is still dying. Halo is struggling to deal with Chaz, who's just constantly threatening him now. And we have a game 100% on our hands here, Ocean Soul even included in that.
Oh, man. 36 minutes. It's the longest game that we've seen between Pentanet and Peace so far. There was a 34-minute matchup in regular season, which did go the way of Pentanet. Both the regular season games did. Even though Pabu goes down in that fight without using the lullaby, I mean, Pentanet make it look pretty close, so
yeah.
I still feel there's a little bit more in the tank for Pentanet next fight.
Absolutely. Praedyth's been teamfighting exceptionally, actually, in that last one as well. The thing that stood out to me, I think, in that last fight is the way that he was able to time his ultimate to the backline, but the most important aspect is Zillion not ulting a Xayah. If there is ever a moment where Halo has to ult himself, then your composition isn't playing the way that you would like it to play, right?
Yeah.
That happened in that last fight. Even with Aurelia dead, Chaz found a flank, found an opportunity, and found a moment. If that happens continuously, then there's a chance that fights continue to go the way of PGG.
Flashes available for Pabu in this fight. Same for Appy, but some of the spells looking a bit bare across the board aside from that. A big flash lullaby combo from Pabu would be a nice way to start the fight off. Particularly given Violet doesn't really have too many escape tools, just the Featherstorm. Aladoric will be fine here. He is a Rakan after all.
You can't waste your ultimate if you're Kai'Sa right now, especially without any summoner spells available. Violet is going to be hyper aggressive here. Whenever the Zillion speeds him up, Gale Force at the ready.
Aladoric might have an opportunity to open things up here. Chaz goes into the Shroud Grand Entrance, knocking Decoy up, but Peace decide to disengage. So that's one ultimate down for Aladoric. Shirelia's as well. A little bit invested there by Peace for not a whole lot of return. Halo is isolated.
Just threatening at this point, right? Both teams posturing. Tough chests in mid lane, looking for a chance. Waiting for someone to maybe make a mistake. I do think we're at a point where if Peace make a massive error, even though their mid lane outer turret is alive, the game could end.
Violet's doing it himself, has the Chrono Storm available on top of him. He's going to survive for now. And the knock-up is great. Played it, done. Surely this is Peace's chance now. Violet, a double kill, continues to auto-attack uncontested. And in the end, gets a triple. Will chase BioPanther down as well, looking for that quad, but it does not matter who it goes to. Chrono Shift, the MVP in that fight, because Violet just decides to absolutely send it.
That's the game right there, right? They get the teamfight victory. The Ocean Soul obviously helps a little bit, but at Violet v Pradith again. And this time it is Violet that comes out on top because the composition of Peace plays how it should.
Well, the Nexus towers go down. Peace are looking confident, 30 to 15. 14 kills for Violet is what it requires to take down Pentanet, but they at the very least will force us to a game 4. Obviously, game 3 still yet to be played, but we do know that much. The scoreline 1 apiece, and maybe there's some fight left in Peace today. Pentanet handed their first defeat at the hands of Peace, and all of a sudden we have a big series on our hands.
It just feels good, doesn't it, to not have a 3-0 back to back to back. We actually have a series where it can go either way. And even in this game, right, there was moments where it was back and it was forth. It wasn't the same as game number 1 by any means. PGG somehow clawing it back for what felt like just the claws of defeat and Peace. Not perfect gameplay, but good enough to beat the top dogs in our league.
Someone that's all over the perfect gameplay. We saw that yesterday in the show match. Mac, mate, back into the conversation here. And
Thanks,
how are you
Jordan.
feeling now after that one, Mac?
Yeah, great. You know, just want to do a little Pabu cosplay with the old yoink and steal that Baron one more time. Apparently, he's been watching Jube's VODs. So there you go. You know, always good to see that he's been putting in a solid effort there. But look, it's Peace that managed to steal the show. Almost lost the game after some good attempts at a comeback coming out from PGG. But all things considered, they had that early power spike, certainly put their foot down, and then managed to finally get the Ocean Soul, which helped them in that final fight to put a nail in the coffin, which is what they needed to do. Now, mentally, they can reset. It's just back to even Stevens, you know, 1 game apiece. And from here, both teams need 2 to get that W, and I have a feeling we're going to be going to all 5 tonight.
It's a good feeling to have, that's for certain, after this game. And yeah, I do think that, and we said this at the start of that game, right? If this went the way of PGG, it could just be a 3-0 wipe and call it a night early. Just looking at the way that the mental would be feeling, given that they've had leads in both games. You know, they only lose game number 1 with that lead. This time they actually stand strong. Still dicey at moments, right? So much of this game came down to who can Zillion press the ultimate on. And the one time you see it on the right target, I mean, look how good the team fight is.
Yeah, it's just absolutely perfectly executed. And yeah, from here, look, Peace with 30 kills. That is a big performance. What was that, 45 kills in the whole damn game? That was nuts. Almost the penta there as well, but Violet unfortunately couldn't get that 5th one. And I did see Pradith. He was very unhappy with that last fight in the player cam. I think I saw a little bit of a desk slam. It was either a desk slam or a hands up in the air, you know, like, bugger sort of situation. Well, anyway, let's talk about the draft quickly. So, looks like for Pentanet, they managed to get Kaiser back in the hands of Pradith, and it was unsuccessful for the first time, I believe.
Yeah, this will be a difficult one, I think, for Pentanet to negotiate going into Game 3 because it felt like there was a lot of problems that they had to deal with there. So Hecarim, obviously one of them, but the Zaya Rakan as well doesn't feel like something that you can give to Violet and Aladoric again. So Pentanet have at least got the luxury now of deciding what side they want to start on. We would assume that they're going to start on blue, which is going to force those metabans to go back over to Peace. But do you ban away the Rakan? Do you ban away the Hecarim just to ensure those can't come through? Or do you try to pick them away? Lots of thinking actually to do for Pentanet now coming through between game 2 and game 3.
And look, they're going to have plenty of time to think, as well as you guys at home to think about what you're going to have for dinner, because it's certainly time to eat. If you are not entertained, you certainly will be. Game 3 coming up just after this break.
Onslaught of Shadows, everything's still available. Featherstorm even, and that's used by Violet to survive. Oh, never mind, I've lied, everybody. It's a complete ace by Pentanet. Nud's doing it himself, has the Chrono Storm available on top of him. He's going to survive for now. And the knock-up is great. Played it, done. Surely this is Peace's chance now. Violet, a double kill, continues to auto-attack uncontested. And in the end, gets a triple. Will chase BioPanther down as well, looking for that quad, but it does not matter.
lost inside your soul. Oh, you are paving better way. You run away from yourself. I don't wanna be in any other place but home again. Take the road away from heartache and lead the way for yourself. Nobody else can waste your time. Upon this earth, you were born again. Yeah, you're paving a better way. You run away from yourself. I don't wanna be in any other place but home again. Home again, yeah.
Come on, stick 'em up. It's time to have a quick chat, boys, about my old boxing career. Not quite as strong as Shaco's boxing career or Timo's shrooming career as well. Both of which are quite annoying little things. Now, before we get into a discussion about this, let's continue the break. We'll give you something interesting to have a look at, and the players will tell us what's more annoying, Shaco's boxing or Timo's shrooming.
Shaco box. Shaco box has to be one of the most annoying. I can deal with a Timo shroom because I'm slowed and I'm walking through it, and it's like, oh, I can get through it. But a Shaco box, you get feared, and then you probably get feared into another Shaco box, and then it's just suppression, and that's it. Yeah.
Shaco box.
Okay, Shaco box for sure. That is just like, oh, okay. Whenever I get autofill support and I'm versing a Shaco support, oh, it's annoying. He'll like walk into a box and then he set up another box and you just keep walking in the boxes and then oh, it's not fun, not fun.
The more annoying one is probably the Timo shroom. It slows you, and if the Timo does build AP, it probably does like half your HP.
Timo shroom. Timo shroom is more annoying. Yeah, the slow, the poison. You just don't feel good when you run into that shroom. It's close though. Shaco box is pretty bad, but Timo shroom, I hate Timo.
Getting stopped by a Shaco box or being baited into a Shaco box is more tilting.
Shaco box. It's definitely one of like the top 3 broken champions in solo queue.
I'm gonna be truthful. I don't think either of them are that annoying. I think they're both useless champs. So if I'm versing them, I just buy sweepers and I win the game.
I think a Timo shroom. There's more of them as well than there are Shaco boxes.
I've seen my fair share of Shaco boxes in solo queue, and it's not fun to play against at all in lane. So I'd say Shaco boxes.
Shaco box for sure.
Shaco box every time.
I think Timo shroom's way more annoying than Shaco box. Shaco boxes are kind of predictable on where they are, and like, maybe it's just me, but I've never struggled against like the Shaco supports. Maybe I'm just psychic or something.
Definitely a Shaco box.
Shaco box. Team Mushroom doesn't fear you. You don't run the other way. Shaco is bad, and then his box is the worst, you know what I mean? Oh, yo. Wow, when he gets you with the box into the other box, when Pink Ward does it. That's not cool.
Look, I was going to give my thoughts on this, but Jordan, I heard you say something during that video which really pricked up my ears there. What was that you said?
Well, actually, Pabu said something which really pricked up my ears in that interview, where he said he's never had a problem against Shaco supports. And then, you know, I have to imagine this was recorded before the final week of the regular season because, you know, I think we all know how that one sort of panned on out for him. But if I had to give my 2 cents, Team Mushroom's definitely worse than Shaco boxes because, yeah, there's so many more. They can do so much more damage. And I feel like they're almost harder to clear as well, just because there's, like, yeah, okay, you might have to clear out 1 or 2 Shaco boxes before a fight, but there can be like 10 Teemo Mushrooms around a Baron pit when you want to take that Baron fight. So, in my opinion, Teemo Mushrooms definitely worse.
Special shout out to the Shaco player for saying Teemo Mushrooms are worse. Very surprising one there. I would actually say Shaco though, but the reason is because Shaco's more around the map. Teemo sits top lane, right? So you actually don't have to deal with shrooms until later in the game, and then they're more annoying. But Shaco from like 0 to 20 minutes, just a pain in the butt.
Can I just say, by the way, I have been known to play Teemo support as well as Shaco support, so I'll just leave it there.
What?
It's fun. You should try it.
I'm not going to try that. No, I'm not that gross. Anyway, look, champ selects here. That's something that's nice and clean, nice and beautiful, nice and something good to look at. Game 3 coming up right now. Get us out of the Shaco and Teemo discussion and give us something good.
Oh, well, to be honest, if we got a Shaco and Teemo discussion in this game, that could be something good as well. Maybe you disagree with me, Rusty, but anyway, look, let's get into the champion select. Piece is over on the red side. No surprises there at all. What are we going to be looking for here from Pentanet? So far, no Hecarim, no Xayah, no Rakan ban. So they are happy to at least let Peace get one of those, unless they take it as a first pick for the moment.
I'd expect a Hecarim ban third from Peace. We'll see. A couple of things that stood out to me. I'm not saying that PGG had a terrible draft last game, right? But the things that stood out is Xayah Rakan have proven now to be ban-worthy from Violet and Aladoric. Not a must ban, but definitely a powerful duo for them. We've gone back to the Game 1 bans here as well, of the Lilia and the Hecarim being taken away, Triss lock-in, so we are very much going back to Game 1.
It's available.
In terms of their style, yeah, they could. This could be the adaptation, right? And they could go for Xayah Rakan bottom. I'm looking at jungle priority here first. Do they go for the Udyr?
I think that was actually the first pick that they did take in this position last time. Looks like it might actually be the Volibear. And it is. It's locked in. So Lisa will be taking Volibear unless it's for Appy in the top lane, although I have to imagine that is not the case. So this next pick will tell us a lot. You know, do we get an ADC pick? Do we get the support pick? Do we get the top pick? Probably not the top pick at this point, but I like floating the Xayah here because that's obviously threatening the Rakan. Either Pentanet has to pick it here or Peace gets it.
Yeah, actually, I do like that a lot as well. Xayah, I think, is the better standalone champion anyway.
Yeah.
And you get to see what PGG puts bottom lane. So pick the Alistar, maybe you just go Xayah Rakan, not an issue. If they pick something that just beats a Xayah Rakan duo, whatever it may be, then you can adapt, right? You have that agency. You are on red side. PGG chose blue side. That's the advantage that you get. I would say this is just not surprising overall, though, for the bottom lane of Pentanet. A little bit surprising is the Graves, but your Gale Force, Graves, range champion into a Volibear makes sense. You now just make Lisa, I want to say Flash or Ghost reliant, even at distance at all.
Not sure we're going to get that Yuumi. Anyways, Alistar was the selection, which means that Peace are quite happy to go ahead and take Rakan, so they do get their favored bot lane from last game. Pentanet skirting with danger, but maybe feeling a bit more confident with the Tristana Alistar. So what are the next few bans going to be? That'll be another interesting question. Ari taken away from Chaz. Halo not too keen on playing against that one. I mean, this is pretty standard so far, you know? We've got the junglers, we've got the bot lanes locked in. It seems like that's how it always goes. Waiting for the mid and the top, the counter picks to come through.
I mean, another mid lane ban makes sense. If you're taking things away from Chaz, the Ahri was an issue. Syndra was the priority choice. But note that, you know, if you go for the Syndra now, there's the Victor from Chaz in response. So they do still have answers. The advantage of having such a deep, effective champion pool for Chaz. It's the choice of Halo, however, or, you know, depending on if they want to hold that as a Volibear flex, it's unlikely, but they could. You could pick a top lane champion here instead.
Definitely going to be expecting an AP mid laner from Pentanet, although I haven't really seen much in the way of an AD mid from Chaz. So Violet goes ahead and locks in the Victor for Halo. I guess it is still a bit of a flex, the Volibear. Not too sure where it's going, for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense though. You know, if you're going to give 4 or 5 bans to mid lane, usually you're going to pick a mid lane champion 4th on your side. Chaz does obviously get his counter here, but you have to blind pick top lane. It's probably fine for PGG if you have exactly this, right? You have a tank player in top lane that seems to go even anyway in every matchup because Bio is just that good in this league. Mid lane options, this is the obvious choice. It was what Halo played, and with all the mid lane bans that exist for 4-5, it was this or the Ori probably. I wouldn't have minded the Ori personally though. There is a lot that would kill you if that were to happen.
What is this final selection going to be for Appy? Something to throw a spanner in the works. Aatrox's not available, but Udyr would throw a spanner in the works. So it's Volibear that's going to go to the top lane. Udyr for the jungle. Interesting composition coming through from Peace. A lot of run at your face is what's being screamed here by this one. Shirelli is going to be very important for Aladoric to get this team comp online. But I can imagine it going much the same as last game. If Peace start to get ahead, all they're going to want to do is run at Pentanet. Scatter the Weak will be an important tool in cancelling that, though. So maybe there's a bit of a counterplay for Pentanet.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools that could maybe deal with Peace's comp. I liked the flex of the Volibear, though, because we've seen Appy play it before. We know it can be successful. We also know that Bio's going to be playing tank champions in top lane, and Volibear does have the ability to shred through tanks. So I like this choice. They do ultimately go for the Udyr as their last pick, though. So their engage is mostly Aladoric reliant at that point. Lisa, in terms of his jungle matchup as well, doesn't have the easiest time catching up to the Graves. So I don't think it was necessarily picked as like a jungle count pick. I think this was more just the best of both worlds for Lisa and Appy to get matchups that they're comfortable with.
Pabu did have a very, very good time last time we watched him actually playing Graves, and as you mentioned, he did go for the Gale Force. See if that one gets pulled out once again. But here are our team compositions for Game 3. Currently sitting at 1 apiece, so it's not a do-or-die matchup for either of these two teams, but an advantage going into Game 4. And obviously, series point available there as well, which incidentally is grand final point on offer for the winner of this game. Peace have got the momentum, and I think you can argue that Peace have played the early game better in both of these games so far against Pentanet. So, as I said in Game 1, if Pentanet keep putting themselves in awkward positions, eventually someone's going to be able to capitalize and convert that against them, even despite the strength of their mid and late game. So I wonder if again, Peace gets that advantage, you know. Is it just a little bit too much bitten off by Pentanet? We're about to find out as we head into game number 3 between Peace and Pentanet. It's the upper bracket final, and right now, both teams are searching for that series point. Here we go, Rusty. It's a big one. And we just saw a very exciting game too, so hopefully this one will deliver much the same.
Absolutely, hoping that we at least get a good game in this one. And from what we've seen so far, we're definitely set for an epic 5-game banger of a series if things continue the way they are. Blue side does seem to have the distinct advantage at the moment. Both teams, after their defeats, have been opting toward blue, as well as PGG choosing it in game number 1, being the highest seed in this series. Looking at where these junglers are going to be starting, we're going to have some vision gained by Appy, but it is a soft-leashed blue. By soft-leash, I mean it's not a full bottom lane 2v2 hitting it to 600 health. Bio may leave a little bit earlier. Graves also relatively fast clearer, where Lisa is going to be doing it solo They're not necessarily revealing his whereabouts, but I'm pretty sure Pentanet are aware of it. And level 4 clears are probably the expectation.
Yeah, bot lane priority established for Violet and Aladoric. So they were able to get to the wave first, and Aladoric was just sort of sitting in this forward bush, making it so that Praedyth couldn't walk up. At least he couldn't walk up safely. So
I mean,
we'll hit 2 first in the bot lane.
You'd know as well, there's just, you don't get to exist at level 1 if you're Decoy and Praedyth here.
Sure, and this is exactly why Aladoric Grand Entrance. It's not so grand at level 1, is it? But at least it's enough to give Pentanet something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, even the Q start from Violet over the W, so just looking to do as much damage as possible by poking and harassing. Level 2 is the only time that an Alistar and Tristana want to consider trading, and it's about how much health you lose prior to that spike, and the answer is a lot.
It's a nice early demolish stack in there as well for Violet to just start getting that tower down a little bit lower. Already starting to threaten some plates.
True.
Meanwhile, in mid, it's just chill time, and they're both happy with that.
Yeah, and I think if we want to talk about why bot lane is going the way it is, that was a really sad canon. You have to look at the fact that they saw Pabu, or they at least saw Biopanther leashing at the top lane blue buff, right? That's complete agency given to Violet and Aladoric, saying it's isolated, it's a 2v2. We only really need to be careful from about 3 minutes onwards. They get the 3-minute ward on their level 2 push just before they spike to level 3. And they're poised to be in a fantastic position in this lane now, just because they know where the enemy jungler started.
Well, here comes another demolish stack from Aladoric, and that's going to result in the first plate of the game going over 2 pieces bot lane. It feels like much the same kind of idea from Peace in the bot lane again this game, where they just shove the tower in, get Praedyth low, force a recall early, and continue to find advantages just through wave strength.
Yeah, I mean, wave manipulation, playing for your team, is one of the easiest ways to actually find victories in a competitive sense as well. You know, you'll find in solo queue people disrespect a lot, and things are weird. Like, you may not even be able to tell where junglers are because the whole enemy team just plays like brain off, push wave. Entire life is just stupid. But competitive, you have to respect, because if you make one mistake, it can snowball out of control and a game could end.
Aladoric's going on a bit of a mission. Got a couple of control wards. Could potentially look for a deep one or a gank in mid, which might be a little ill-advised. He has spotted Pabu, though, with the red trinket, so just going to walk back down to bot quite safely, though he did get his control ward in the pixel bush in the river. It's always a nice one to get down as the support on your first recall. A lot of info over for your jungler. It stops the mid lane from roaming down to bot as easily as well. So it's good across the board from Peace so far. Top lane's ahead in terms of CS. Bot lane's ahead in terms of CS. Jungle's ahead in CS, and mid's about even.
It's a stability that we wanted to see from PGG, though. Like, they aren't dying this time around, right? There isn't any actual chaos, which we saw in game number 1. There isn't just like full-on dives or gank attempts being successful yet by the side of Peace. 100% PGG are falling behind. Top lane will be fine, though. It's Sion. He's just waiting for a wave to crash, but bot's bad.
That's not looking too good at all. Praedyth forced to heal and flash. Aladoric tries to follow him, but doesn't quite have enough. Still, it's not a kill, but it's almost as good as. It's forcing Praedyth out of the lane. It's allowing Lisa to start the dragon. It's letting Peace continue to shove that bot tower and contain that extra prio. Aladoric starts to walk up the river. We could see some fireworks here around the dragon. Halo's going to have to get himself there pretty quick smart. Chaz and Pabu definitely looking for the contest.
Yeah, it's not something that you could realistically look for. Mid lane heavily chunked.
Chaz survives by the barest of margins.
I mean, that's nice for PGG to have a trade that's successful, but at the end of the day, bot lane has caused the dragon to go over essentially uncontested. And no matter how much mid-priority Chaz is able to force here with the assistance of Pabu hovering to protect him, it hasn't resulted in anything. It is still just Peace running away with the early game through their 2v2 in bottom lane.
Oh, Praedyth, you can't afford to get stuck here, and he does just rocket jump out in time. Oh, it's one of those abilities that makes your heart stop because if you get the timing wrong and you get cancelled halfway through the jump, you're in trouble. Abu's walking through the bush now. Lisa's back in base.
They pinged careful, so I think they might have seen him. Because Lisa did just go back to base. They don't want to fight regardless. Good respect, though. And it is still 20 CS going the way of Peace, so, take 30 seconds, be patient.
Jazz does use teleport to get back to lane, but Halo did as well, so it's even in the mid lane. Both top laners still have it online. Probably won't be necessary for the next few minutes. No dragons coming up shortly. Unless something happens in bot, which, to be fair, has been prone to.
Pretty casual overall. The major differences are in AD and jungle, but at the same time, we spoke about the priority forced here by Chaz. That is actually adding up to a CS differential in mid lane also. So there are just general points of power for both respective teams, still a bit more advantageous if you're a Peace fan. But it exists for the side of PGG.
Featherstorm online for Violet now, so a bit of extra damage potentially. And survivability, of course, for Violet. Praedyth playing very respectfully at the moment. You don't really have any recourse in this lane, but it's starting to compound upon itself. Nearly a 30 CS lead. Couple of plates going over to Peace's bot lane as well. So slowly but steadily, they're increasing that lead. Now Lisa looking for a Rift Herald will probably get it, given that Pabu's on the bot side of the map. So another uncontested objective for the Peace lads.
Yeah. I mean, consider that it's free pushes, free resets, like you mentioned, bot lane, while an objective is being done. So they know their weak side, but they still have so much freedom and an ability to move around. Aladoric now with his Lucidity boots on the reset with 2 control wards, able to influence mid lane, which helps Halo try and bring it back just a little bit more.
There's a knock-up.
Very much.
Aladoric taunts him up as well, and Chaz starts to walk in the wrong direction, but luckily he's got help next to him. And he'll be fine. Forced low on HP. So
Chaz
now
has the vision control method of put your face in it, Elfish guy, which you could say is a bit of a mistake there. But he did have reinforcements nearby, like kind of giving him a bit of false confidence. But you can see the difference, right? Free resets for Aladoric, what that actually means for the map. Just how much ability to reset mid lane that gives Halo, who isn't having the best time yet. He's not evolved, so a little bit away from being a super good mid lane option.
Yeah, it takes a little while to come online with the Victor, but when you do, scary. Aladoric hidden in this bush right now. So Praedyth needs to be careful he doesn't step up too far, but ultimate not available for that Rakan. And Peace spot lane looking to reset anyway. They'll be fine to finish clearing out that wave. This has been a very reserved game so far. 10 minutes with no kills. It's not what I've been accustomed to so far in the playoffs, but I suppose that plays into the hands of Pentanet, although what we're still seeing is Peace gaining advantages. It's just a question of whether or not those will be enough. Appy lets BioPanther know what he thinks of him stepping up.
Yeah, it has been very quiet. It definitely is a conscious choice here, though. Oh, hang on.
Aladoric's missed the grand entrance. That could be horrible. Should be able to get out with the E, and does. Lisa just hanging around long enough to give him someone to jump to, but actually forces the teleport out from BioPanther. 17 seconds, so it's not a waste regardless, because
it hurts, though.
Dragon is on offer.
Yeah, top lane plates are about to get absolutely demolished here, though, by the Volley Bear. So the more time that PGG can spend, the more time that Peace can spend just messing around with the Dragon, forcing PGG to respond, slowing down that tempo, is wonderful for them. That's 3 plates in top lane and the teleport to match at the Dragon. So this is just winning overall for Peace for sure, as long as they don't die here.
Absolutely, and the bot lane starts to walk up now as well, so Peace will be quite eager for a fight. Lisa looks to initiate. Aladoric waiting, biding his time. He gets a double knock up, and Appy's there to help out as well. This is a slaughterhouse. There is nothing to be done for Pentanet right now as Halo chases Chaz back down. And in the backlines, Lisa survives on a sliver of HP. Good kill for Appy to be picking up. 3-0. Peace are looking like the better team today. Dare I say it, Rusty? but it's out in the wild now.
I mean, it certainly seems to be the case, right? The early game up until about 15 minutes, Peace have been absolutely dominating.
Hang on a moment.
Praetor.
Ooh, it looks like Praetor's okay.
So used to seeing a Kai'Sa, you know, just being able to come straight in on top of that one, just cannonball, influence that. But Praetor can just jump his way to safety. Doesn't mean the bot's going well. 12 minutes in, looking at the plates that have fallen, 3 in top, 3 in bottom, 1 in mid. Like, you know, Peace have just generated so much gold, and maybe the turret?
This could be a little greedy from Aladoric. He really wants to get that Rift Herald off. And they do get the proc, a little bit of a taunt on the way out as well. Can I just say, I think Rakan actually does have some of the best spams in the game. So credit there for Aladoric.
Especially with Zaya, they're actually annoying when they're both together. They talk too much. We'll watch this team fight one more time. It's Decoy and Biopanther looking to engage. It's Chaz and Pabu caught off in a choke point. Just not really a clean front-to-back fight in any capacity, especially when you've got Praetor on the opposite side of the Dragon Pit trying to have an influence, who can't do a crazy amount of work. Nice little follow-up kill there onto Chaz. It was kind of inevitable. And the end result being a 3-0 trade, still massively ahead now is Peace after that one with what they gained.
Yeah, hitting the 4K mark. It's crazy to think that 3 minutes ago, the scores were even. Gold lead was small, but there for Peace. And now it's really ballooned out. 2 dragons, 3 kills, 4K. Pentanet definitely on the back foot. And it's not a position they'll be happy to play from, but see how this one pans out. Peace have got a lot of vision control in the jungle. Abu playing with fire, but he doesn't know it yet. Luckily, he'll be okay. Chaz! Just going to poke Halo down a little bit with the ultimate.
All he's getting is poke, though. There's never been any execute. There's never been any kill threat. Overall, it is still just, the longer this game goes, the more confident you start to feel as Peace, even though they're prone to making macro mistakes and perhaps exposing themselves to some errors here and there. I haven't seen anyone threaten Violet yet. Looking at the comp, they have enough damage to threaten Violet for sure. They have enough tanks to keep him at bay in team fights. But he's just an absolute monster.
Happy's going to be able to walk out of there just fine. Pentanet do have enough prio in the bot lane to allow Praetor free time on the tower. But what that'll mean is that Pentanet are facing the same problem in top, where their wave does get pushed in and Biopanther is on the cleanup duties. He does actually reset both the TPs. It's always annoying. I feel like that's a bit of BM, you know.
He wants to do it again, I think, but he doesn't have enough timer on the cooldown there, so they are going to get the reset off. Bio will just walk his way up, clear one more wave. Pushing bot lane out of turret is the priority here for PGG, so he knows he's being a weak side Titan. And that turret does drop. Teleports, though.
Praetor might not be feeling too happy at the moment, but in the end, he just walks out fine.
That's where to live, actually. There's 2 chem tank users chasing you down. Very hard to get away from, but does his job.
A bit of wandering around the map going on at the moment for Peace. Violet and Aladoric, not sure where they want to end up, but it is in mid that they do go to.
Yeah, I mean, this is your standard lane assignment in the end. Aladoric wants to be free to move with Lisa. He is the easiest form of engage that their composition has, so as long as he can hit those grand entrances, then things are good for the side of Peace. It also means that Violet would be presumably the most protected position on the map, and you know, the engage tools of PGG, besides a flash headbutt pole from Decoy, are predictable, are a little bit slow, and even then you can Zaya ultimate out of the headbutt pole combo if you're fast enough with reactions, and I would imagine that Violet is. A very safe position for them to be in mid lane, very great platform for them to springboard a lead out towards objectives. Herald and Dragon, both things that they actively want to be looking for now as they have the item advantage, particularly in mid right now. No full mythic yet for Chaz.
Yeah, Everfrost always going to be a big one. Traded with some fancy footwork to dodge the feathers. Gets himself safely into mid. Aladoric flying around all over the place. Your heart stops a little bit every time you see that if you're an ADC. And Appy might, I was going to say, look for the dive here. Definitely an option with Stormbringer available. Obviously
These
disabling
two
the
AD
turret.
carries. It's been happening all game.
Oh, Lisa does not want to allow that Rift Herald to get picked up. They hadn't been able to steal it. Maybe he's overcommitted for it. Now in a spot mother. Well,
Violet.
Pentanet can still get kills if they're given the opportunity. You talk about Violet, he's going to have to use Featherstorm to avoid the knock-up from Sion. Will we find, though?
Maybe not worth it for Violet to have to use the ultimate, but Halo is nearby, so they're going to try and look to disturb this Herald's charge a little bit. At the very least, hit the eye once, get some damage down. Teleport going to make sure that the charge happens.
Yep, that's going to be fine. Tower won't die as a result, though, so for Peace, that's probably mission successful. Turning their attention back toward the Dragon as Lisa tries to drag race it out of spawn. Not sure that he's going to be fast enough to get there in time, but maybe Halo can rustle something up. Aladoric also. Dragon does go to Pabu, and the rest of Pentanet just jump over the pit.
I'd be happy with that one, actually, if you're PGG. Just honestly, because they're able to play around Herald, get the objective, and Peace just being slow to the punch on the objective is something that tragically comes back to hurt Lisa and results in a Dragon being taken afterwards. They have to respect and give away a whole turret in trade, though. But really, you know, it's another sign of PGG getting back on the board. It's not kills, it's not money, but it is something.
Chaz definitely doesn't want to give this blue buff up either, and Lisa does not want to get caught again, so he'll make his way out. Cool guys don't look at smites, and so he does manage to grab it.
Yeah, Chaz actually used his W to throw a sphere at the Udyr, so I think maybe less around the blue buff, more around trying to find the kill, perhaps. Lisa just able to walk away even with his flash ready. Halo.
Looks to be fine for now. Just backing away, and the rest of Peace recognize there's two in top, so Aladoric decides it's go time. Quickness is on. Does manage to get the charm onto Praedyth, and Lisa flashes forward for the stun. Praedyth has nothing left to get him out of there. Used the flash, used the rocket jump. Didn't use the heal, but it wasn't going to help him. Good cross-map play from Peace.
I mean, that's just what Praedyth gets, unfortunately, for trying to help Bio in a situation where the Sion was a little bit too far forward, standing in front of his AD carry, of course, but that's a tragedy for Praedyth. Bio didn't do too much wrong in that situation, and nevertheless, they lose another member. Gold lead still stagnating. Peace 100% feels like have more control overall, but this point in the game that has happened in Game 2 as well, even though it was a win for Peace in the end, it stagnates so heavily, and it just like, the fact that they stop snowballing gives time, and it gives opportunity where maybe it shouldn't exist.
Shirley is completed for Aladoric now. Does activate him a lot more. And it also helps Appy and Lisa out if their chem tanks are offline, for example. Just in terms of chasing down these slippery opponents. Graves and Tristana can be a little difficult to get on top of at times. Especially when the Graves has got a Gale Force.
Mm-hmm. Those Murky boys there as well, so you can't just Udyr slap him and stun lock him. The only one on the team that has those Merc trades, though. Not a lot that you can actually use it on. Oh, I would say there is actually 3 things that you could get out of stuns from. Rakan Knockup is one of the most annoying abilities in the game to deal with, though the Merc treads don't help with any aspect of it. You just get knocked up.
Pabu's used the Gale Force to get on top of Violet, but there's a grand total of basically 0 damage. Violet's not concerned about that at all. Aladoric was standing next to him as well, shield ready, if need be. Game slowed down a little bit here for Peace, and I'd say we're kind of in a position where we're waiting for a minute and a half now for this next Dragon to come up before we see anything too crazy.
Yeah, we're actually, sorry, we're at this point where it feels like it's Peace's game to win, and PGG have said try your best, right?
Yeah.
From the very first minute in this game, it's just been slow. They've been slowly accepting losses in bot lane level 1, top lane just constantly being pushed in. The only place where there was some agency was mid. And it definitely feels like PGG have said, we can just scale, we'll play very slow. What are they going to be able to do, right? We're the better late game team. So it is really a case of can Peace get the leads, which they did, use the leads to snowball the game out and actually get the map win?
Oh, Chaz up in the top lane could be in trouble. I see Appy jumping on top of him. A teleport, though, coming through. And BioPanther will keep Chaz safe in his cuddly embrace. Would you cuddle a Scion, Rusty?
I have a hard time imagining the physics or the logistics of that, but also a solid no if it were to happen. At least not that skin.
No, that probably wouldn't be too comfortable, I'd
Just
imagine.
straight up a robot. It would suck a lot. But teleport advantage was just gained by Peace, so this dragon should just be free for the taking.
Lisa's just walked in and smited the big raptor away from Praetor. So Peace are really trying to starve Penton out of everything they can. It's a 60 CS lead for the ADC of Peace. He's basically got a full item on Praetor right now. 2k gold advantage for him.
Yeah, it's huge.
That will pay dividends, I'm sure, in the next fight. So you can see across the board the gold advantages as the dragon is started. There's no contest this time from Pentanet.
The exact opposite of a contest, really. They put Praetor's top lane, so they try and ensure that they get some extra farm, some extra solo experience into the AD carry of their team for sure. You mentioned Violet's farm as well. You know, he is definitely ahead, 60 CS from Praetor, but he's also 30 CS ahead of the clock.
Yeah.
He is monstering his CS per minute. He has been all season, but definitely hasn't slowed down in playoffs.
Yeah, it's actually funny that you should mention that. I was looking at the stat a little bit earlier on before the show to see who had the top farm during regular season, and 4 out of the 5 best farm games actually came from Violet. The only one that wasn't was Guncrab with 12 CS a minute on Sivir, which, I mean, I guess you're playing Sivir, you're expecting a lot of CS, so yeah, good stuff across the board from Violet, and it's the same really in the playoffs. He's been able to continue that, has been a farm machine. Now, granted, in yesterday's game, bot lane was not really the focus for Peace, and so it really was him just sitting in the bot lane with Guncrab farming up for the majority, while Aladoric went for a roam here and there. It's been a different story today, though. There's been a lot of action down bot, and Violet's been able to keep those numbers up, so great work from him so far today. We'll be thinking about our MVP as well, Rusty. And at the moment, Violet's not looking like a bad bet, but there's a few names that you could throw in for Peace, I'd be sure.
Yeah, it's hard to look past Aladoric as well. You know, it could just be a whole bot lane combined effort. Similar conversation that we had yesterday, and you know, it is a running narrative that we look at the bottom lane of Peace and say it's the Violet show, but it does feel a little bit disingenuous to say that, given that Aladoric has been playing very well, particularly recently, around his AD.
Especially on this Rakan, he's been an absolute champ, and now he might get an opportunity to do something again. Chemtank was popped by Lisa, but not going to find anything this time, so Net will get away with the tower. Peace are going to try and do something to bait them back in, though.
He's cresting to the 300 CS mark at 25 minutes. Absurdly fast, and speaking of absurdly fast,
He probably would have gotten it already if Peace weren't trying to force fights so hard. 293 for Violet, so he's still left wanting, needs another wave. Hoping it's going to be a cannon wave as well.
still a delicate balance, though, in this game. This situation right now as it stands, it's trying to eke out vision control and absolute domination around the topside river. I note that they are still on Cloud Soul point in 2 minutes. So all of this control right now, you have 2 minutes of freedom if you're PGG to play around Baron only. One mistake could cost you everything, unfortunately, for them. For the side of Peace, it is just about taking it slow, setting up, and taking the time required to, you know, absolutely control the vision. Like just then, for example, Lisa goes for a full reset, replaces his control in a better place to do the Baron itself.
Oh, he's hit the 300
now they're
CS
starting
mark.
to be more aggressive.
26.5 minutes it took Violet to get there. And Biopanther has walked into a bush that has a control ward. That's the engage that Peace are looking for. But onto the right target? I think not. Lisa falls. And all of a sudden, it's time for Pentanet to start to be on the front foot. They have an opportunity now to peg something back.
Keeps happening, doesn't it? We keep hitting these stalemate moments and we keep seeing what seems to be okay decisions for Peace suddenly backfire. Biopanther with 2 full items. So much armor sitting in him as well. It's on Halo to do the damage, and it's an Everfrost build, not a Leandri's tank shredding, damage dealing build. Decoy with a flank here.
Well, this is the second 4v5 we've seen Peace attempt against a Baroning Pentanet. This time looking much better. Aladoric, of all people, gets the kill on Pabu, but right now Violet needs some help and he gets it. Starting to wail away on Decoy with those feathers. Udyr starting to charge back out of base, and that's the runaway signal. Oh, never mind. Aladoric's okay. But it is the runaway signal for Pentanet.
Halo stops that recall as well from Decoy. He was basing on an enemy control ward, so rightly so does get stopped there. Praedyth getting some damage down and showing that he is doing an exceptional amount of work still. 2 items done on this Tristana. But that was much better from Peace. They actually held the Baron. You know, they play the 4v5 a bit slower.
Yeah.
They pick their target correctly. And now this means that the Cloud Soul is just theirs for free. We're seeing Defiance on the other side yet again to moderate success, but still the snowball much more in their hands.
Oh, Cloud Soul's going to be a fun one. Appy and Udyr going to be loving that. And Featherstorm on a faster cooldown. You got two Cloud Dragons, so...
How about Rakan as well?
I mean, yeah, everyone's loving it really for Peace. I mean, look, we sort of meme about the Cloud Dragon and the Cloud Soul a little bit, but I mean, in this game, I think it works nicely for Peace.
I mean, ultimate cooldown reduction from the Cloud Drakes themselves is fantastic. 10% base movement speed, huge. Like above all else, 10% base movement speed, so nice to have for their champions.
Yeah, gonna be 40 or 50 on a good day. And that Udyr, I mean, he's not even pressing his buttons really, and he's just zooming all over the place.
Yeah, also the changes to the map are so nice for their comp, actually. You know, you're fighting in the enemy blue jungle when you're looking for vision. Here, Udyr just rocketing at you. Look at him.
It's unreal.
What are you going to do?
He's in Tiger stance, by the way. He was in Tiger stance. Wasn't even in bear stance.
That's so gross. When he pops, I believe you still have to click Phoenix, right, for the ultimate on Cloud Soul. That's still technically his ultimate button.
Yeah.
So wait till he sees that one and just pops out of a bush.
We're back to the same old, same old. Violet clearing mid. Lisa going for the drift around the blue buff. Not that it's there.
He'll start making skid noises if he runs any faster. We're just watching an Udyr run. The observer's having too much fun with this.
Be a custom game mode. Udyr races. Who can be the
There
fastest
was one
Udyr?
in the LCS with Scion, as an aside. Scion Speedway, I think it was called.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like that one involves a bit more skill, right? Trying to turn
You
the
had to
ultimate.
Scion ult and everything, yeah, to get around like a series of wards, I believe it was. But anyway, that's a bit of a digression from the game that we're in. It's a very tense moment, though it doesn't maybe feel like it with how slow things have become.
Teleport through from Halo. Everyone's ensuring that they keep themselves on the map, in vision. And Pabu, luckily, is standing on top of a control ward. Otherwise, he might well have been in trouble if they could have seen him.
Just fighting for every inch in their jungle is the game plan here. Pabu.
Oh, Lisa's going to catch up pretty quickly, but it might be Appy who gets on top of Pabu. And I don't think a Gale Force is going to save you there, mate. Biopanther now the focus for Praedyth is uncontested right now. Featherstorm does push him off his line. So Peace survive with 5. Pentanet do lose their jungler. Just as an aside, 733 move speed for Lisa when he's running on the cloud buff in the jungles with his bear stance going.
Yeah, very difficult to run away from, isn't it? And speaking of running away, not something that PGG can do. Baron is about to go down.
Well,
they're going to try and contest.
Has got Unleashed Power available, but it's going to come too late. It's not going to come at all. They're not going to contest Rusty.
Yeah, not at all. I think it was Pabu just pushing up to try and help clear that mid wave just to get a little bit of extra priority, right? And you have to remember the distance that is covered from the Peace champions just makes it so easy to make, like, maybe you feel safe, you're not, right? They are able to pick him off even with Dash, Gale Force, Ultimate perhaps available as well. Flash was the one thing that Graves didn't have. That was the one thing that Peace exploit to find their mark, and it results in a Baron.
Lisa just going to go in for a little tap on the turret. No fear at all in the Peace camp at the moment. And Aladoric on the flank could be huge for the opening to the team fight, but it's like Pentanet is going to be able to bully him out of the bush and get rid of the control ward. But there's always another control ward, and this time there's another engage from Peace. Decoy the focus. He's got Unbreakable Will online, and he'll be fine for
They got
now.
one.
Happy bouncing back on out. Lisa did drop, as you mentioned, on the sides. Biopanther tanking up a massive storm. Aladoric drops as well, but Halo can't quite. Yes, he can get Pabu. Praetor decides time to take matters into his own hands, and that might well be a mistake because the turn is in. Featherstorm still available for Violet. Dives on top of Chaz, but that is a bit more bitten off than he can chew. What a messy team fight. Peace won't be happy with that, but they will actually come out ahead unless Chaz goes superhuman.
They will be able to push the inner turret for sure. It is a 3-for-4 trade in the end, and it was a lot of Zhonya's hourglasses away from being a terrible situation for Peace, right? It was a single stopwatch for Halo, not even a full Zhonya's done. We'll see this one more time. And it was an early kill, I believe, from an explosive shot from Praetor onto Lisa, I believe, that kicks this one off. Headbutt under the turret, and a Graves ultimate on top of that explosive shot. That was a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
Appy has to try and ult away. You have to respect Violet, but again, Syndra ultimate wasted on a stopwatch. It buys time. That's enough time for Halo to put in work onto Pabu. Stopwatch buys time. These stopwatches have legitimately won the fight for Peace, and that's the difference between the gold income that they both have, right? It's so much easier to just have that extra gold with the 5,000 gold lead. That extra gold is stopwatches. That is a team fight win just there.
Hold your horses, Rusty, because the Elder Dragon has spawned and Peace are looking for another fight right now. No flash available for either ADC. Praetor needs to be supremely careful with his positioning, but Pentanet have actually started the Elder here, so they're goading Peace into a fight. This could come down to the flip. This could come down to the smite. It's gone the way of Pabu. Surely not for Peace. Surely this isn't the way that you lose this map. But Elder, so damn powerful. Oh my word, the Feathers have demolished Appy. Or rather, Pabu, I should say.
He's just dashed into like 28 feathers. That's not the way that he wants to be playing that one out. He's especially losing the Elder buff on himself and buys so much time for Peace. You know, it was Appy dead. You have a 4v5 with an Elder Dragon. That's an okay situation for you guys. And now it's just going to be a little bit harder to push with that buff. Nevertheless, we are still seeing these moments. You know, it's only 5,000 gold between these teams. It has stagnated so heavily in this game that we're 35 minutes in. It's a very long game. And we still have no clear indicator on who's going to win this one. The Baron Baron's going to fizzle out. We're waiting for the next Baron in 2 minutes. Elder, maybe a team fight is possible in the next minute or so. Minute and a half, but that could fizzle out as well. And then we just reset back to square one with both teams scaling up into their team fights. And I don't think there is a distinct advantage in terms of scaling. Maybe the Tristana range that comes from him being level 16, pushing to 18 could be, you know, a significant difference.
Peace have found something in the bot lane. Unstoppable Force, though, will get Biopanther out. So Peace now need to start scrambling back up into their base because Peace are seeing that wave being pushed in, and Pentanet probably do take this tower. I mean, they have a Tristana, so it's not going to take them very long.
Yeah, actually, now that I really look at it, I do think maybe PGG scale a bit better. But, you know, like 10% would be the most that I give them. Victor's still insane late game team fighting. Like, the carries on the side of Peace are unbelievable late game. And they've got a Cloud Soul, so it's hard to say that there is even any significant scaling advantages. Trist range, Scion passive on his W are the big factors I'm thinking about here.
425 CS for Violet. I don't know if that's the highest CS we've seen so far in LCO, but if it's not, I'd imagine there's a good chance he's going to beat the record today. Continuing to churn through the farm. Amazingly, hasn't actually finished his build off yet.
We have seen a 500 CS Violet game.
Okay.
He was playing Sivir, so as you would expect. It was a 41-minute game where he had 500 CS. So that's one of the most insane CS per minutes we've seen from him.
It's an addiction, really, isn't it?
Red dots, they are.
ADCs.
It's called red dot syndrome, but let me tell you, it is an absolute plague.
So Pentinet's starting to get some control around the Baron pit. We'll clear out these wards. What is the response from Peace? They've got Appy down in bot lane with teleport available, but just as soon as they blink, this could end up being an engage from Pentanet. 4 on 5, Appy has made his way up now. Just that dance, once again, from both teams.
Yeah. Pabu is a bit of a sore spot here, I think, unfortunately, for the side of PGG. Quite weak overall. Has a stopwatch now. Is working towards a Guardian Angel, presumably. Maybe that'll help their team fighting, but it's Praedyth that we need to look at. Chaz does a lot of damage, 100%, but it's Praedyth we need to see if he stays alive.
Keep your eyes on that Tristana and on that Xayah. Praedyth gets out okay. Aladoric survives on a sliver. And Peace are sent packing. Quick reset here for Aladoric. It'll be Baron time for Pentanet. They're going to try and force something here in the 4v5 that they know they've got right now. Praedyth! That was so dangerous.
They have no control wards here, so if they start this Baron, it's super easy for Peace to respond to this one. I think hitting Baron for Praedyth to get some lifesteal is actually a smart strategy here.
Yep.
But they also do it so quick. Look at its health.
Aladoric has returned, so we're back to the 5 on 5. At the moment, no Shrelias available, no quickness available. So the engage, very difficult for Aladoric to get going. Big damage coming through from Halo, and Appy just walking ever closer. Here we go, Lisa jumps on in, runs on in even, but it's the flank that could be the problem. Pabu and Chaz putting damage through. Violet uncontested, the feathers come back, and there goes 2 Pentanet players. A double kill for Halo, 1 kill for Violet, 3 players dead for Pentanet, and Peace with the options all over the place.
And I almost for a second there expected them to just stay top and mid and maybe threaten inhibitors. They have so much time with Praedyth completely gone. Baron definitely free. This Elder Dragon, difficult to contest. And the thing is, like, we don't get to see it at the start of this replay, but it was a slow that sets up Halo to just hit a laser on 3 people. And suddenly they're all half health, they're routed. They're not actually in a position to fight. And Peace collapse. Instantly they pounce on their opponents. And just like that, you know, you've got this quietly achieving 5-0-6 victor for Halo, who hits one spell that swings the game.
The pendulum does swing back in the other direction, doesn't it? Peace now with Baron. Elder's up in 15 seconds. Lisa might be about to get a pick on a decoy. There are follow-ups available. Violet. So many feathers just go in the direction of that Alistair, and that is it. Decoy down surely means Elder Dragon for free for Peace. But Pentanet can't really afford to give that one up, so they're going to continue to try and at least bring some presence into this jungle, but they've got no vision control at all. Aladoric able to stand on a control ward, and that's Elder for free.
Yeah, there's just no way to contest that. As try as they might, Violet stands in front of them, between them and the Dragon Pit, and says what? They all run away. There's no way out of that one. And now we've got an Elder, we've got a Baron, we've got Peace with no reason that they should lose from here on out. 10,000 gold lead. The game is theirs for the taking. They just need to take it.
Wow, one auto. That's one auto. Maybe a little bit more coming through from Pabu just at the end there, but onto Pabu, I should say, from Violet. That's an inhibitor down, and now an inhibitor turret perhaps. Praedyth is on the run, but he's got nowhere to go. Buster shot might have kept him alive here. Does have the Zhonyas as well, but needs backup and needs it desperately. Have they overcommitted for this kill onto Praedyth? He's still alive, still kicking, still firing. Violet now in the thick of things, and all of a sudden, Praedyth survives for so long. Peace do manage to swing it back in their favor. All 5 members of Pentanet are dead. Peace had too many legs. They had the backup of Baron. They had the backup of Elder. And despite what was almost a heroic play from Praedyth, Peace are going to be able to knock that Nexus turret down. They're going to be able to knock the Nexus down as well, Rusty. And they are going to be able to go up 2-1 in the series against Pentanet. If you would have told me at the start of today that this is where we'd be at right now after Game 3, I would have called you a joker. And yet here we are, smiles all around in the Peace camp, and all of a sudden they're on series point. They could be the first team through to the grand final of LCO. What a series we have on our hands.
It is a completely different beast, the Peace that we're seeing come playoffs time. They just look so good throughout the whole map really as well, right? Like Appy's come into his own come playoffs, standout performances left, right, and center. Violet, consistently good. If there's one thing that I could say from that game, it's that giving Xayah Rakan does seem to be a clear mistake. And that Peace with an early lead, even if PGG have slowed the game down to their pace and they've said, just do what you can, you know, let's see if you can actually end the game with a lead, they can. They've proven that right there, and now they're at set point, 1 game away from going to the grand finals. I mean, this is a desperate situation for PGG.
All right, Matt, get in here because my voice is sore. I need a break. Help me out.
Yeah, mate, that's, I feel it for you guys. You know, yesterday, the best of 3s, we were done by now with 3 maps. And usually, you know, the 20 to 30 minute maps, that was what, 42, 43 minutes 40. In the end? Completely ridiculous. I was thinking, Jesus, we got another map after this as well. That's nuts. But what a game that was. Peace, you know, they had a whole lot of kills on the board. They seemed to have objective control dialed in. So maybe Appy on that volley bear was just the perfect choice to snatch that away from Pabu, putting him on the Graves, who was a whole lot squishier. And then he got caught out a lot as well. You can see that the comms were hectic towards the end. You got Violet just going, let's go, in the player cams. You can see that the mental game is there, and Peace can see the victory. It's just within arm's reach now.
Yeah. The fact that you've got Violet popping off in the cams as the game was ending, that actually tells a tale more than anything else for me. Because that is, he is the most stoic, chill guy. You ask him questions in interviews, he's very relaxed, just matter-of-factly and like a logical human. But now he's feeling it. And this could be the most dangerous piece we've seen yet, especially if they've got the momentum and the emotions going their way.
Also, quickly, look at this as well. Praedyth, he goes from half HP to nothing while he's doing the bloody rocket jump there. I felt for him. I was like, man, you're supposed to be getting to safety with that. But Peace just said, nah, see you later. And from that point, you know, the Baron certainly helped to siege the base. A fight that almost goes the way of Pentanet right at the end, but then Peace, they bring it back. They were in control, in the driver's seat the whole damn time, and managed to keep 2 players alive and had, look, 2 level 18 bloody people running it down mid. That's it. Here you go. There's the pop-off. Violet super happy with how that game went. And I'm ready for another. What about you guys? That was insane. You know, a couple of key selections in the draft. I saw Volibear getting picked by Appy, which I thought was going to be on Lisa in the jungle. I was sitting here going, all right, okay, I like it. I like the decision making there, and ended up in the top lane. Ended up being a great decision.
I'm going to say the same thing I said last game, and this time, I just don't think you can give Aladoric Rakan. You know, he's definitely on the books right now for an MVP performance coming into game number 4, if he can keep this pace up. I definitely feel like Rakan is having a huge impact at this point in time. If you take the Rakan out, you probably take the Xayah out as well for Peace, and they are forced to do something else in the bot lane, which seems to be, these last 2 games, where the strong point has been, you know? So I think you got to take that one away if you're Pentanet here. That said, Pentanet have chosen blue side, so you got to remember that as well. It'll give them some more options perhaps, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we get out of the draft when we do get into Game 4. But Mac, to answer your question earlier, no, I'm not ready. I need to go and get some more water.
You do? Okay, well, you do that. We'll bring Nat in, because Nat's back with some more information for us. Nat, what stats do you have for us today?
Alrighty, I'm going to start off with the first Bloods this time, because I actually found it quite interesting. Peace has so far gotten all 3 first Bloods, and 2 of them being taken by Aladoric. Whilst on the other side, 2 of them have been, like, I guess, given by Decoy. So you've got a bit of support rivalry going on, I guess. Aladoric sneaking in 2 and Decoy giving up 2. But then you have kills. We've got 38 on the side of Pentanet and 61 on the side of Peace, which is pretty good. Much better than where we're at Game 3 for the last 2 series. Towers, because I know Jordan won this yesterday. Towers, we've got 15 for Pentanet and 18 for Peace. And then Dragons, which is probably the closest stat, is 6 for Pentanet and 10 for Peace. So we're pretty even on the Dragons.
It's pretty close, all
I don't know
things
how one-sided it is, Mac, compared to yesterday. There's as many Towers kills as there were kills in those series. So
yeah, just a whole lot more action. And look, let's go to another break as well. We've got 1 more game at least, if not bloody 2. I honestly hope it's 2 at this point. So much entertainment. Peace and Pentanet, Game 4 coming up after the break.
On in, runs on in even, but it's the flank that could be the problem. Pabu and Chaz putting damage through. Violent, uncontested, the feathers come back, and there goes 2. Might have kept him alive here, does have the Zonyas as well, but needs backup and needs it desperately. Have they overcommitted for this kill onto Praetor? He's still alive, still kicking, still firing. Violent now in the thick of things, and all of a sudden, Praetor survives for so long. Peace.
In my mind's eye, watching this horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, double. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going on sideways, don't you know? It's all up to us, I know that we can make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my way? Escape this. We blast off from these rooftops. Fresh air tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note, pressure wash me off, cause I might explode. Damn, you're staring me down all these safe roads when I'ma try to drive blindfolded. Tell me that we'll make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my way? Escape this. It's all up to us, I know that we can make
Game number 4 on the horizon. Are we going to see more Flame Horizons or not? I guess time will tell. There was almost one. There might have actually been one towards the end in the ADC department, but I think that Praedyth managed to farm his way back in. There was about a 90 CS difference for a little while there, and then I noticed that Praedyth was allowed to sort of just sit in the lanes, farm, eat up all those little red dots as you guys were putting it on the cast, and managed to at least close the gap. But again, Violet is just farming up a damn storm. And I guess the question is, leading up towards draft for Game 4, is are we going to see this Zaya and Rakan ban, or are they just going to let it fly?
You know, I feel like we have to see it. First of all, they've picked blue side, I believe, again. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. PGG picked blue.
True. Yep.
They on blue side, we've mentioned this a few times now, but just to really reiterate one last time, you get to target ban on blue side. I think it's free real estate to just get rid of that champion. Looking at the other bans that they've gone for, though, there's a Nocturne, there's a Jinx, and there's a Lilia. I guess the risk there is if you go for the Rakan ban, you're giving over the Jinx comp, and we have seen Jinx be massively successful for Peace yesterday when it's given to them. So maybe there is no winning situation with those bans. Maybe you just accept reality and try and pick a lane that can handle it better.
I really hope we do get to see some Nocturne. I hope that gets to slide through. I want to see what it's capable of, honestly, but that's just for me personally. For you guys, though, personally, if you want to check your personal progress, you can jump over onto Esports Assessment Labs, you know, check your reaction time. I saw Halo in the player cams. He was just watching his couple of jabs in there. I was really impressed with his form, actually. So he's obviously been using Esports Assessment Labs to make sure his reaction time's on point, because today he's just winning that little mid matchup and doing a very good job. But let's not delay things any longer. It is time for Champ Select. It's time for Game 4. Boys, are you as excited as Mac is? Probably not, because I'm very excited. Take us in.
Impossible to be as excited as Mac, but I am probably more excited about this particular game of League of Legends than I have been for any other game I've seen so far in the LCO. This one feels like the one with the most weight attached to it, and immediately, Rusty, I see the eyebrows going up here. There's a little bit to touch on, so immediately just rattling quickly through the band. You mentioned the Jinx, well, she's gone. You mentioned the Zaya, she's gone as well. Lilia also gone. So a lot of champions that Pentanet does not want to see, but also still a lot left open, and immediately the picks through coming for Peace. Put a bit of a spanner in the works for Pentanet. We'll see Aladoric over onto Alistar, which means no Tristana Alistar compo.
Maybe a Rel?
The Pentanet boys.
It could just likely be a Rel into it. Also makes you wonder what's going to go with that Alistar, right? Like, it's not a... I think we've only seen it with Trist. So the gauntlet definitely thrown in this draft phase. It's the Jinx and the Zaya taken away, saying, what are you going to play? Probably Kai'Sa. Probably Kai'Sa Alistar as your bot lane duo. But even then, PGG, what they've done as far as their drafting is concerned is they've held their support option. So you can go into 4-5. If you don't pick a support here, you could cop bans, and Peace will have that advantage. I am very much curious now as to what DK will play, because that is a bold choice to prioritize the Victor.
It is. It's also going to mean that Peace here will also select their own mid laner. They don't need to hold on to that any later.
Ban Kai'Sa, right? Like, if you're PGG now, you just ban 80 carries, surely.
What else does Violet want to play? He's got Kai'Sa, obviously Tristana, but that's taken. A bit of Aphelios, a bit of Sivir this season. So if Kai'Sa does get taken away, you'd be looking at maybe a Sivir, maybe an Aphelios, or a total curveball. Seen Jhin a little bit this season, but doesn't seem like a good choice here.
You know what's interesting to me, though, is if they ban Kai'Sa and Olaf, what is Lisa going to play? Lilia, Hecarim, Udyr, he'd have to be the Volibear then, right? Like, that would kind of remove the flex in my mind.
Again, unless he pulls something new out, which we did see a lot yesterday. Not necessarily so much in the jungle position, unless you count the Volibear jungle. But there was 5 new champions picked yesterday in our 2 playoffs games. So you got to think maybe this is the time where teams, if they've been working on anything, do pull it out. I mean, we're looking for potentially something new, I guess, from Lisa. I mean, if he doesn't get the Olaf, doesn't get the volley, I don't think he's actually played anything apart from Udyr or Hecarim.
I mean, he's got other abstract champions with like one game each, right? So like he's got a Mundo, he's got a Jarvan, he's got a Shyvana, I think. Or is that just, I'm just Parbu champions that I'm rattling off?
No, I don't think he's played any of
champions.
those. Yeah, he hasn't played any this season. He's literally just played
He
Olaf,
can default
Lilia,
to Jarvan for what it's worth. I have seen him play that before. But as you can tell, it's just going to be the volley. That makes sense. And the main point I wanted to make was I think they did remove the option of flexing with the way that they drafted.
Well, I like the two bans from Pentanet right here, right? Kai'Sa and Aphelios gone. You kind of need to see a hyper carry coming through here from Aladoric. You've got a big front line. You've got big setup for Orianna. So where's the damage come from? Yes, Orianna can do damage. Yes, the top lane and the jungle can do damage, but I want to see Aladoric on something that he can really just chew through the Cho'Gath, for example.
I like this pick.
Udyr.
I think Braum maybe is a clutch 5th pick here, though, for PGG in terms of draft strength overall. Definitely waiting to see where Violet goes. I mean, that would make much more sense than a Kog'Maw, because it's not a Kog'Maw comp that they have right now. You could maybe Jhin if you feel unsafe, be relying on your tanks getting ahead, but Vayne could work. Risky in lane.
It is, but if you get to the mid game, if you get to the late game, Vayne gets a bit difficult to deal with for this Pentanet composition where the likes of Cho and Udyr really just have to run at you. And yes, they can run really fast. But Vayne has the tumble, she has invisibility, she has condemn, she's got a lot of self-peel tools. And then there's an Alistar there as well, likely sitting on top of her to help out. So, I mean, if Violet has perfect positioning, definitely going to be a workable carry getting into the mid game. And I feel like Vayne's power spikes actually come a little bit earlier now this season than what they used to in seasons past. You know,
it's one item,
with
right?
the item changes. Yeah, once you get the Kraken Slayer, she feels a lot better than she did at one item Vayne last year.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Vayne is in a... I think meta-wise, Vayne's in a decent spot. A bit hard to deal with some of the meta champions, but they are suffering a couple of bans here and there. You're looking at a Trist first pick a lot as well in LCO drafting. The big thing for me, though, the Braum is really clutch. Like, playing bot lane now as an Alistar, if you combo, you better be ready to get stunned back. So, Aftershock necessary, I would say, instead of any kind of phase rush builds. Braum... It's not me playing Braum, but I like Hail of Blades Braum because at level 2 you can just win lane. But also you've got the door for Ornn ults. So now your engage tool that is the Ornn is a lot harder to actually execute if Decoy plays properly. So overall, I think that Braum pick helps their composition a lot. But otherwise, you know, if we get to late game, which you have been every game, you do have a Vayne against a Cho'Gath who can go to side lanes against that Cho'Gath as well and just rip Biopanther apart.
It's going to be an interesting one, and it is now time to step up for Pentanet.gg. They are down 2-1 in the series against Peace. And as the team that only lost one game in regular season, they've now lost 2 in this playoffs game, which will put Peace through to the grand final as the first seed, if Peace can confirm it right here and right now. Peace have won every single early game. They've been able to convert 2 of those into wins. But the one thing that interests me here is that the bot lane prio, you know, just by nature feels like it should lean on the side of Pentanet this time, which is where Peace have been finding a lot of their advantages. You think about how that last game sort of snowballed out of control. It was Violet and Aladoric pushing that turret in over and over and over. The Dragon going through early for Lisa, being able to get a lot of work done on the bot side of the map, and the roams from Aladoric as well, when they were available. So now that doesn't really seem to be as much of an option, unless Violet and Aladoric are just going to completely gap Praedyth and Decoy somehow.
I'm going to say it's unsurprising looking at the way these junglers are starting as well, pathing from top to bot side. Are both actually getting top lane leashes. So a lot of this is about being as fast and as healthy as possible to get to bot side and protect that lane. As you mentioned, priority is not a redeeming feature of an Alistar Vayne lane. There is a lot of potential threat of just getting chunked, especially level 1, when you've got a Hail of Blades, Trist, and Braum hitting acute. So you have to respect. It means the push will go the way of PGG. So it's not necessarily just about winning the 2v2. It's about controlling the minions, because now you could potentially force level 2, push in, and then decoy disappears into the jungle with your Udyr to the enemy blue. You know, things like that are theoretically possible. So it's just a bit harder to play the map if you are Lisa.
Well, Lisa going through the jungle right now. Same for Pabu.
I mean, look at this. Like, it's a nice little early ward. It means that he won't be spotted. Even if he just hides and hovers in that bush for an extra couple seconds, you're a bit worried if you're Lisa, right? Like, that's now so much opportunity going against you, and you don't know where Pabu is at this point.
I mean, I know you can't see it on the screen right now, but I've just seen Aladoric go in 2v1 headbutt pole on top of Praedyth and Decoy, and he's actually out-traded them. Now Lisa's walking down. There's no ward. Flash as well from the volley bear to try and get an engage. Violet flashing forward as well, looking for those silver bolts procs, but does he have enough damage? Condemn, not available, but the auto attack is exhaust. Not enough to save Praedyth, nor is heal, nor is flash. And you talk about bot lane prio. Well, it seems like it doesn't matter. It's going to be gifted to them by Lisa, and a nice play from Violet.
Yeah, and you mentioned Aladoric's trade earlier. It definitely helps that you can chunk him out before the trade even starts. Pabu's level 4 to 3 of Lisa, so it is still a decent position for Pabu overall. You can see that he wins the Scuttle Crab trade and is able to now run topside to the top Scuttle and try and contest that one also. Not good for PGG, only good for Pabu. And we have to actually take a second to talk about why. Because Pabu's clear on his Udyr, it's a choice that you have to make, right? If I'm going to full clear, I do not get bear stance till level 4. So he is at level 3 doing the Krug camp, actually on the same screen as his AD carry while Praedyth dies. But he doesn't want to go for that play and stop doing his Krug camp because he needs level 4 to actually influence that. If he went for bear at 3, maybe that's a trade back. You know, and maybe things look a little bit better overall for PGT, but not the way it played.
Oh, well, here's another engage coming through from the bot lane. It's certainly favoring Peace right now. Praedyth has no recourse. He's standing in an entire creep wave. He's on fire. Ignite was put through by Aladoric. And Violet is getting silver bolts procs all over the place. Decoy's shield just doesn't last long enough. And it's 2-0 in the bot lane, Rusty. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Vayne Alistar popping off, apparently. Lots of damage coming out of those two. They're snowballing out of their minds, and it's both kills going onto the AD carry as well. It's not actually kill share with Aladoric this time. And Nat Stats talking about those first bloods.
Yeah.
All the way of Violet this time. The perfect person for Peace to snowball a game out, and the worst case scenario for PGG right now.
This further reinforces the question, who's getting the MVP out of this one? If Peace win here, Violet's on track for 10, 15 kills this game. But is Aladoric a big reason why he's got them?
Surely we just give it to the whole ass bot lane. Like, why
I
even
feel like that's what you got to do. Yeah, I agree.
Point?
They're one entity. And then everyone's happy. But
maybe
it's not there yet.
Them.
Okay, sure. I'll give you that. Dire Straits, perhaps, for Pentanet.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a Noon Quiver Vayne, dude. You would talk like one of the weaknesses that Vayne could have in laning phase is the lack of push, where a Tristana can constantly push you in, right? Can constantly threaten you. Noon Quiver means that you actually clear so incredibly fast with that bonus damage to minions as well. So you can kind of keep up with the Tristana with the item disparity they have.
Well, the wave's slowly pushing down here in bot. So Violet's going to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Looks like should be a nice reset timing, but they don't really have a whole lot of gold here for Peace. So I wonder if they'll just make their way up to Dragon. See what else they can do. Should be a free Dragon. No contest coming through from Pentanet at this point. Pabu's up on the top side of the map. Teleport from Biopanther into top lane. So another Dragon 2-piece.
You know, you could make a takeaway of the playoffs so far that Peace are insanely good into Tristana. That does seem to be a pretty consistent trend so far for them. This game now with a 2-0 AD carry. Jungle difference is still big. You know, we spoke about it. It was the level 4 push from Pabu. Wins the Scuttle battle on both sides. Now has control of the third one as well. Maybe that's the fourth. I wasn't paying too much attention to that. but is sizably far ahead. Like level 6 to 4 in jungle difference, Lisa is struggling.
Oh. And Peace are looking to freeze this wave again. They've stood in the bush, allowed the creeps to aggro onto each other in such a way that the push might just go through. Certainly keeping Pentanet at bay for now, and it's killing a lot of those creeps that, unfortunately for Braideth, he's just not going to be able to pick up. 15 CS disadvantage, now a headbutt back in the direction of Vayne. Decoy is getting knocked at Violet, and yet Peace do not care. Look at that damage. Exhaust even is forced out by Decoy. So is the heal from Braideth. And that's all it takes. A pulverize into a headbutt. Violet gets a nice condemn on the wall, yes, but man, this bot lane is not going to be fun to play for Pentanet right now.
Not at all. Blood's being comprehensively gapped right now. And the thing is, they're just so far behind, they can't step up to hit a minion wave. And it just gives so much freedom for someone like Aladoric on an Alistar. Just look for combos. You know, it's not like a full-on commit to a freeze. It's more that we are going to pull the minion wave deeper into the lane to make it harder for you to have any access to those minions. And maybe it's only 3 CS per wave. That's still half a wave. Maybe it's only 3 CS per wave difference, but if you do overstep, it's also a kill.
Yeah, 3 CS a wave sacks up pretty quickly. Down in the bot lane, we got a dive. Aladoric's very tanky at the moment, but maybe not tanky enough. If Pabu arrives, Lisa might be a little too late. He dives on top of Decoy. Never mind, he's here at the perfect time and can just jump back on out. Violet, he doesn't have any mana, but he doesn't need any mana. In the end, Lisa actually does drop. But now, a teleport down from Appy. It's a bit of a schmozzle down here in the bot lane for Peace. It maybe hasn't gone the way they'd have liked it to.
I mean, Halo doesn't choose to teleport to that fight either. It could have been a bit of a heavier swing, perhaps, with a shockwave available, but he's going to push mid lane out instead. And it means that, realistically, still good for Peace overall. There's a plate in mid lane, there's free farm in mid lane. Decoy goes down, and yes, the Ornn teleports to help, and Bio has a decent time up there, but no teleport advantage going to be gained by this Cho'Gath either. He's just pretty casually trying to farm towards mid-game himself, so still not bad overall for Peace. He'd be very happy with that.
Aladoric has moved his way Herald. Lane swap as Appy goes down to bot, and Peace are being very greedy. They want to take everything. So Rift Herald is now their focus. That's why the lane swaps come through. Looks like they'll get it. Minute and a half for the Dragon as well. So we'd expect to see the bot laners start to move down sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they 100% get this uncontested. I mean, look at the vision that Pentanet have placed. It is incredibly passive vision. It's their blue buff protecting mid lane only from being flanked around the turret. There's a lot of freedom now for Peace to move, a lot of topside freedom as well. They won't be able to dive, they would be spotted, but they can push with complete freedom to do as they please.
Reset time. Good time for it.
Oh, and this is actually not often seen, I will say, Jordan, but usually you'd swap your bot lane to match, right? Because there's just no way that your top lane Cho'Gath wants to 1v2 an Alistar Vayne, but it doesn't seem like they took the bait. I mean, realistically, Peace swapped for the objective of the Rift Herald. And the conscious decision from Pentanet was to say, we are just going to continue to give farm to our Tristana to help try and alleviate how behind he is. Maybe a turret plate here as well as they push it in, and no flipping of the map. No wasting of 30 seconds walking to lane after a 7-second recall. Just trying to be as optimal as possible to catch up.
Halo's resetting quite late. 10 seconds left on that Dragon timer. But he does have teleport available, so should be able to get back. We'll actually opt to go down to bot. Appy gets out of there okay. Now here's the dance. The 5-on-5. Appy being a little bit isolated is going to make it awkward for Peace until he rejoins the group. But the fact that they've got Prio over the bot lane means that they can do much the same as what Pentanet is doing in mid. And that's putting pressure on the tower. Rift Herald is certainly going to help. Halo's quite keen and eager to get that tower down. He's going to be able to do so as well. And there's no response so far from Pentanet. They've left Praedyth in mid to just shove that tower, get some plates of his own. Again, putting gold into their ADC.
Alidoric with
Peace
a
get the tower
huge
first.
flank. Just gets spotted out there. Control it in the bush, thankfully for them. You know, we spoke about that defensive vision. Saves the flanks, doesn't save the front-to-back fight.
Got to remember that the Chomp is available here for BioPanther as well. Feast can smite, but it's not required because the fight is on and Pabu is out of the picture right now. 5 on 4 for Peace. And they'll do a good job of just zoning Pentanet away. Yes, BioPanther could get the steal, but he doesn't have the opportunity. And in that meanwhile, the Rift Herald's got a second charge down in bot as well. So that's all working perfectly for Peace.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a two-man shockwave on tanks into an on ultimate that was blocked by a Braum door. It just doesn't matter when your AD carries a 3-0 Vayne. The tanks will die. And so they will still be successful. And because it's the jungler, of course, there's no way for Pentanet.gg to contest that dragon. They just have to sacrifice it. There will probably be a decent amount of sacrificing in this game if they want any chance to try to come back into this one. But I will also present the time window that it feels like they have. I'm not saying that Peace definitively outscale them. I don't actually think that's really true. Tristana and Victor have incredibly good late game team fighting. It's just that a Vayne into a Cho'Gath, right, compared to a Tristana into an Ornn, feels like the Vayne will win the race of front-to-back team fighting. So it's a bit harder to execute here for PGG. More flank perhaps reliant, more good teleport reliant. They have to do a little bit extra.
Pentanet's certainly going to have to work hard to get back into this one. About a 3.5k gold deficit at this point in time. I think it was about 4 to 5k last game for Peace at 15 minutes. Remember, we had that 10 minutes of nothing, and then the game really did start to pick up. This one has felt like a fairly slow start as well. Bot lane definitely a little bit different. What's going on here? Pabu over the blast cone. Just doing some ward clearing. Won't result in much.
Nothing doing just yet, just posturing. Again, objective-wise, nothing available on the map, so there is a lot of posturing that'll take place, a lot of fighting for vision, a lot of poking back and forth, just testing the waters. As it stands, it is just going to be AD carries freely farming in mid lane. Top laners now on the opposite side of the map, down in bottom. And mid laners who are strong-sided, which is again why that posturing exists, playing in top lane. Teleport for Chaz is a pretty big advantage that they will have to consider here for Peace, and one of the reasons is perhaps why they don't do anything until an objective is up.
All right. Reset time, but they're on top of a ward, so Alidoric is going to pressure. It's another few seconds lost by Pentanet. Kind of forces them to stay here as well. Down in the bot lane, Appy is getting flanked by Pabu right now, so there could be something happening there in just a second. He's taken a lot of damage, down to about half. Still getting chased. I think Appy might die here, to be honest. Pabu, I mean, you can't really escape an Udyr even as an Ornn, or do I lie? Yes, I do. He's just gotten out.
Mana has betrayed Pabu, unfortunately for him. It is a phase rush Udyr, so the sticking power is pretty high, especially with that chilling smite. At the end of the day, there's only so much mana that one can have without a blue buff. And on your screen, you were watching Violet basically 1v2. And it is because they saw Pabu hitting an Ornn for about 30 seconds. So a lot of freedom to be hyper-aggressive there. And that reset cancel by Alidoric and Violet before also stopped the full Kraken Slayer purchase from Praedyth. It was a really good opportunity to cancel those buy timings as Bio.
Well,
just teleporting.
Halo does definitely dodge the rupture, and so he'll be fine. Chaz is there to greet him. So we do have the Kraken Slayer completed for Praedyth. Took a bit longer than Violet did to get that one online. But right now, for this second, they were at least fairly even until Violet goes back to base and buys himself a Zeal.
just doesn't feel comfortable right now, you know what I mean? Like, at any moment we look at a lane, it just feels like Peace pushing that tempo a little bit further. Like, you can still acknowledge that the farm has been fantastic for Praetor. He's been keeping up as best he can given that early start. They sacrificed a full Rift Herald map flip for that. So he's back in the game a little bit more. Mid lane is hugely behind in terms of turret gold they earned as it stuns on.
Oh, this could be something. Halo's backing into base, but has to now probably teleport into the fight. Call of the Forge God goes absolutely nowhere. But in the end, Rift Herald is what Peace wanted, and it's what they get.
Ooh, that hits.
That hits indeed. Violet could be in trouble. Exhaust on top of him, has to flash out, doesn't have heal available. The bomb's going to go off. Praetor gets the kill, and that's some resets as well. Pabu low on HP. Halo flashes forward, tries to get the kill, but won't be able to. And again it happens. Rusty Peace with the advantage. A mid-game team fight that probably could be better. And Pentanet are back in the game.
Probably could be better. Probably could have been avoided from the side of Peace. They had the Rift Herald. I think they just felt safe. And then a Rupture connects. The fight is on. Violet dies before it even starts. And remember that they both members who have died are the carries of Peace. Both members had shutdowns. So they have just given over extra gold to Pentanet. They have now reduced the gold difference to less than 1,000 or about 1,000 exactly now. And just given those opportunities, again, Peace aren't the perfect team. We've said that. They're good with leads. And Pentanet are so good at finding those small opportunities, finding those small windows and bringing it back that we once again have a game on our hands where it was like a 3-0 Vayne 5 minutes in. And it's a Rupture here. Hits both carries. Silence is onto the Vayne. You've got Praetor able to jump forward. The kill was already going to be secured, actually. And then Halo flashes in after shockwaving 2 tanks to try and kill Pabu. Gets Braum stunned. And just ints. Shutdown goes over to the Victor. You're laughing if you're PGG. You've just been given shutdowns. You've earned them, but you've been given them.
It's not enough to get them the gold advantage. It's certainly not enough to win them this game. Seen Peace looking pretty good over the course of both of the 2 wins they had. So I'm a little less worried now than I would have been at this point in the game at game 2, if that makes sense. You know, game 2, I see Pentanet get that fight. I think, oh, okay, here we go. It's happening again. But Peace sort of staved that off in the last 2 maps. So maybe they can do so again. Looking for a mid-tower. Won't quite be given it. Violet cops a Braum Q, but there's no follow-up, so no stun.
Definitely doesn't seem like the mental of PGG is shot at any means. You've got Praetor and Violet having emote wars and Pabu dancing instead of resetting. He's enjoying himself. That really does go to show how this game starts to feel, right? Like, we've said it. It does feel like Peace was starting to run ahead with this game. It feels like their composition excels quite well in team fighting with what they have. But PGG bring it back, suddenly they're just feeling themselves again. And that calm, measured play that you get from Pentanet.gg does open you up to errors.
Well, Rupture can definitely be a game-changing ability if Biopanther can hit some good ones like that. Praetor's got a kill, so he's up to 2. Has finished his second item, the Phantom Dancer. Pound for pound. The ADCs looking about as strong as one another. In fact, if we look at the gold, Praetor's got a lead.
Whoa.
He has to jump out. We'll hold that thought for a second. Oof, we're all okay. But yeah, a bit of a gold lead actually for Praetor. Courtesy of some shutdowns, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, mid-gap, like, in terms of gold, has been pretty big. Was brought back a little bit. Be happy about that one. They're going to do some damage to this Herald. Maybe they stop it completely.
They do.
Yeah, they're good. Doesn't even consider charging. Nice little deterrent there. And I do think we are now getting to a point in this game where we are going to team fights, where Peace have decided, maybe through some mistakes, but they've given the opportunity to challenge Pentanet front to back, team fighting style, one of the best team fighting teams in our league, to make their way into the finals. Big
Couldn't
call.
ask for a better game 4. Minute and a half might be how long it's going to take us to get there, Rusty. That's when Dragon spawns. So again, we'll probably just see a slowdown in the game until that point. Peace will be very happy if they can get the mid tower before then, though. Will aid them in pushing the mid wave, and that in turn will aid them in getting control around the Dragon Pit. So they do pick up that important objective. And if there was ever a reset time, it's now.
They do Baron so quick, though. Like, if I was PGG, my one concern is that I just stop thinking about Baron for 15 seconds. They had a good blue trinket on it just then. Appy does clear it, but a Vayne with Kraken Slayer, I think it's a Leandri's Ori as well. Like, they will sprint, they will speed run the Baron.
Can happen, where you just lose vision for 30 seconds and then you wonder, where are they all? And then the Baron notification pops up on your screen, and suddenly you know. But all eyes are turned towards the Dragon right now. We've got a couple of wards on the Baron. No team interested in it at the moment. Teleport is there for BioPanther. Appy sort of walking down. Maybe doesn't have to use the teleport just yet. Wave was favoring him.
Alidoric has his flash available.
Oh, look for the engage. He's going to get stunned up now. Does have Unbreakable Will. Survives for a long time. He gets knocked out. He gets knocked to safety by Praetor's ultimate. Decoy's low as well. Okay, so here's the gamble. Peace have called Pentanet's bluff. They've said, you can have the Dragon. We're going to take Baron. But
They think they do it fast enough. Oh, I mean, they do it so exceptionally quick. Is it fast enough? We will see. They've left Praetor on the pit. They've actually shown their jungler mid. So Peace will choose to disengage, and rightly so. Maybe they didn't know that Praetor would still be doing that one. So it is just the free objective secured. The second Mountain Dragon of the Mountain Soul in this game going the way of PGG. That combo, that was a series of very odd events, I will say. It was a headbutt pole, like you had the true flash available for Alidoric, not the Hex flash. They look to do that with an immediate shockwave combo onto Praetor, who has consistently shown he can buffer those jumps on headbutt pole combos. So that misses. And then Praetor says, you know what, I'm feeling charitable today. You can live. And ults them away.
There might have been a heal coming through from Violet that saved Alidoric's life. It is on cooldown recently, so I can only imagine that's where it did get used. Lisa and Pabu just happy to clear each other's wards right next to each other. Looks like Lisa will win this time. Alidoric looking for another engage, actually forcing the flash out of Decoy.
Yeah, that was really good. It was the dissonance from the Orianna ball as well that actually helped him to close the gap, to find that in a relatively short order.
Back on Baron. Chaz is going back to base. He's got teleport available, granted, so there is that for Pentanet, but he's going to have to be quick. Only just now starting to channel. Be another few seconds and Peace decide they want to get out. Praedith. Rocket jumps forward and towards an Alistar. He's feeling confident.
Yeah, Alidoric was very wide flank. If the fight was in the river, he was in a good position, but because it moves, he was out of position. Does reset, boots of mobility there, so he'll be okay. If Praetor's got an auto on, remember that was a red buff Tristana that'll be able to chase you down. We are just going to get the disengage, but like we've highlighted, you have to respect the Baron push if you're Pentanet. And they're showing time and again their willingness to hit it and see what happens. You cannot make a single error in judgment on if they're doing it or not, or the Baron could be gone.
"25 minutes in, we've only got 7 kills. Game has definitely slowed down more and more the further we've gotten into this series. It's like both teams are kind of settling into their rhythm. Few mistakes being made early game, but overall, mostly good, solid games.
Praetor has a shutdown in the terms of amount of gold he's been given in this one, so what was a bot gap is now pretty much even. Mid, similar story actually there as well. Chaz has been farming up a storm. Overall, it does feel like we are just at a dead even game state, and you couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, this one can definitely ramp up. See some fireworks. Keeping our eyes on Violet, Praetor. Chaz looking good at the moment, 1-0-1, farming up quite substantially as well, so he'll start to become a factor soon on that Victor, but again, Peace look toward the Baron. They're really just trying to bait a fight, it feels like, but now Baron's kind of low and they're wondering, do we stay on it? No. But opportunity opens up for Pabu.
Wait, they're hitting the Baron now. Peace have to respect this.
Pabu's on the wrong side of the Baron pit, but he does have flash. Well, they know now. In the end, it's going to be the eat, the chomp, the feast from BioPanther. And 1,000 damage smite is better than whatever Pabu can pull out at this point, so that's fair enough. Pentanet get a free Baron.
Yeah, they could have potentially got Lisa with it as well, right? Has to flash himself out to safety. Ult's in there just to try and get the steal, but you're never going to beat a Cho'Gath. And Pentanet see the Baron attempt, the third one, I believe, this game, and they say, we'll push you away, and they don't let it fully reset. It sticks it around, I think, 7k health. They hit it themselves. And just easy free Baron. You've got the rest of Peace routed, looking to do Krugs maybe, just maybe not even expecting them to do it. And by the time they realize, all but gone.
Board clearing around the Dragon Pit again because that objective is coming up shortly. 40 seconds. Appy's pushing the top lane in. Someone's going to have to go and match him. BioPanther has Telly, but he's in mid. Chaz doesn't yet have teleport available, but it'll be coming off cooldown in just a second. 11 seconds, in fact. Well, Pentanet not too concerned about that top wave. See what Aladoric does here.
Yeah, and Peace aren't too concerned about the Baron existing yet either. There's a teleport in mid lane right now. They are looking to stay mid. We've got the 5v5 set up, ready to go. Dragon, the third of the game for each of these teams if they look towards it. Baron's not doing a whole lot right now, you know. They are still being staunched by Peace. They're still dead even.
Here comes Aladoric. Does pop the chem tank, but no one can get into the pit quickly enough. Still, Peace might have found a winnable fight. Big knock-up coming through, at least from BioPanther, that slows them down, but in the end, 4v5 right now, and Violet feels confident. He feels like he can 1v4. Maybe it's a mistake, maybe it's not. Decides to chase down with the rest of his team as he turns back onto the Braum. And it's a 2-for-1 overall. Aladoric dies, but so does BioPanther and Decoy. Dragon for Pentanet, though. I'm sure they're probably pretty happy with that trade overall.
Yeah, you'd still call that a win. Puts them on soul point, definitely gives them an extra, you could say win condition, I suppose. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all soul, but they have that in their grasp. At the end of the day, you are seeing a lot of damage come from Violet. The combos aren't connecting perfectly from Peace at all. But Pentanet sacrificed a bit of positioning to secure the Drake and are punished for it. Still a lot of damage from Chaz, a lot of damage from Praedyth, and they weren't really able to take them down. The key thing here, though, is that flashes are missing left, right, and center on Pentanet. Chaz, Praedyth, both missing it. Pabu's ability to get onto a Vayne is pretty much dependent on that. That's gone as well, where Violet and Halo have their respective flashes and the auxiliary members that don't. So I would prefer to be Peace if I was team fighting.
Playmaking ability is definitely there, especially when you're 4-1 and 2 on Vayne. I mean, I hate to keep going back to it, but this is going to have to be the Violet show again for Peace. For Pentanet, at least it feels like they've got options. Chaz and Praedyth getting online. Can't believe Pabu's only got 1 assist, but it's just one of those games where you don't want to be an Udyr, really. Can't get anywhere, can't get anything done.
Pop quiz, do you know the name of Ornn's item upgrade for Vayne?
Absolutely not.
I didn't think you would. It's called Wormfall Sacrifice.
Oh, I was going to try. I was so close. I was going to say Worm Slayer. But
were you?
Yeah, I was actually.
I'll give you that. You got to think of like what's bigger than a Kraken. I couldn't think of anything, so I Googled it.
No, yeah, ironically, I actually did sort of look that up at one point. Can't remember why, but I remembered the worm bit at least.
What about the mid lane one then?
No.
Leandri's Lament.
Lament would never have got that.
No,
Look, they changed it from Torment to Anguish, so it's already hard enough to remember.
Yeah.
So we'll just go with that for now.
Moral of the story is that all item upgrades are completed. It's a roundabout way to get to my point, but starting to come across, and again, major factor when you look at champion scaling. It gives you like an extra, I believe, roughly 1,000 gold value, but for both of those items. I think it's 1,100 for the Kraken, and around 1,100 to 1,000 for the Leandris as well. So extra money into those pockets. It's not just a 4-1 Vayne with a shutdown ready to go. There's 4-1 and some change.
Yeah, a little bit more scary now for sure. It's always good when you have an Ornn that's going to give you the ornaments as opposed to taking them all for himself. 52.5k gold for Pentanet, and the same but 0.2k for Peace, so very, very close on both sides of the rift right now. 1 minute and 26 seconds left for the Mountain Drake, and that feels like it could play a massive, massive part. Can you imagine a Cho'Gath later on in this game if he's got four Mountain Drakes and the Soul? That's going to be unreasonable.
Yeah, 24% bonus resistances as well as the shield is quite annoying to get through, and maybe a compensation. Appy could be caught here.
Could be, but he is an Ornn, so getting caught on Ornn generally means a very slow walk away and eventual survival.
Yeah, just gets the teleport out of Halo realistically. One thing I was going to say though, if you remember back to that last fight at the Dragon, it was Aladoric actually flash engaging onto Biopanther, headbutting a Cho'Gath into the team. And while you could normally say maybe that's a sin, it isn't when you've got a Kraken Slayer Vayne on your team. One of the best ways that Peace can play their team fights is front to back. That's what they would want here.
They might be trying to go for it again, Baron this time, but look where Pabu is. He's standing on top of the blast cone, waiting for the steal. Biopanther has flash available, but he'll be locked down. Now the fight begins in earnest. Lisa knocked low, but you've got to keep your eyes on Violet. If he can get damage out in the fight, it's winnable for Peace. Unfortunately, not being given that opportunity because everyone is dead. Front to back hasn't worked this time, Rusty.
No, it hasn't worked at all. They looked for the opportunity, but you've got Decoy standing and delivering. You can't hit the Ornn Horn ever to actually lock down time and space for Violet to deal damage. Halo has not found his mark on this Orianna thus far, and now you've got the second Baron buff of the game going the way of Pentanet. You've also got the Mountain Soul theirs for the taking as they would like. And try as Peace want to get those front to backs. They hit the Baron for the purpose of turning. Doesn't go their way.
So they get Baron, they'll get Dragon Soul as well, and the game gets infinitely harder for Peace. So much damage and focus went into the Cho'Gath early on in the piece, and it wasn't a bad knockup from Aladoric, but just keep your eye on Praetor and Chaz in that replay.
Oh, meanwhile.
Yep. Meanwhile, Inhibitor goes down, Dragon goes down.
They could just end.
Yeah, I suppose that's also a factor. Something to think about. 25 seconds for Aladoric, 33 for Appy. And the attention turns to a shockwave. Praetor is locked up. Not quite enough damage from Lisa. And Praetor will survive on the skin of his teeth. But that might well be the death sentence for Peace in game number 4. Pentanet turn onto the Nexus, and they'll get rid of it as well. 2 apiece. And we're heading to game 5. Pentanet are not done yet.
Not at all. We have definitely had a series on our hands. The fact that we're going to game 5, the fact that every single game has felt like it could go either direction. This has been an absolute blinder of a series, a blinder of a best of 5. And we said it at the start of the day. It could well be the finals preview. And I think we're getting every single version of that possible right now.
Yeah, this is exactly what we would have wanted. We've seen peak performance from all the Peace players. We've seen the performances from Pentanet. I almost feel like we haven't actually seen peak performance yet from Pentanet, if I'm going to be honest. Maybe outside of game 1, they looked pretty good there. But I feel like there's something left in the tank for both of these teams, if I'm going to be honest. And
yeah,
going into game 5, this is where you sort of pull out all the stops. If there is anything left, you got to throw it in.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I think we also should take into account that Peace are definitely performing up from what we've seen of them, right? So we know that Pentanet do have a weaker early game. That has been stated through the entire season. So maybe we're just seeing both of these teams playing closer to their true form right now because we haven't often seen PGG pushed.
All right, let's see what Mac thinks. He knows everything there is to know about League of Legends, so it'll be good to get his opinion and 2 cents on this one. So, Mac, how are you feeling now? Obviously, you had the chance of getting that prediction correct that game, but Peace have let you down.
Man, I am so happy with how this game has gone. I can't believe we're going to a 5th map. And I also can't believe how slow these last 2 games have been. You can see both teams are so cautious. They don't want to put that foot wrong. They don't want to be caught out of position. And it's just led to these really monotonous games, you know, standoffs for these objectives, and then, you know, every now and then someone might die, and at that point the other team goes, well, okay, well, we don't want to, we'll just cut our losses. And then we run away, hope that there is a mistake at some point, you know, and this may just be one of those mistakes. Violet getting caught off, thinking he was a little bit bigger than what he was. Halo, I think, flashes in to try to secure a kill, and he'll go down as well. And Pabu's so low, so lucky to be alive. So there's the what I would call the turning point in the game, when things started to go right for Pentanet in Game 4 here. And there you go. You know, that's not the first time either. Halo, he keeps on firing up and just throwing fists up at the camera.
He just
Absolutely
mid-game
love to see it.
muzz. That's how you get back into it mentally, hey?
Yeah, that's the secret. Bit of a shadow box. He was doing a lot of boxing in mid as well, so not necessarily losing mid there. He had a very good performance to kick things off. You can see even right up until the end, it was looking pretty good in terms of CS. He did go down a few times. And that was something I was interested about as well, is just in terms of objective control. Picking that Cho'Gath just seemed to be key. I thought they would have used the ultimate earlier, trying to get a bit more presence on the objectives, but it wasn't until that Baron they finally managed to steal. You mentioned, oh, Pabu's on the wrong side of the wall. What's going on? But then, you know, obviously Cho'Gath's there. You know, 1,000 damage smite for free. You know, better than an actual smite at that point. I think Pabu at that stage in the game was only level 12, so it would have been, what, like a 700 damage smite. So, you know, you can combine the two. But look, very good performance. And Pentanet now 2-2. We're going all the way. How's your throat going, Jordan?
Struggling, but I'm told I might have time to make a cup of tea here, so I'm looking forward to that. Going to need to suck it down pretty quickly because, man, this is going to be a big final game, I think, and looking forward to potentially not being able to talk tomorrow. Hopefully, Mac, you'll be ready to cover for me on that broadcast that will not be named.
Oh, it's all right. Well, it's the one opportunity I do get to do some play-by-play, so you better believe I'll be unleashing for everyone over on the unnamed broadcast. You know, if you know, you know. Anyway, it's time for a break. Jordan, go suck down that cuppa, and we'll see how your throat is after the break. Ladies and gents, Game Bloody 5 coming up. Get ready to be entertained.
Has Flash available, but he'll be locked down. Now the fight begins in earnest. Lisa knocked low, but you've got to keep your eyes on Violet. If he can get damage out in the fight, it's winnable for Peace. Unfortunately, not being given that opportunity. And the attention turns to a shockwave. Praedyth is locked up. Not quite enough damage from Lisa. And Praedyth will survive on the skin of his teeth.
Leave your heartache at the door, 'cause baby you need it, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now take a step away from the glass walls in your way, and baby you'll like it, oh, 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 oh. Bless you now, you're caught up in a dream, now's the time to let it go. Stop so you can breathe. Rejoice, it's the only way to feel like rejoice, rejoice. It's the better place to be at. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice.
something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Nah. 'Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow. Still in that simple life, we take it slow, we take it slow. You always get to take it fast, you always get to crash. Got me feeling gas, looking at that. Yeah. Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. 'Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah.
Not wanted, not wasted. The way out, get out. The way down to your heart. You're broken right from the start. For no one to
Oh, it's getting sweaty in here. Need to brush off the forehead. Guys, it's gonna lead up to be an entertaining final match. You know, winner of this one gets it over the line. It's all down to this. So essentially, last 4 games, throw them out the window. Best of 1 territory now. 1 game remaining. And the question is, are we going to see Appy on that volley again? Is he going to go back to something different? Actually, it wasn't even Appy on the volley. It was Lisa on the volley. But are we going to see volley stolen away from Pabu solely so they don't have to ban it? That's the real question here.
I mean,
Happy was on the volley at one point.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was,
they
you know, it was
flexed
the flexing it, you know.
The thing is, they picked blue side this game, right? So game 5, Peace have said we're playing blue, I believe, and the way that this will change the dynamic is if they were going to pick a volley bear, you'd probably be picking it first, right? And I don't think their priorities go that way. I'm actually more interested in the bans from Pensinet coming into this 5th game because last time they left open a Hecarim on this side of the map. That was pretty dangerous. So I'm very curious to see what changes, and you know, maybe there is a volley first pick because they've banned so many junglers. Who knows?
I was very interested in the Cogmore hover from the first draft there. Do you think anything would have changed if that eventuated? You know, we did have in the interview, I think it was Halo in one of those interviews saying they really wanted to get Violet on that Cogmore. So do you think we might see a little bit of a stretch in the final game?
That was a different context, though. He said he wanted to have 4 support-oriented, sort of, jungler, top, mid, whatever.
Yep.
That wasn't the case because the Cogmore was the final pick. It was Cogmore or Vayne for the 5th pick. So it wasn't really an option in that respect. But I actually think it probably would have gone worse for Peace if we would have seen the Cogmore there. I don't think you have the playmaking ability that you do on the Vayne. Not sure that we would have seen it be quite as close.
Well,
although the Vayne didn't feel like it had as much impact as I thought it would, so maybe it could have gone better.
I got some good news, but before the good news, I just want to ask a question, Jordan. Did you have your tea? How's it going?
I've got my tea.
Yep. You're all sorted down here? Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, well, are you ready for Game 5?
I am now.
Okay, beautiful. What about you, Rusty? You ready for Game 5? Ah, look at this. I didn't bother because I was like, look, I'll just do it in my little break. So, just rub that one in before you guys have to yell about League of Legends.
Enjoy your time
one
off, Mac.
Oh, mate, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm ready, and so is the game. Game 5 coming up right now. Champ selectors ready. Peace and Pentanet. Who's going to take the dub? Boys, let's find out.
Well, that's good to hear, Mac. I'm looking forward to getting into this one and speaking to the bans immediately here, Rusty, because that is all important. You asked for the Hecarim ban, and you got it. Xayah ban as well through there from Pentanet, but Thresh still ends up managing to find a way to get banned out. So we won't be seeing him in this series. The same can be said for Seraphine. Interestingly, Peace go for an Alistar ban as well. They're not interested in seeing that champion on their side or on Pentanet's side, and Jinx this time has been left open.
Yeah.
So that's the first pick for Peace.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx, I think that's the first time this whole series it hasn't been banned by PGG. In saying that, it is still the priority champions. There are a lot of the meta picks that are being banned away by Peace, even on blue side in this draft. So Jinx first pick, we've seen it before. We know it can be pretty successful. This is something we haven't seen as a response to it, however, because we've only seen Jinx versus Direwolves when Peace won 3-0. Lilia, the first pick, the first response here by Pentanet. Pabu did lose on Lilia earlier in this best of 5. Seemed fine mechanically. They were just so far behind, he didn't get a chance to play League of Legends. And also is just one of the better junglers of the mix that are left available with a Hecarim ban. So far, the only changes really are the AD carries.
Yeah, the Aphelios, an interesting one as well to come through for Praedyth. Has played the Aphelios once during regular season, but aside from that, this will be his second appearance on the champion. Chaz is also going to go for the Ahri pick. That's kind of opened up by the fact that Halo has shown his hand on Victor in mid already. So we're kind of prioritizing the counter pick for top and I guess support as well, funnily enough. So we're following suit from the previous game. Again, the volley bear could be a flex here for Peace. So there is that to consider as well, but Rel banned away initially by Pentanet, and I'm quite interested to see what will follow here with the Peace bans. Do they get rid of a couple of supports as well, or are they aiming for the top lane?
Hard to do. I don't know if you can afford to ban supports unless you're really throwing the gauntlet down, right? You've got Jinx on your team and Aphelios on the other team, so you actually both kind of need strong supports to make this lane work effectively. But Pentanet do have the first pick coming out of the second ban phase, so if we continue to go down this rabbit hole of support champions and the pool gets limited like you're currently seeing, it does make you wonder exactly what will be picked. And a fun fact for you, there's only Rakan left for Decoy's champions, otherwise it's back to the supporter Mumu. That's the only other champions that he's played.
I wonder what else is in the wheelhouse. Surely there's a fair bit. You don't get to this level of gameplay. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. I think Gragas or Galio. I mean, I was initially thinking Gragas, but Galio also tickles my fancy a little bit.
That was, well, Aladoric was playing with it yesterday, I believe, was the Galio. So that definitely is an option. But hey, it's Pentanet that can either choose to pick their support first if they think there's a priority champion, or they counter it.
6 seconds. Feels like a lot of deliberation in the Pentanet camp, and we're going Rakan without Xayah. Now, there is a significant power drop-off in that case, but it also takes it away from Aladoric, which is sort of 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's actually going to be pretty happy with the Galio pick here, though, if I was going to be perfectly honest. Aladoric is someone who has a wealth of champions, but this to me, it just makes the most sense. The interesting thing here is I think that feels like a Rakan force just away from Aladoric for sure. We know Decoy can play it. There was also the possibility of picking your top lane champion there, waiting for like, you know, the Galio to be picked and then going, say, Morgana support to try and really nullify his existence. Not the route they choose to go. And Nocturne.
Surely
Oh,
that's
we're
got to
gonna
be
round this
Nocturne
down.
in the jungle now.
Yeah.
Okay. It's an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one. A lot of global presence on this piece roster. And Biopanther will go for the Urgot. So nothing too untoward for him. I like this though for Peace. It was actually a ban from Pentanet for at least game 1. Might have been in there for game 2 as well. So they've left it open this time and it hasn't snuck through.
I mean, both teams have a lot of damage. Nocturne is the combo that works with the Galio. Just to be clear, you've got Volibear, you've got Nocturne dashing in. Galio makes that so much even more powerful. The Urgot pick. Urgot was banned when Volley was placed top lane. And I really don't know if they're going to not swap these champions.
I'm keeping an eye on it as well. I haven't, I didn't want to say anything.
I didn't either, but now we're at 15 seconds. Isn't it 20 seconds for the legal swap?
Well,
like
if it's not 20, then it's
top.
10. If it's not 20, it's 10. So it's going to have to be. Yeah, I've got confirmation it's 20 seconds, and I can tell you that is a Nocturne top. So we're seeing Appy on Nocturne against Biopanther on Urgot, and Lisa in the jungle on Volibear. So the world is upside down.
Nocturne top lane is a bit of an odd one to me. It was also, I guess, blind picked, but it was a flex pick with a Volibear, so it's an odd flex in that. I guess at the end of the day, they've looked at their matchups and thought Nocturne's better top lane. One of the things that Nocturne can do in top lane, I'm again just assuming it is going to be staying there the whole time, is that you can ult and then teleport. So they don't know where you're teleporting, and then you can have, I think it's like a 2-second window, maybe 1.5-second window to press R the second time after, as long as you're quick on the pulse. We'll obviously get a lot more money and levels in that top lane as well. And I can't say I've ever casted in my life Urgot versus Nocturne top.
Well, did you think you were going to get it in a Game 5 upper bracket final in LCO Split 1? I can bet you the answer there is no. Nocturne and Urgot in the top lane, and it is for a place in the grand final. Both Pentanet and Peace are now on series point, and I can't believe Peace have pulled this one out, but I was hoping for something, and we've got it. We saw a lot of pocket picks, a lot of different picks yesterday, and we haven't really had anything too out of the ordinary today, but Nocturne top, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. It could be int, or it could be fantastic from Appy. It's certainly something we'll be speaking about when we next see Peace play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think you have a crazy amount of kill threat in this lane if you are the Urgot. The spell shield does a little bit too much, I think, for that. There will be a point in the lane, however, depending on Appy's build, if he goes for like the, the tank killing build where Biopanther will just be unstoppable anyway. The thing that stands out to me while we are still highlighting some of these drafts, and before we get into jungle pathing and everything, is that both AD carries aren't necessarily protected. They're going to have to kind of work for themselves, right? Aladoric is comboing with Lisa and Appy if they're going forwards. Rakan can support, but he's also the primary engage of the Pentanet squad. So for these low mobility AD carries that are hyper carries, they really have to position out of their minds of their own accord to survive in team fights.
Could be part of the thought process for Peace, given that they've picked Nocturne this game. Think about a Nocturne getting on top of an Aphelios. What's that Aphelios really going to be able to do? Flash away or try to win the 1v1? Most of the time, if you're an AD carry and a Nocturne ults you, it's bye-bye time, unless you're getting some help.
Yep.
Especially if Appy gets strong.
I think Stride Breaker Nocturne low-key quite good. Just applying the slow and getting some extra burst, especially I think as a top laner, because that's more of a bruiser build for your matchup. So maybe something we see. Of course, the other option is a lethality build, but if you look at his keystone there, going for the Conqueror, I would be much more expecting a bruiser build.
We'll have to wait and find out. Pentanet probably also waiting to find out. Appy's got top lane Prio right now, pushing that wave in. We'll need to be careful in a second though, because Pabu is pathing up there, and his jungler pathing down bot. I'm sure Appy's well aware of that though, so he'll just back off, put a ward down, play a bit safer from now on, and see what happens down on the bot side of the map. Interestingly as well, Rusty, here, you can see on the rune page, we do have Predator for Lisa. So that's also a change up.
Yeah, so usually the options, as far as I know, are Predator and Press the Attack. And we had this discussion before the show, but that was like 17 days ago at this point now. So one of the key features of Predator is you have much more potent early game ganks. At a certain point, though, if you go the Chem Tank build, you don't necessarily need the Predator to still get a gank off. So definitely feels much more about that early game pressure. Early game strength, getting those boots after your first clear and trying to really influence the game, acknowledging the Pabu is probably going to farm a bit faster than you at that point.
Lisa walks his way down to bot. Another very similarly timed gank as what we saw last game. Worked out last time. Flash forward from Aladoric. He's going to get the taunt onto Decoy, but the turnaround is here, and a teleport from Chaz as well. Lands right on top of the Chompers. That might be enough to keep Aladoric safe, and it is. Violet and Lisa will walk away to safety. Halo holds on to teleport and is able to just continue farming up in mid. So who does that favor? Well, bit of presence in the bot lane, bit of presence in the mid lane, bit back and forth. But teleport down for Chaz. So that's a big spell used, but so is Cleanse and Flash for Violet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every summoner spell in bottom lane basically gone there for the side of Peace. The only thing left is Ignite. Flash for Decoy is nice, but he's not the one that they'd want to focus anyway. The big miss is definitely mid lane losing both summoner spells. Charm going wide on the teleport in. The teleport was great, but unfortunately the follow-up was not there, because that could have very easily been First Blood going the way of Pentanet. And, you know, that's not something we have often said in this best of 5. It is usually going the way of Peace. It is usually going the way of Violet and Aladoric. So all things considered, I mean, this is still a favorable swing for Pentanet, even though it didn't work out.
Halo's going to do his best to keep the wave locked in position. Chaz wants to force it under tower so that he can reset. So, bit of game of cat and mouse right now between the mid laners. Halo doesn't actually have that much mana, but he has got 2 biscuits. So he'll be able to sustain himself that way.
They are putting a lot of emphasis on protecting Chaz, but they've just left, and there's a Predator gank. Oh, he doesn't actually have boots yet for some reason. Lisa could gank mid.
He does.
That's really odd, actually. I mean, the gank's not going to do anything. 35 jungle CS, 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes into this game, and he hasn't reset for boots.
Well, he's got to now, surely.
How are you going to Predator gank without Predator?
That's a great question that I don't have the answer to. But we do see the supports returning to bot lane. So they've gone on a little bit of a journey, both together, holding hands on their way back. Nice shove in from Peace will give them the opportunity to reset here. Only 517 gold right now for Violet as he resets. So it's going to be good for maybe a longsword, maybe a dagger. Not a whole lot else. Has got the boots too completed already. So it's a bit of a difference in terms of the itemization from Violet versus Praedyth. We've seen Praedyth multiple times opting to go for the full item builds as opposed to the boots.
Yeah.
Whereas Violet prioritizing boots, wants that mobility and attack speed, I suppose.
Definitely in a similar conversation with those junglers, right? The Merc Tread's now online for Lisa, so boots compared to the components of a jungle item as the primary focus here for Pabu. Top lane, just as a quick check-in with them, Biopanther's been fine. As kind of mentioned, this is more of a nullifying lane. Whoa, bottom.
Aladoric definitely in trouble, but the Nocturne ultimate, he's teleporting down, could be huge, and dives right on top of Praedyth for First Blood. Appy making it happen on top lane Nocturne before getting clutched upon by Biopanther's ulti back in return. Halo still sitting pretty in mid, still shoving that wave in. And quite happy to just take the small advantages that he gets from not roaming.
Yeah, Halo, a big fan of just planting his feet in mid lane and not actually helping the bot lane skirmishes. And overall, you know, one credit to Biopanther for one, as he is actually able to get the teleport in early enough just before a Nocturne ultimate comes about. So you see this skirmish, Bio teleports first. So the combo is nice from a Nocturne because it means it's really, like, it's impossible to teleport as a response, right?
Yep.
The Bio is always the first teleporter, it seems, of every top laner in the LCO, definitely gets there first, and it's just going to be a trade back. Bio comprehensively winning that one because he's able to stay on the map anyway.
First blood, though, for Peace, so that'll continue at least. Now, we see a bit of a change-up in the top lane. Praedyth, he's caught out. What's happened there? 0, 2, and 1 now for Praedyth, and it comes off the back of essentially now probably 3 to 4 minutes of not being able to do anything. Grey screen and running back to lane for a long time.
Yeah. We'll see how Praedyth gets caught. He is just in top lane. Predator comes in. Lise is using his ultimate, stops the tower from auto-attacking, just in case they don't get the kill fast enough. And I mean, that's a Nocturne without an ultimate that's able to do that much damage. And this 0-2 Praedyth trend is definitely a worrying trend that we can take note of right now.
Yeah.
Definitely falling consistently behind, and it's not even just Violet in a 2v2, though that is a significant part of it.
He's been such a strong point for Pentanet during the regular season that doesn't seem to quite be stepping up to the mark for them, at least in the early games.
Team fighting's still great, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is that important caveat. More presence in the top lane, though, from Pentanet as they do float Pabu around there. Needs to be a little careful. Lisa's also top side of the map. Appy doesn't actually manage to spell shield the knock-up from Grand Entrance, and so as a result, he'll cop a lot of damage. Did use it, but it got cancelled by something.
Teleport from the Halo. Just going to receive the top wave. It was a jungler and a support that were there to catch the farm, so... You want to talk about players with red dot syndromes like we discussed earlier in the series. Let me tell you about our Lord and Savior Halo with the red dot.
How many did he actually get out of that, by the way? Was it like, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 CS?
Yeah, about that. Bunch of red minions.
He's literally teleported for that, but he hasn't teleported for the 2 fights in bot. If I'm Violet and Aldoric, I'm just like, come on, man. What? That's not very nice.
Oh, speaking of teleports, there is 2 very good wards for this top lane. Chaz, you can probably watch on the minimap how he wants to play if they push this in.
They found
the
it.
flank is gone, yes. Lisa is required here for that, however. And now they've also spotted the jungler of Peace as a result. So just casual farming will continue. But it does mean that freedom for Pabu exists, as you can see, moving.
Oh,
and
it's
Chaz
cheeky
already
from
has
Lisa.
push.
He's still hanging around. Does he want to reset? Looks like. Okay. All right, the semblance of normalcy then returns, although everything's upside down with the bot lanes being in the top lane.
Yeah, the Australian lanes, as it were. Stride breakers across the board for top laners. That's the next thing to see. Also, they are the members with gold right now, so you do have to closely monitor those teleport timers, which are identical, and what happens in the interim between those, because Nocturne will have ult right now before that teleport is going to be available. So you wouldn't be surprised to see Appy just getting active, you know, looking towards mid lane, trying to stop Chaz from having a good time.
Ooh. Look at these Twitch predictions. That is the closest it's been all day.
Yeah.
It was something like 60% for Pentanet last game. It seemed that Peace hadn't really done enough to convert the masses, but now almost 50-50. And I agree, that's kind of where things are sitting at the moment. It's kind of hard to say exactly which way this matchup is going to go. Peace with a slim advantage.
Yeah, like they've had a slim advantage constantly. It has been genuinely difficult to predict the outcomes of these ones, because it's a case of like, will Peace get an early lead? The answer has been mostly yes all the time. What will they do with those leads? And does that result in them snowballing the game out? That's the part that has been inconsistent for them. Because if they don't get what was about a 5,000 gold lead, they start to really struggle to close the game out. Even with that 5k lead, they struggled at moments to close.
Could be especially problematic with a Nocturne top, you know, just it sort of changes your game plan a little bit, I feel like. And so they're doing something a bit non-standard that if push comes to shove, when we get to those, you know, those 50-50 late game fights, maybe a small minor error in execution or just a champion gap at the end of the day could be a factor. Violet's been put to sleep, but Cleanse will wake him back on up, and there's a good tank from Aladoric, just gets right in the face of a couple of players, trying his best to keep Violet alive, but 4 players in bot, and nothing that Peace can do about it.
Yeah, Chaz once again so fast on the teleport to assist his team in complete contrast to Halo, who has to stay in mid lane. Herald charge going to happen in top as well. So they're getting money on their solo laners here, Peace doing the best that they can. But the bottom laners are sacrificed in the process. Pabu finally getting himself active and on the board. And much more successful this time around. The traps were really good here from Violet, as was the cleanse. And Aladoric, unfortunately, in the attempts to save his AD carry, he did everything he possibly could. Just not really going to have a chance to do enough when there's 4 people there and they've got enough crowd control to lock you down.
Almost looked good for Violet and Aladoric, but as you say, only so much can be done. But in the meanwhile, you know, the Rift Herald was up in top. Pentanet did lose their tower, and they also allowed a second charge to go through onto the inner top tower. Mid was chunking through some plates as well. So Halo's finished off his Everfrost, and Appy should be pretty close. Oh, there, he has finished off the Stridebreaker, so there you go. 2 big items completed. Same can be said for the top laners of Pentanet, though. Top laners, top laner and mid laner, I should say.
Yeah, I think one major point of difference here is that Pabu's prioritized the Verdant Barrier, having a bit of extra magic resistance in his build. Probably still wants to go for the Zhonya's Hourglass Rush, so it's a very defensive itemization build here by Pabu overall. And one of the problems with that is that right now Lisa has a full item and a full Predator, so his max usefulness with item spikes. And Verdant Barrier also got nerfed on patch 11.6, so we're seeing it half as effective as it were before. And in terms of magic damage dealers on the other side, Volibear is a lot of magic damage, just to be clear. So it's not a bad choice into a Volley and a Victor. It's just not as effective as it was.
Yeah, even the Chem Tank does a bit of magic damage. Worth noting, the Seeker's Arm Guard also copped the nerf, didn't it? So
yeah,
it'll be a much slower ramp up for Pabu if he does go Seeker's Arm Guard next. This time it's going to be Rift Herald for Pentanet. No chance of a contest down in bot is the jungler of Peace.
They're completely free. Also, I believe spotted on Vision was Lisa. You can look at Biopanther on the map right now. He's gone way out of there. They are not looking to defend that bottom lane outer turret at all. In fact, with this Herald take, there's a world where you just place it top lane to try and match the tempo of Peace. To try and make sure that you're still trading turrets. As he'll probably do.
So unsteady here from Chaz, but he's getting through that tower. In the meanwhile, Nocturne's having a good time, and so is Lisa. Dives underneath the turret, and there's a knock-up to try and defend. Decoy with a grand entrance, but realistically, you're not saving Praetor there. Violet suffering from a lack of peel. Pabu dives right on top of him and says thank you very much for the freebie, but now is in a spot of bother of his own. Appy forced to flash the wall, and that is going to leave Halo high and dry, and Biopanther will snake that kill for himself. Pentanet with a big, big turnaround. 7-3 now, and gold lead is about to go in their favor as well.
And once again, you see the attempt onto Praetor. Successful, of course, he does go down, but Biopanther, once again, fast on the teleport hands means that there's no Nocturne ultimate going to stop him from doing that at all. We'll see this one more time. Lisa ults over the wall, deactivates the turret, and while Decoy is there on the flank to try and help, he's not going to be able to do enough. But you can see teleport comes into match, and now they're just stuck between 2 turrets. Stridebreaker used by Biopanther to make sure that you cannot use the Justice Punch as a Galio. Pabu obviously covering the flank, still with a stopwatch ready if it comes to it. And Chaz gets here. Doesn't get here first necessarily this time. Halo is ready to fight, but has a much larger impact.
Well, down in the bot lane, this isn't a replay. Lisa has found Praetor again. And, I mean, I don't know at this point. I think his name needs to change to Praetor Pond because he has been getting absolutely ganked over and over and over by Lisa.
Yes, there were no flash there, so very easy to actually pick apart. We speak about this in draft, though, to be fair, right? Like, what is an AD carry like Aphelios doing in his own composition right now? He's not protected. And a similar thing can be said about Violet. He's 0-2. Praetus 1-4. Draft checks out in terms of how things have been playing out right now.
There's a little bit of a skirmish going on in top lane that I don't think will result in too much. BioPanther and Halo were chucking a few abilities at one another, but they do disperse. Mid lane push is looking good here for Peace. They want to take this tower before Dragon comes up, but Aladoric, has he stuck around too long? He's been put to sleep. Pabu having an impact, but smashed in the face by Lisa. Violet doesn't have mana for Super Mega Death Rocket, though I'm not sure it was going to be enough. Zonya's still available for Pabu.
A nice little pick there, actually, by Pentanet.gg. Now 8-4 in kills. Another opportunity, actually, here for Lisa, but it's unlikely it'll follow through.
It's going to be an awkward dragon fight for Peace. Violet throws the Super Mega Death Rocket through. It does a bit of damage. Here comes Paranoia. That's the big focus point. Appy getting locked up, but his damage is just too great. And a shield comes through from Sterax as well, making him look quite healthy indeed. But if he overcommits, it's so easy for Chaz. I don't even think he had the spell shield
Bio
available.
has ult ready. If he
Lisa
looks for a snipe here on Lisa.
I don't want to see him die to the to the dragon. The snipe was there, but doesn't connect. It's tanked by Violet, who's looking very, very slow. Okay, let's reset. Dragon goes over to Peace. I would say a slight fight win for them.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it was 4-8 in kills, now 6-9. So the 2-for-1 in the Dragon, you could call it a 3-for-1 trade. Violet definitely positioning fantastically in these skirmishes as well. But it just feels like, you know, Lisa goes in, Appy goes in, Aladoric follows with the ultimate. Will obviously happen in future. And that's a deadly combo for the carries of Pentanet. Weathering that storm is probably the key to success here, or getting picks before the fight even happens is the way to go. Praetus, I would not be surprised if this is a game where if I was him, I would even consider building, unironically, a Zonya's Hourglass. Just survive, you know? Because he's going to die otherwise.
Any AP scaling? Yes. Severum has AP scaling.
I would go out of my way to have these Zonyas active at all costs. Jordan, at all costs.
Mate, it can grant him 13% of damage dealt with this weapon right now from his AP scaling.
That's a number.
Oh no, that's actually his health scaling. I'm reading it wrong. There actually is no AP scaling.
I'm not surprised.
Going crazy. I'm going crazy. Okay, how about this? 20% extra move speed on Severum. It can get increased by AP scaling. So there you go. You get a bit of extra move speed.
We found the silver lining on why he needs the desperately bad Zonya's Hourglasses at Aphelios. The rest of his team's doing wonderfully, though, particularly by the scoreboard. When you're looking at those item completions as well, BioPanther's an absolute monster. And if there's anyone I'd want on my team to be fed in the LCO, it's BioPanther. He has actually 1v9 games before, even as a top laner.
Yep.
Not many other top laners can say they've done that. Appy rather would be probably the closest in comparison.
Well, speaking of Appy, Paranoia thrown in. They've spotted Praetus again, and they say, here's a surprise package for you. Lisa in there. Aladoric lands on top, but Chaz comes from behind and starts pumping damage into all of Peace. That is not looking like it's going to turn out too kindly at all. Peace with the collapse. You got to enjoy the all-in from Peace, but Pentanet having a bit of fun.
I genuinely believe at this point in the game that's back-to-back. Peace have killed the Aphelios, and I am happy for them, but they've lost the fight when they've killed the Aphelios. Maybe they reassess the game plan here, because it's definitely not the way to win Game 5 in the best of 5 if it keeps backfiring. The strategy is sound, right? AD carry gone. You should be okay. But BioPanther's always nearby. He's always so prepared to actually get into the fight. Teleport comes in yet again. Every teleport that he's used has been money. And they get an advantageous trade. It's a 4-0-1 top laner and a 3-0 mid laner here for Pentanet. Yes, Praetus is 2-6. Maybe he's tilted. At this point, I wouldn't even be tilted because my team keeps killing them for me. I'm just happy.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Take a step back. jump in the backpack. Let Chaz and Biopanther take this game away. So I wonder if we'll see a bit more of a focus onto maybe someone like Chaz. Doesn't have a Zhonya's yet. Of course, he does have the 3 charges of Spirit Rush, which is going to make getting away from a Nocturne easier than it might be for anyone else. But even still, the upfront damage might just be enough to blow the Ahri up if you can get a good engage.
I mean, yeah, she hasn't gone for Zhonya's in her build, so Ahri's definitely killable. Mobility, obviously, like you mentioned, makes it hard, but killable. Crowd control is the weirdest thing about Peace's comp, and you know, one of the maybe downfalls of it is that their crowd control isn't straightforward. It's not an Ornn ult, it's not a Rakan engage. You know, it's not something that is guaranteed to connect. It is a Galio that has to wind up before he lands. You could flash taunt, I suppose. That's one thing worth pointing out, but Nocturne.
Oh, here we go again. It's onto Biopanther this time. The Paranoia turning our decisions skyward as Aladoric is able to get the taunt through. But yeah, I mean, okay, cool. Biopanther walks away on half HP, and you've used a very, very big ultimate and a flash from Aladoric as well. This seems like a recipe for disaster for Peace if they start a fight now without a Nocturne ult.
Yeah, your eyes are on a Lily asleep. Perhaps a charm from Chaz if it connects on the right target. They want the fight, though.
Yeah, Lisa goes low. Oh, speaking of, Lilia gets caught out. There's no time for Zhonya. In the end, Pabu dies early on in the fight, and maybe there's a chance now for Peace. Appy charging forward, does use the spell shield nicely. And you'd have to think maybe there's a chance for Peace. Violet's just desperately trying to hit Dragon so he can get some lifesteal, but this is not going well for Peace at all. They're so low across the board. Decoy survives on 1 HP. Halo has to find a way to man mode this for his team. And at least he does enough to kind of keep Pentanet at bay. What a messy fight.
Yeah, very messy. There's no way that you could actually contest this one, I think, from this point if you're Peace. Nocturne engaging onto an Urgot before the fight even starts. He's still alive. He's 5-0. Praetor survives in this fight because they do try to prioritize other targets, which again, a sound strategy. But Chaz got like 7 rotations of charms off. And that's the worst case scenario against an Ahri. If 7 charms in a row, I'm just picking a big number, connects. Because they're just going to be able to influence the fight so much. Everfrost, Ahri with charm, twice the amount of crowd control coming out. And the amount of picks that they get, like the reason Appy goes down, stuck in the Dragon Pit, charm hits, lights out.
It's getting more and more difficult for Peace. If Appy can't find a target to blow up at the start of the fight, it feels lost. Even with the kill early on to Pabu. He didn't get Lullaby out, he didn't get Zhonya out.
Yeah, they can afford to lose Pabu though, right? Like they can afford to lose Pabu. They can afford to lose Praetor as long as Biopanther and Chaz are just raid bosses.
Sure.
On the other side, like, we're so used to seeing Violet have to be the carry for this team, but it's a 0-3 Jinx this game. So the uncharacteristic Peace performance means that they're going to have to go above and beyond, whereas we've seen Pentanet win games through the carries that are currently fed.
That was actually a storyline that I brought up with you while we were waiting for that first game was, okay, yes, we've seen the ability for Pentanet across the board. If one player needs to step up, they can do it. But it hasn't quite been so much the storyline for Peace. Happy has had his moments, sure, but have we seen Halo or Lisa just really hard carry a game?
Sporadically.
Maybe in some instances, yes, but there's a confidence level there right now for all of those that put their channel points on Peace. Halo is 3-1. Lisa is 3-1. Appy's got 3 kills as well. These are the ones that have got the money. They're the ones that need to do the work. Violet just has to fend for himself and do his best. Lisa forced away by the control ward. Violet does just avoid a seed.
Just to caveat that point, I think the most important part of that is that I haven't seen Halo carry a game if he's the only fed person on the team. We've seen Peace snowball, right? Like, we've seen Lisa carry a game, but usually the team's doing fine and he's just the fed person. This is one of those situations where, like, Halo and Lisa are strong. Appy has a lot of money. We haven't often seen Violet be a 0-3 player. So to see them carry with this would be impressive. And if they do win in this situation, even more credit to them because they are deserving of being in the finals and going up against the winner of a week from now, their opponents.
He is 50 CS up on Praedyth. So there is that. Down a couple of kills and assists, but he's overall up in gold by a very tiny amount. So at least Violet is kind of sticking in there.
Yeah, also compositionally, just to quickly talk about team fight ins and outs a little bit here. Violet, if he gets excited on the Jinx, they get a kill. It's very easy to still team fight his Jinx, even though he's not supported in the comp. Can't be said the same thing for Praedyth, who's a bit more reliant on Rakan assisting him. But the original point that I wanted to make a few minutes ago is the engage and the crowd control of Peace is a bit like, it's so difficult to actually just guarantee that it will connect. You need a flash on a volley bear to actually hit someone with your Q, to then have a Galio come in, Nocturne while he can ult and turn the lights out. Still needs to hit a taunt that has charge up time. Victor stun requires charge up time with them sitting inside it. It's not the easiest execution in terms of their comp. They've got the mechanics to do it for sure. They are still against a pretty fed group of opponents that have a decent amount of mobility, bar Praedyth, to get out.
Yeah. Jazz is feeling like such a menace at the moment. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. Love to see that turn into a Mage Eyes and see where we go from there. At the moment he's on for a fully stacked Mage Eyes if he goes for it. At least some might have found an opening here, but Decoy is not really the target that you want to be taking. He's going to get out of there every day of the week.
Oh.
Ooh. Pause. So I wonder what that is going to be.
The really tense moment for a pause to happen, isn't it? It's a very tragic circumstance. We're 47 seconds until the Mountain Dragon spawns. It's sole point for Pentanet as well. I mean, there's going to be a lot of thoughts brewing, let's just say, between both teams right now.
I can tell you this is probably not going to last too long, Rusty. It was just a headset issue, and it seems to be sorted. So we'll be going back into game in just a second, which is great news. Not a lot of time to think, but certainly some few tense moments that's going to build the suspense up a little bit, make the nerves a little bit stronger heading into what will now be the next Dragon fight. 35 seconds as we reset ourselves back on Summoner's Rift.
I had to swap glasses, by the way. Don't know if you saw that, but we've gone so long with these headsets on that I've had to swap to the thin frames.
Hurting your ears?
Getting very tense on and off the Rift.
Yep. I've heard much the same issues from other glasses wearers. So Pabu and Appy having a bit of a wander around in the topside river. While the rest of Peace is looking at mid, Chaz decides now is a good time to teleport into mid as well, just to ensure that he is there for the fight. Now, everything online on both sides. The only thing that we're really missing is a teleport for Chaz. There's flashes on every single player, ultimates on every single player.
Well, he's looking.
Lisa's looking for the engage. Appy has used Paranoia, but hasn't gone for the R2, and that is huge. That is a huge cooldown for Peace to be losing right now. It means he's just going to have to run that Pentanet, and there's no way you want to be doing that as Nocturne. Look at the dancing from Pentanet right now. It's a shuffle, and they have completely bamboozled Peace. Pentanet looking for an engage, maybe off the back of Pabu there, but I don't think the Lullaby was actually available. Appy now focused down. Biopanther low. If he dies, this could be the turn that Peace are looking for, but it's only Aladoric that felt the same. Everyone else on Peace was too low.
Yeah, it just disperses. You've still got Praedyth looking.
Yeah, he's gone forward. Oh my god, that damage! Where did all that come from? Double kill for Praedyth, and that's big.
Yeah, I mean, you can't sleep on Praedyth's damage. He still comes in the team fight king as we have seen of him. Even in this series, he could be 0-7. He'll still find a way to team fight successfully. Baron now on the cards for Pentanet. That was a very tense team fight. It was forced by Peace, but their lack of solid engage makes it so difficult to navigate into an Everfrost Ahri with charms constantly hitting. They find the picks, and we'll see the Baron go down as we watch this fight one more time. Chaz actually separated from the team, ults over the wall. Very smart decision.
There's the sleep, by the way.
Yeah, Lilia sleep hits a single target. Look at the follow-up from Chaz, right? Lisa basically out of the fight. Decoy doesn't even find the engage. They're just zoning each other. But at the same time, Praedyth has been freely hitting. Pabu goes for the play. And it's just messy. It's looking for this defining moment. Bio flashing forwards, looking for the moment himself, stuck in the Chaos Storm. 850 gold goes the way of Halo, but at the same time, you know, nothing Lisa can do, or Aladoric rather can do, is he's turned into drumsticks there, and it just becomes the Praetor show. He's still got the shurikens, he's still got the snipe as well, so lots of range ready for him, and able to get those kills.
Can I just point out those 2 kills for Praetor as well? A 300 gold shutdown on Lisa and a 200 gold shutdown on Halo. So that's a huge cash injection for him. Now 467. And he's starting to look pretty scary. 3 items on Aphelios. 3 items also completed for Violet, so both of these late game scaling 80 carries are starting to come online.
They absolutely are, and most importantly, Baron, ready to go for Pensinet. You know, a team staring down the barrel of their first series best-of-5 defeat in their first best-of-5 series played.
Paranoia.
Wow.
Did nothing.
That's big, actually. It means that it's a lot easier now to push. Praetor is much more safe, even though he doesn't have flash.
Well, this might well be an inhibitor. A few question mark pings into the mid lane from Pentanet as they walk their way into Peace's base. Really uncontested. You can tell that Peace are in dire straits now.
Yeah, they struggle to play from behind. And we've seen this repeatedly, you know. If the game starts to shift the way of Pentanet.gg, they can snowball into the win, but this is a desperate must-win moment.
Certainly is. Chaz looks for the charm, but it was spell shielded by Appy, so we're okay for now on the Peace side. That tower is going down pretty quickly, and as soon as Pentanet get players in position to hit it, it's going to go down even quicker. Biopanther's forced away, but there's still 1 siege creep that's just going to be ticking away. Slowly but surely, and Biopanther decides now or never. He dives in, so too does Decoy, and Appy charmed up, can't go anywhere. Aladoric, grand entrance, will not manage to do a whole lot. That is surely going to be it. Violet and Halo desperately trying to fight under the Nexus towers, but Biopanther will not be denied, and Praetor follows suit. That is an ace. That is Pentanet hitting the Nexus towers, and that is going to be Pentanet getting rid of the Nexus as well. Chaz cheering, happy, clapping, and you cannot say that Pentanet were not made to work for it, but they will go through to the grand final as first seed. A 3-2 today, and certainly there's going to be some sighs of relief in the Pentanet camp this evening.
It wasn't perfect, but they definitely earned their place in the finals later this split. Fantastic performance in the last game coming out of them, and I mean 100% pushed to their absolute limits. I'd hate to be the team that has to go up against Peace in the lower bracket run, because we've just seen the makings of a final preview right there with a ridiculously good showing from the roster of Peace. But at the end of the day, PGG too strong. You can kill Praetors as much as you want, but there's a raid boss in mid lane, there's a raid boss in top lane, and Biopanther and Chaz, they get it done.
And you're not going to stop Praetor from scaling either way. Let's bring Mac back into the conversation. I'm sure he's got a lot to say about that one. You got exactly what you wanted, Mac. You got a volley bear. You got a Nocturne top. It feels like your perfect dream scenario, but Peace couldn't pull it off today.
I was just waiting for you guys to mention it at that draft position as well, where, you know, Appy was just sitting on the Nocturne and you're both sort of just like looking around, kind of quiet. And you're like, I didn't want to say anything, but are they going to swap or not? And I don't know, like in hindsight, do you think Volley would have been a little bit stronger in the top lane, or were you happy with that Noct? You know, it did manage to at least get the first blood and then provide some good assistance in a couple of team fights, but then towards the end, it was just way too squishy.
Yeah, I think the Nocturne top was fine. My quarrel with it, I believe, is that they've gone for like this Nocturne Volley Bear flex, where I just wish they had some kind of more guaranteed engaged source, because you could see how desperately they were trying to force things, right? Like it's great in laning phase, you get front to back team fights, and suddenly it didn't feel as great. The whole comp, not just the Nocturne.
Yeah, it went really well for Pentanet there. You know, even if one of these fights, I don't think it was this one in particular, but when Praedith just pulled out the sniper, it was this one actually. And it's just like, whoa, that range, okay, a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, some for you, some for him, and well, see you all bloody later. And just like that, off the back of it, Baron off the back of it, Peace fall down. It was just the perfect ending that Pentanet wanted. And what a bloody series. If we get this again in the grand finals, I will not complain for a second.
Yeah, definitely not. This was certainly, I mean, it was worthy of a grand final almost, but obviously we've still got that yet to come, so we can only hope that the grand final is going to do as much to deliver, or hopefully even more. There's a good chance we see these two teams through in the grand final as well. I mean, at least today, Peace have proven that yesterday wasn't a fluke. They've been able to come into today, have a good consistent performance at a really high level, and they've almost beaten Pentanet. So it makes me hopeful that if we do see this rematch later on in a couple of weeks' time, that we are going to be seeing Peace really push Pentanet. I mean, we have yet to obviously see what Direwolves can throw in, what Chiefs can throw in from their match as well, so maybe there's a curveball to come from that. But overall, good signs for a great grand final in LCO Split 1.
Mate, you said in a couple of weeks. The grand final's next week. How quick has that gone?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Look, time, whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
who cares
it doesn't
about
matter.
time?
It doesn't matter when it is.
It's good. And it's
going
good
to be
to
good.
see. So, you guys were questioning, that Rakan support pick without the Zaya. Do you think it went better than planned, or better than you expected, at least going into this game?
Oh, I don't think it went better than expected. I think it went as expected, realistically. A lot of this game was about the solo laners, and you have to remember there were so many support bans that what more could they do? What more could Alidoric and Decoy do but survive? I think the Galio was something that was comfortable for Alidoric, and we saw Decoy was pushed to his absolute limits with support picks.
Oh, it certainly was something, and someone we haven't heard from a while is Nat. You've been down on the sidelines. We almost forgot about you. Come on in here. Tell us what you thought about that game.
I was on the edge of my seat. Like, I can't even explain how much I really wanted Pentanet to win. Like, I think Peace absolutely played out of their mind today, but I don't know. I really wanted to see the Pentanet boys like pull it back and win it in this game 5. So everything was looking like kind of downhill, and then they just brought it back, and I was ecstatic for them.
Oh, it feels good for Pentanet, managing to bring it back when they did, keeping it as close and entertaining as possible for us. Who do you have down on the sidelines, by the way, for the postgame?
I have asked Pabu to join me for the post-game interview. Look, Pabu, there is a lot going on. We're going to try our best to break it down. But congratulations, first of all, for winning this series. Absolutely insane. Talk me through Game 5, because you must have been extremely nervous.
It's like we realized that the game was honestly pretty simple. They don't do that much early game, so you just pick champions with longer range and you win the game. Like, we realized like after the second game that like if we can't fight them like head to head, it's going to be a hard game for us. Like, we weren't playing well enough in our early sequences to blow up in the game, so we knew like as soon as we had champions that we were comfortable piloting into them in team fights, like it was pretty chill. Like, everyone was just like, yep, we messed this up, let's win the next fight. Like, we won this fight, easy, let's do it again. Like, it was like pretty relaxed, honestly. Like, it's high stress, of course, and I'm like shaking a little bit, but for sure we were super chill going to that game. We had like a good plan, and like we're happy with the plan, and we needed to bring it home.
Well, I'm very impressed. I do have a few questions about the drafts throughout the series. I'm going to ask about the Akali top pick first of all, and also the Volley Bears, and also how Seraphine was always banned against you guys. How did those make you feel?
It's pretty funny that they were banning Seraphine. I guess they don't trust themselves to play the game early game, and they think scaling's broken, so I guess that's kind of the same as us, but they definitely didn't have faith in being able to close out the games early, so they had to chuck that ban. And then Akali is kind of just like, I don't know, it's a comfort team fighting pick, and we really pulled some team fights like out of nowhere out in that game. But we realized that we're much better at just playing the front to back, and so we slam like the long range. And Volibear is, I don't know, after his buff, he clears super healthily, and he's, I don't know, just another chem tank abuser. You stun some carries. Like, I don't know, it's just like he's just kind of like similar to Udyr, except he farms less good, and he has like more potential at 6 because he can disable the towers and stuff. So I don't know, it's just a pretty good champion right now, especially if you want to play a bit more early game. But for sure the scaling was the key in these games.
With game 2, if you can remember that far back, it seemed you guys were having a little bit of a comeback, but you ultimately like ended up losing it. how were you guys feeling through that one, and what were the communications? Because I felt like there was really potential for you guys to come back.
We weren't super happy with the draft, so like we knew it was always going to be hard, and we definitely like blew open the game super early. But the fact that we were able to like bring it back with a composition that really shouldn't have any avenues back into the game versus theirs, and like just kind of we played really well, and we made the game go to like 35-40 minutes when it should have been over in 15, was like we knew that if we put ourselves in a good position going into the game, we will win the game. So it was almost like a confidence boost. Like the fact that we didn't make the comeback kind of sucks, and it would have been cool, but the fact that we could get that far like gave us a lot of confidence going into the next game.
How hard was it to reset between all of these games, especially after losing 2 games back to back?
It is like a bit hard, but when you have changes that you want to make, like we swapped the Xayah ban in, and we make sure that we private Victor so we can outrange, like we were still super confident in our team fighting them even when we're like copping losses. So as long as we got champions that could outrange and we could like play the game front to back, we were still super confident we could win. So we just made sure we changed the draft so that we had like a bit more comfortable compositions, and it wasn't easy of course, but we were maximum chilling for sure.
My last question I do want to ask you is, out of the remaining teams, who are you most excited, or who do you want to verse the most in the grand final?
Well, I think we're going to verse Peace. They're just kind of like an arm and a leg above every other team right now. Direwolves looked really bad. I had a lot of faith in the Direwolves, but I don't know, they let me down a bit. I thought that they were going to put up a better fight, and maybe they can next week, but... Oh, sorry, when they play again. But if Direwolves like play against Peace again like that, I'm expecting them to have to bring it back against Peace.
Well, congratulations again on making it to the finals, and thank you so much for walking me through that series.
Thanks, Nat.
There you go. So, nice little bit of insight there, and I'm surprised he managed to get through an interview that was of that stature after such a long game. That was 5 hours of League, pretty much, which is pretty crazy considering the other best of 5s yesterday only went for about 2 hours apiece. Because the 3 maps were also short. So I think we were blessed. I don't know if you guys casting the game felt like it was a blessing with the really long endurance testers. But Rusty, what are your thoughts on it going into, I guess, the lower bracket next week?
I'm still caught up on the fact that Pabu sounds more European the longer the interview goes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you guys heard that, but he starts off real Aussie. He's like, yeah, you gave it our best. And then the last question is like, yeah, we really have to do our best, guys. Every single time.
I totally heard it.
I was gonna make a comment on that, and it's not even like the interview. Sometimes when he just has a long answer, it'll start off so Australian, and then all of a sudden he'll be just going so European at the end, and I'm like, I don't know if I should roast him for this, or if like, this is just something I shouldn't bring up.
No, he's just the 6th player on the Mad Lions. He's a massive LEC fanboy, so don't be too surprised. I think he's actually corrupted the rest of the team as well. They've got some European accents in there now, looking at you, Chaz.
All right, so that brings us towards the end of the day. We've had a bit of a chinwag, but again, we need to talk about the best plays of the day, or the play of the day. Now, let's hear from you guys quickly. Don't look at Discord, because you might play spoiler. What do you think the play of the day is? Jordan, we'll start with you first.
I've already looked at Discord,
No!
so I'm afraid I can't answer this. I already know. To be honest, Matt, there was so many to choose from. It was a crazy day. I mean, you get a best of 5 that goes to all 5. It could really be anything. So I feel sorry for the guys that didn't get it. Put it that way.
Yeah, all right. Well, any standout plays that you know... Actually, no, then you'll play spoiler. Anyway, Rusty, you tell me your play of the day.
Dude, my head's so empty. I'm just so hungry. I'm just going to say it was a fight at Baron, because I feel like there was a bunch of cool stuff that happened at Baron. I completely forget, dude.
There's a lot of little sneaky Baron steals, Baron fights, Baron chomps. What about you, Nat? Any standout plays?
Not overly. Like, I think there was a good triple kill from, I'm gonna say, Pradith. My memory, I don't fully remember. Like I said, I was looking at stats, but I'll take a gamble at a game. It was in game 4.
In game 4?
Yep.
Okay, well, you're wrong. It was actually map 2, and it was Violet with a big quad kill up behind the Baron pit. So let's bring it up, have a look again. And we don't have Jubes here to cast it today, so I don't know, Rusty, you want to give us your best play-by-play with your lack of energy?
Nah.
Or? Nah?
Catch me not play-by-playing back. It's too late for this.
Wait. I've learned something from Juice. He goes in and goes, and then it goes down. He hunts him down, and Biopanther thinks he's going to go away, but Violet's coming for him. He's hunting him down, and what's that? Lisa's on top of him. He's pushed him back, and he's just handed it straight to Violet.
You got to plug Space Jam in there.
Space Jam, well. Wham Jam. What's the other thing he says?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
It's coming out soon.
Welcome to the Jam. Great movie. But yeah, look, Violet really putting on a big performance as well today, even though they did end up copying the L, which I'm sure he's going to be a bit disappointed about. And something that was different, you know, from Violet in that final game was he died a lot. And that's not something we're used to seeing. Violet's one of the best at staying alive in the LCO. Him and Praedyth, you know, both with, I would say, not their best performances, not until towards the end of the match there. For Praedyth, did he really warm up? But again, you know, shout outs to Violet for the play of the day. The earlier games there were where he really shone. But it seems like maybe the endurance, maybe just playing League for 5 hours isn't a good way, or maybe it's a good way to test yourself, you know, and they might have to do it again, at least 2 more times.
I mean, let's be real, these guys are playing League of Legends 5 hours a day regardless. They've probably played 5 hours a day already. That's what I'm saying, you know, like it's, that's their life, Mac. You know, you play 5 hours a day of League of Legends.
Me?
So it can't be that hard.
No, I would never do that. I'm an appropriate person that doesn't
Mac's
spam
too busy working
League
hard.
That's
why he's still in bronze, because he hasn't taken Jube's advice to quit his work in full-time League.
Truer words have definitely been spoken.
Don't look at PGG, and I dare say you'll see how many hours of League I play a day. And anyway, we do have another play of the day, or player to be more exact. And do you want to take any guesses?
I mean, it has to be Biopanther or Chaz, in my opinion. I don't think either of them had a really bad game for Pentanet.
Yep.
So, I mean, it kind of comes down to, okay, who won the series? If it's Peace, it's probably Violet or Aladoric or both. If it's Pentanet, it's Biopanther or Chaz. I think Chaz probably takes it, just based off that last game. So that would be my guess.
Okay, and the other two, any thoughts in this, or Rusty, you're still empty in the head?
What are we talking about?
Exactly. Nat, all right, what about you?
I'm going to say Biopanther.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he had just really good engages, initiations, and things like that for Pentanet to come back.
Well, there you go. You're both on the money. Rusty, not so much today. But Biopanther, congratulations. He is our player of the series with a big performance, especially in the last game. We've only got 3. We've got the space for 3 games here, but there certainly was 5. And, we actually have another slide coming up. Okay, so we can check for the end part as well. And there you go. Game 5, 8, 1 and 5, doing a spectacular job to essentially be player of the series and close that final game out. You can see at the end as well, doing a big job in the team fights, tanking so much damn damage, and then just damage to the structures as well was key.
I do want to say in Game 3, Biopanther had 100% kill participation, and it looks good. It's a great stat, but they did only get 9 kills that game. So...
Well, you know, be in it, you got to be in it to win it, right? And I guess it's a bit of a stat pad, you know, at least boosting the kill participation. Rusty, you got a cheeky smile on your face. What do you want to say?
I just thought it was funny, the stat, because Nat stats have got this, like, secret burn in them. You never actually know if she's going to be nice or mean with the stat. You just know there's a stat involved.
It's the backhand compliment.
Ooh, Nat, come on.
Can't give them too much praise for winning the best of 5.
You can't show them the back of your hand with the compliments. It's kind of a little bit sour. Anyway, let's have a recap of the bracket, where we're at, where we're going, and where we've bloody been. All right, so yesterday, of course, Dire Wolves losing to Peace and going down to the lower bracket to face Chiefs, who knocked Order out. Now we have to find out who is going to be knocked out between Dire Wolves and Chiefs and who's moving forward to take on Peace. And then in that upper bracket final, which we just witnessed, the 5-hour bloody extravaganza, you got Pentanet winning 3-2. Peace now down in that lower bracket. And I feel like this lower bracket final is a place for Peace to shine and really put their foot down and say, we deserve everything. We want a shot at the title again against Pentanet. But we got to get past Direwolves and Chiefs first, and that's going to be an interesting one as well, because Direwolves yesterday, kind of lackluster rusty. Chiefs, though, really impressing us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Direwolves have a point to prove, right? They've had a couple of days now. They'll be able to have some rest and try and work out what went wrong for them, because if they beat the Chiefs, they have to go up against the piece that 3-0'd them to even have a chance at the finals. So everything to prove for Direwolves and for the Chiefs. Honestly, I think it's make the dream run, right? We're looking at a lower bracket start. We're going to see if the miracle could actually happen, because that's an uphill battle every step of the way.
I was going to say that,
Yes.
sorry to jump in. I want to see a Chiefs Cinderella story. I want to see them starting down there in the lower bracket and just making a run for it. I know realistically it might not be possible, but I would love to see it.
Look, before you go too much further, this is the perfect segue. I'm looking at a Cinderella story, or being told we have one right here. We got Dragku dressed in drag, looking like Cinderella. Oh my lord, look at those biceps. Look at those, ooh, those glutes. They're just sticking out there, aren't they? Good flexing with the tweet.
The
I might even
eyeliner is
swipe
on
right.
point. He's done well.
It's all over. I actually did jump into that stream. They were doing the co-stream on, I think it's Kitty's stream as well. So, you know,
That makes a lot
shout-outs.
of sense right now. Okay.
Yeah. You want to clear some stuff up for us here, Rusty? You seem to have a good grasp on the situation.
Of this?
Yes.
I think the grasp is he's dressing up like Kitty. That's my assumption.
I like, by the way, the guy in Twitch chat that's going, he has too much of a dump truck.
It's true, though. It's true. Look, he certainly has that dump track, doesn't he? Good job, Dragku. I hope he's still watching. And, you know,
we have a
bathing-
jackhammer and a dump truck now with the LCO, right?
Wait, who is the jackhammer?
Was it a Jungle Man?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, right. Of course. Now, pretty much getting all the boys together, and I guess, you know, getting ready to go to site, work for the weekend, and then come back next week with more LCO. So before we do that, any final words to clear things up here after probably the greatest game we've seen so far in the LCO?
Hope we get a greater one in the grand final.
Goodbye. And Nat, any final words?
No, everyone enjoy the Easter if you're celebrating it. Play some League, watch some League VODs of only the LCO and no other League VODs.
Ooh, ooh. You've been called out. Now, Rusty, I know you've got a plate of food probably waiting for you. You look like you're ready to bloody dig in.
Yes, he does.
So let's wrap this up. Ladies and gents, we'll see you again next Tuesday with much more LCO action. Lower bracket final, or lower brackets is what's on the menu. So let's dig our teeth in and enjoy your weekend. See you then.
It should be a little bit easier for Peace to do so, because they still have their tower. Chaz, he's gone straight in, but he cops a Leona ultimate to the face. Oh, dearie me, Peace are going to turn this fight on its head. On a go for it, Showstopper does get Appy into the mix, but realistically, that was nothing short of death for him, regardless of the situation. Violet tries to put some damage down, so does Halo. They just don't have it there at all, and Pentis, they held on to a lot. Onslaught of Shadows, everything's still available. Featherstorm
Chaz.
even, and that's used by Violet to survive. Oh, never mind, I've lied, everybody. It's a complete ace by Pentanet. That's doing it himself, has the Chronostorm available on top of him. He's going to survive for now. And the knock-up is great. Played it, done. Surely this is Peace's chance now. Violet, a double kill, continues to auto-attack uncontested. And in the end, gets a triple. Will chase Biopanther down as well, looking for that quad, but it does not matter who it goes to. Might have kept him alive here, does have the Zonyas as well, but needs backup and needs it desperately. Have they overcommitted for this kill onto Praetor? He's still alive, still kicking, still firing. Violet now in the thick of things, and all of a sudden, Praetor survives for so long. Peace do manage to... And the attention turns to a shockwave. Praetor is locked up, not quite enough damage from Lisa, and Praetor will survive on the skin of his teeth or never. He dives in, so too does Decoy, and Appy charmed up, can't go anywhere. Aladoric, grand entrance, will not manage to
They've
do
got
a
him.
whole lot. That is surely going to be it. Violet and Halo desperately trying to fight under the Nexus Towers, but Biopanther will...
shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore, then it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And it's already well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. Then it's already done. You can't harm me, 'cause it's already done. You can't scare me, 'cause it's already done. You can't hurt me, you can't harm me, 'cause it's already done, already done. Well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. Then it's already done. 1,000